Chapter 124. Day after day, Yang Fan and Ma Qiao practiced martial arts in the White Horse Temple. The autumn wind blew, and the fallen leaves gradually turned into white snow. On New Year's Day, the imperial guards went home to celebrate the new year with their families. Yang Fan and Ma Qiao also asked Shui Huai for leave and rushed back to the Showen workshop to celebrate the new year with Ma Qiao's family. They stayed up on New Year's Eve, ate New Year's Eve dinner, drank pepper wine, ate 5 spicy plates, hung peach talismans, watched the exorcism dance, went to the Pass on the Seat. On the first day of the new year, visited relatives, friends, and neighbors. After 3 lively days, they returned to the White Horse Temple and continued their intense training. After New Year's Eve was the Lantern Festival. In the Tang Dynasty, the Lantern Festival seemed to be more grand than the Spring Festival. This time, even Shui Huai was busy. The Lantern Festival was a grand festival in Luoyang. On that day, there would be a lantern show. Not only would the rich people make colorful lanterns, but even the government would make colorful lanterns to celebrate with the people. How could Shui Huai be willing to fall behind in this kind of limelight? He had already spent a lot of money to hire many skilled craftsmen. Once the Spring Festival was over, these people were immediately invited to the White Horse Temple to use the empty space in the backyard to make a large lantern tree. Shui Huai only had one requirement for the lantern tree. It must be the biggest, brightest, and cover all the colorful lanterns in the entire Luoyang. Most of these skilled craftsmen were the skilled craftsmen that Shui Huai had used to build Bright Hall and Heaven. It wasn't difficult for them to create the largest and most beautiful lamp tree in Luoyang. They quickly came up with a plan and began making it. Because the place where they made the lantern was in the backyard of the White Horse Temple, Yang Fan and the others would watch curiously when they had free time. According to the craftsmen, the lantern tree was 10 hugs thick and 100 feet tall. After it was finished, it could light up 9,999 lanterns at the same time. Just the lamp oil to burn for one night would cost a lot. Only a rich monk like Shui Huai could make such a huge lantern tree. However, if such a huge lamp tree were to be produced directly, no one would be able to move it from the White Horse Temple to Ding Ding Street for display. Therefore, when it was produced in the temple, it was divided into 6 feet per layer. Therefore, Yang Fan and the others were unable to see the spectacular sight of it. Time flew by. The White Horse Temple's disciples were training hard and looking forward to the Shangyuan Festival, and the Shangyuan Festival was approaching day by day. Finally, the Lantern Festival arrived. This was a grand festival for all the people of the Tang Dynasty. During the Spring Lantern Festival, the imperial court gave special permission to lift the curfew, which was called the night release. For these 3 days, the streets and alleys, the tea houses and wine shops were all lit up, the gongs and drums sounded, and firecrackers were set off. The lights were lit for hundreds of miles, and everywhere was festive. During the Lantern Festival, there would be many celebrations in the palace. Therefore, there would be no bow-striking competition or other entertainment activities on the first day. With the competition around the corner, everyone needed to relax and reunite with their friends and family. Therefore, the members of the bow-striking team of the Imperial Army had already left to return to their respective homes and reunite with their families. The White Horse Temple was especially prosperous at this time. The problem was that the abbot and the chief monk were fake monks who didn't even know how to read scriptures. They had no interest in these things. Fortunately, they didn't care about these things at all. If those benefactors met Shui Huai and Yang Fan, these 2 monks who didn't even know how to read scriptures, it would be hard to say if they would still be willing to fork out money for the incense. There were all kinds of banquets held in the palace, and Shui Huai also had to enter the palace to celebrate. He originally didn't have the awareness of being a monk, and he also didn't treat Yongfan as a real monk. Before entering the palace to attend the banquet, he specifically told them to go back and reunite with their families, as long as they didn't forget about tomorrow's competition. Chu Kuanga was forcefully dragged by the great hermit Li to celebrate the Lantern Festival with his group of ruffian brothers. Yang Fan and Ma Qiao took off their monk robes and changed into ordinary clothes before returning to the Shiowen workshop. It would be indecent for them to be bald, but this was easy to deal with. They just needed to wear a woolen felt hat. In the evening, before the sky was completely dark, many places had already lit up their lanterns. Every workshop's doors were wide open, allowing people to enter and exit freely. Ma Qiao and Yang Fan were burning with impatience. They casually ate some face silkworms and then invited Jiang, Suning, to go to the streets to watch the lanterns together. Annie Ma and a group of old sisters naturally wanted to watch the lanterns as well. However, they were already old, so they only walked around the workshop and chatted with their old neighbors. They didn't stray too far away, so Ma Qiao could go play on the streets without worry. When the two of them arrived at Jiang Suning's house, Jiang Suning had already dressed up. She wore a new set of clothes, her hair was tied up delicately, and her eyebrows were trimmed very fine. Although she didn't put on any makeup, it was clear that her facial features had been carefully made up. At the very least, her bright red lips were definitely smeared with lipstick, and they were pink and cute. As soon as he saw them arrive, he went out into the street with them, beaming with joy. On the main street, there was an endless number of lantern houses and lanterns. Lantern houses, lantern corridors, and lantern sheds were connected for several miles. Regardless of whether it was the common people, the various shops, or the homes of high officials and nobles, they were all decorated with lanterns and colored banners. Even the various ministries and departments had set up tents and lantern houses. On the streets, there was an endless stream of people playing tricks and selling snacks. During the Shangyuan festival, there wasn't a single scholar or woman who didn't go out at night. For these 3 days, they could all put down their statuses. Usually, it was rare to see the daughters of rich and powerful families were also accompanied by their maids and servants to the streets to watch the lanterns. As a result, the entire Luoyang city was filled with carriages and horses, and the crowds were surging. If it was usually this crowded, it was inevitable that some impatient people wouldn't be able to help but curse. However, today was a festival, and this kind of liveliness was needed, so no one felt impatient. Everyone was walking with their feet splayed out, looking around, pointing and chatting. If there was a family's lantern wheel, lantern tree, or lantern house in front of their door, they would all have new and exquisite designs, attracting many people to stop and look. There were some firecracker peddlers who used donkeys to pull towering bamboo poles along the street to sell their goods. Some families would bring out a brazier and place it in front of their door. They would spend money to buy firecrackers and pile them on top of the brazier and immediately light them up. For a moment, the sound of pai pai pa 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 could be heard without end. On the spacious main street, there were also some workshops that organized young and strong people to play a lead hook game. The so-called lead hook was a tug of war. In the middle, there was a large flag as the boundary. 2 workshops each sent out dozens of strong young men to tug of war with ropes. On the side, countless young women and young women waved their handkerchiefs and shouted to cheer. The most lively place was, of course, Ding Ding Street. In the middle of the street, a huge lantern tree stood there, illuminating the street as if it was daytime. The 3 big characters' White Horse Temple impressively appeared on the lampstand. Under the lantern, there were many people clapping and singing. There were men and women, old and young. Hundreds of men and women held hands and sang and danced around the lantern tree. The tune they sang was very simple. From beginning to end, there were only two parts of the song. However, as the saying goes, step tune is boundless. The tune is the same, but the words are different. This was originally a relatively casual celebration game. If you didn't know how to dance and dance, it didn't matter. Just holding hands with others and jumping and moving around the lantern tree rhythmically was enough to match the beat of the piccolo and chong drum. Of course, there were also some young women who danced very well, following the soul-stirring beat of the chong drum. They drew their shoulders, lowered their chins, covered their arms, swung their backs, loosened their knees, twisted their waists, and bent their hips, forming a three bends enchanting posture. Then, a kind of graceful charm was presented just right. It made people intoxicated, and their spirits gallop. With a sweet smile, I strive to be gentle and graceful. The indescribable taste of women could be seen clearly in this dance and dance. I'm also going to dance. Ma Qiao watched excitedly. He couldn't help but say something to Yang Fan and Pasta, and then excitedly squeezed into the crowd. The people who were dancing happily accepted him. They loosened their tightly held hands and took the opportunity to grab Ma Qiao's hand and let him join in. Oh, a small hand on the left, a small hand on the right, warm and soft, smooth and greasy. They were all the hands of young girls. Ma Qiao really knew how to pick. There were men and women, old and young, dancing and dancing. He just happened to find the right time and chose two cute and pretty girls who just happened to jump in front of him. Yang Fan shook his head and said with a smile, "Xiao really knows how to pick." Jiang Suning raised her little nose in disdain and snorted coldly. "I think a dog can't stop eating *T. I'm going to buy a few oil hammers. Do you want to eat some?" Yang Fan clapped his hands to the beat of the chong drum and swayed his body left and right along with the people who were dancing and singing. He replied with a smile, "Okay." Jiang Suning took out a handkerchief from his pocket and opened it. There were a dozen or so copper coins inside. Jiang Suning took out a few copper coins and put the handkerchief in his pocket and squeezed his way to a small stall selling oil hammers. At that time, there was no yuan shao yet. However, this snack, oil hammers, was already similar to fried yuan shao. It was also a kind of sweet food made from glutinous rice. Jiang Suning was a girl, so naturally she liked to eat it. Jiang Suning bought 7 or 8 oil hammers and carried them in an oiled paper bag before rushing back. The oil hammers had just been fried and were still hot. The two of them ate the oil hammers while watching the dance. At this time, a few handsome young masters were slowly walking along the main street of Ding Ding. They looked around along the way and smiled like flowers. These young masters were all wearing plain, colored robes. Some had round collars, some had cross collars, and some wore soft leggings on their heads. There were also some who wore young master headscarves. All of them were handsome and looked as if they were made of jade. At first glance, these few young masters were quite stunning to the girls. However, after a closer look, they could recognize that they were a group of females disguised with hairpins. This was because they did not deliberately conceal the makeup on their facial features. Their lips were painted red, and their facial features were a little too exquisite. Even though these girls were wearing men's clothing, they were still a group of girls. Girls loved to look beautiful, so they did not wear too much under their robes to prevent their bodies from becoming bloated. As a result, their faces were slightly red from the cold. However, they were clearly in high spirits. "Wow, look at that lamp tree. It's too spectacular. I wonder which yamen made this. This is the first time I've seen such a huge lamp tree. Let's go and take a look." The one who spoke was a little beauty with a baby face. Her face was red from the cold, like a cute red apple. She was the female attendant of the First Lady, Lan Yiqing. The few young masters beside her were naturally Xie Gao Ying, and the others. Chapter 125. Xiao Fan, have you noticed that Ma Qiao seems to be a little different from before? Jiang Suning took small bites of the grease hammer and looked at Ma Qiao, who was dancing the tap dance with a thoughtful look on his face. What's different? Because the street was too noisy, Yang Fan didn't hear it clearly. He moved closer to Jiang Suning and asked loudly. Jiang Suning said loudly, Ma Qiao seems to be a little different from before. Yang Fan said, how is he different? Jiang Suning shook his head and said, I can't say for sure. I grew up with Ma Qiao, so I'm very familiar with him. Although he still looks the same as before, but I just feel a little different. Jiang Suning tilted his head and thought for a moment, then added, that's right, it's the look in his eyes. In the past, when I looked at him, he was like a child who didn't grow up and only had the thought of playing. Now, when I look at him, he seems a little, manly. That's right, he's no longer like a child. He's a little like a man. Yang Fan smiled. He turned his head and looked at Ma Qiao, who was happily dancing. He also felt that Ma Qiao had really changed a lot. His character hadn't changed. He was still a born optimist. When it was time to play and make trouble, he was still carefree and happy. However, his attitude when doing things was different from before. The same thing he had done before, and the same thing he was doing now had a completely different flavor. Now, no matter what he did, he would be more serious, more thoughtful, and more persistent towards his goal. There must always be a goal in life, so that he wouldn't be like a ship without a rudder, lost in front of him. Yang Fan looked at Ma Qiao. Ma Qiao was holding the hands of the two girls, one in front of the other in the back, and they were walking to the beat. When he saw Yang Fan looking at him, he even made a face. Brother Qiao is planning to join the Imperial Army with me after the Lantern Festival, Yang Fan said with a smile. Join the Imperial Army? Jiang Suning asked in amazement. Is it that easy to be a member of the Imperial Army? Yang Fan said, Sister Ning, don't you know who our backer is? It's the master of White Horse Temple, Xue Huai. With just a word from him, what's so difficult about joining the Imperial Army? Jiang Suning looked at Ma Qiao in the distance, then looked at Yang Fan, and said in disbelief, You guys, the two of you are Imperial Guards? Yang Fan smiled and said, Can I? The two of us don't have to be workshop attendants for the rest of our lives. Jiang Suning became happy and said, Of course. However, I'm really surprised that the two of you suddenly have the opportunity to be part of the Imperial Army. Good, this is great. The two of you have finally made a name for yourselves, especially Ma Qiao. That guy. Jiang Suning looked at Ma Qiao in the distance and smiled with relief. Yang Fan glanced at her and said slowly, Sister Ning has already broken off her marriage with that Lu guy. Have you ever thought about what? Yang Fan raised his chin at Ma Qiao and smiled. Have you ever thought about becoming the wife of our future great general? Him. Jiang Suning habitually rolled her eyes at Ma Qiao in the distance. She looked at him carefully, and her fair cheeks blushed for no reason. She couldn't bring herself to ridicule him out of habit. Give it to me. Give it back to me. You two little asterisk starts. Ma Qiao suddenly shook off the two girls and ran towards Yang Fan and Jiang Suning. The two children ran in front of him, giggling and laughing. They bent their backs and squeezed in between Yang Fan and Jiang Suning. It turned out that although the scene of hundreds of people singing and dancing was spectacular, it was inevitable that some people would drop various things during the dance. Of course, if one took good care of something too expensive, it was unlikely that it would drop. Even if a hairpin did drop, it was usually made of wood and not worth much money. Therefore, there were some children who purposely circled around the dancers. If something dropped, they would pick it up. Ma Qiao wore a goatskin hat on his head. There was not a single hair on his head, and the hat was too smooth to hang on it. He danced and jumped for a while, and the hat fell to the ground and was picked up by the two little guys. The children were small in size, and they were as agile as fish in the crowd. Ma Qiao only chased after them for a few steps before he couldn't find them. He dejectedly returned to Yang Fan and Jiang Suning's side. He touched his bald head and said, "I only sang for a while, and I lost my hat. What bad luck." As he said that, he reached out to grab the oil hammer from Pasta's hand. Pa! Jiang Suning slapped his hand away, picking up the last piece of oil hammer. He snorted and said, "Holding a girl's hand, isn't it very comfortable to dance? You'd better continue dancing. Come, Xiao Fan, open your mouth." Ah! Yang Fan played the role of an obedient child and opened his mouth wide. Jiang Suning threw the last piece of oil hammer into his mouth. Among the three people in Yang Fan's group, he was the youngest, but when it came to life experience and the ups and downs of fate, the older Ma Qiao and Jiang Suning could not compare to him. Ma Qiao and Jiang Suning were like a clump of grass on top of an ancient wall in an alleyway in Luoyang. The farthest scenery they could see was no more than the corner of the eaves. Yang Fan, on the other hand, was a clump of water grass floating on the sea. He had experienced a world that was thousands of times wider than theirs, so his knowledge and experience were more mature than the other two. Similarly, among Xie Xiaoman's group, there might be people older than Xiaoman, but when it came to maturity, few could compare to her. Although her expression and movements sometimes looked delicate and childish, most of the time she was more gentle and quiet than her companions. At this moment, it was the Lantern Festival of the Upper Lantern Festival, and the streets of Ding Ding were bustling with noise and excitement. Everyone was chattering about which lantern was more beautiful, which girl had just walked past with the most gorgeous cape on her shoulders, and where the music that was being played was the most beautiful. However, Bucci was paying attention to the snow in the sky. It was snowing in the sky. The snowflakes were not big, and they gently curled up in spirals. That kind of faint and distant mood, when combined with the red light emitted by the lanterns, was especially fascinating. The fluttering snowflakes, the blurred lights, the noisy crowd, the chant of tug-of-war, the music of singing and dancing, and the crackling of firecrackers formed a beautiful scene of sound and shadow. Walking in this scene, Xie Xiaoman's state of mind was as lonely as the bright moon in the night sky. Girls of her age either pursued beautiful clothes and jewelry or longed for the husband they were about to marry. A little joy could fill their little hearts. The problem was Xiaoman's heart had long been filled by one person, and that person's life and fate had become her only concern. The education that Nianniu received was completely different from that of Yang Fan. Under the guidance of the old man, who was over 100 years old, Yang Fan never let the hardships of his childhood leave any shadow in his heart. He was positive, optimistic, and looked forward to a better future. He did not forget his responsibilities, nor did he forget to pursue a happy life. Under the guidance of Anicia, Xiaoman was taught to focus and single-mindedness from an early age. Once he had decided on something, he had to complete it. He had to be completely focused. Therefore, her thinking was completely different from that of Yang Fan. She was used to doing things with such a fixed mindset. Therefore, she rarely felt happy. Unless she found her elder brother and ended this wish, she was afraid that she would carry this responsibility for the rest of her life and would not have the spare energy to pursue her own happiness. "Sistering, look at that carp lantern." Lan Yiqing casually pointed, but her fingers suddenly stopped in midair. She took a closer look and said in surprise, "Sistering, look quickly. Isn't that the bald monk?" The bald monk that Lan Yiqing mentioned was Yang Fan. Yang Fan had played football in the palace a few times. Although the overall strength of the team was not as good as the inner palace team, his superb skills had convinced the girls in the palace. Recently, Yang Fan had been practicing football diligently and did not go to the palace. The girls would often think of him and talk about him when they played football. The bald monk was the nickname they gave to Yang Fan. Lan Yiqing put her hands on her waist and said angrily, "He is the head monk of the White Horse Temple. He is indeed a monk who does not abide by the rules. Look, he's changed into commoner's clothes, and he's acting sneakily. He's even with a girl." Oh, it's true. The other girls looked in the direction that Lan Yiqing was pointing and immediately started chattering. "It's really him. It's really him. Hey, why do I feel that he is not as beautiful as a bald man wearing a hat?" "You love-struck fool. What are you looking at, this kind of monk who does not abide by the rules?" "Hey, you don't say. The girl next to him is quite beautiful." The girls were talking at once. 70 to 80% of them were curious to see what was going on. Although they called him a monk, in fact, they did not dislike Yang Fan. Yang Fan was recognized as a woman's friend in the show and workshop from 8 to 80 years old, young and old. His charm was not just for show. The girls did not take the monk's behavior to heart. Who would have the time to pretend to be a Taoist priest? As long as they were willing, it did not matter. Xie Xiaoman suddenly saw her friends gathered together and chattering. It did not seem like they had seen some strange lanterns. She stopped and asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Gowing said, "Xiaoman, look, isn't that the bald monk?" Xie Xiaoman looked up and could not help but be slightly surprised. At this time, Lan Yiqing had already puffed out her small chest and proudly greeted him. "Stop." Lan Yiqing slightly raised her delicate pointed chin and glanced at Jiang Suning as if she had caught him in the act. "Humph, Master Hong Shiqi, where are you going?" Ma Qiao shook his big bald head and came out from behind Yang Fan. He said in surprise, "Oh, Miss Lan, why are you here?" Lan Yiqing was startled. She looked at the big bald head in front of her and asked in confusion, "Who are you? You know me?" Chapter 126. Ma Qiao was hurt and said, "Me, Miss Lan, don't you recognize me? Back then, I even gave you a ball and got beaten up by my brothers." It was no wonder that Miss Lan didn't recognize him. Ma Qiao had only participated in the Kuju competition once. From then on, he didn't even have the right to wave flags and shout battle cries, so Lan Yiqing didn't have any impression of him. So even though he was walking beside Yang Fan, the girls automatically thought of him as a passerby. Lan Yiqing really did think of him when he said that. She immediately felt a little discouraged. She thought that she had something to blackmail about the little bald monk. Since this bald donkey was also here, it was likely that the little bald monk and the young lady might not necessarily be a couple. Jiang Suning saw this pretty girl blocking their way and couldn't help but ask Yang Fan curiously, "Xiao Fan, who is this girl?" Yang Fan said, "This is Miss Lan. She's one of the people inside." He raised his thumb and pointed in the direction of the palace. Then he turned to Jiang Suning and said with a smile, "Miss Lan is very good at soccer. Little brother was almost at a disadvantage when I played soccer with her." In fact, although Lan Yiqing played well, she was far from Yang Fan. Since Princess Taiping and Shanghai Wanner weren't there, she and Gao Ying played the role of the vanguard. Therefore, the number of balls that were intercepted by Yang Fan from her hands was really innumerable. After hearing Yang Fan's words, the girl thought that he was teasing her. She couldn't help but blush and snorted, "You don't have to pretend. It's true that I'm not as good as you, but if you want to win, there's no way. We'll definitely win the Kuju competition tomorrow." Yang Fan laughed. "Don't be so sure. What if we win? Lan Yiqing immediately became interested and rubbed her palms together. Why, you want to bet something? Sure. Tell me, what do you want to bet? Hearing that they were going to bet, the other girls also became spirited. Life in the palace was 100 times more boring than that of the common people. Every day was the same scenery and the same things. There was only so much space to begin with, and only a few people could be seen every day. The rules and laws were 100 times more strict than that of the common people. Therefore, in addition to the boredom, the people in the palace invented many games. These girls were addicted to gambling, such as fishing, boating, swinging, shuttlecock, and so on. A few girls came over and excitedly said, "Quickly tell us, what kind of prize will we have? We have won the championship every year in this Kuju competition. Do you think your White Horse Temple can do it? Humph, although your martial arts are not bad. It's hard to support a lone tree. It's impossible for you to win. This lady will bet with you." When Ma Qiao heard this, he immediately stepped forward and stood in front of Yang Fan, saying loudly, "Can we bet on anything?" The girls said, "Anything is fine, just say it." Ma Qiao said in an imposing manner, "That's fine. If we win, Miss Lan will become my wife." Miss Lan's little face immediately turned red. She shyly scolded, "Bullsh asterisk T, who wants to marry you?" The other girls, on the other hand, all asked at once, "What happens if you lose?" Ma Qiao patted his chest and said, "If we lose, I will give myself to Miss Lan and become my husband. Scram!" The girls pouted coquettishly and kicked Ma Qiao aside with their jade-like feet. "All right, stop fooling around. What a scandal on the streets." Xie Muwen slightly furrowed her heroic brows and walked over. She looked Yang Fan up and down and smiled lightly. "Tomorrow is the Kuju competition. You still have the mood to parade the streets and watch the lanterns. Are you sure you will win?" Yang Fan smiled and said, "Miss Lan does not dare to accept the challenge. Could it be that Miss Xie wants to accept the bet?" Xie Muwen raised her eyebrows and asked, "What bet?" Ma Qiao patted the dust off his body and said, "Naturally, if you lose, you will become my brother's wife. If we lose, my brother will compensate you and become your husband." Xie Muwen ignored him and only said to Yang Fan, "In tomorrow's Kuju competition, if it's a free fight, you may have a chance to win." "Unfortunately, it's not," Yang Fan said. "Maybe we will lose, but remember, I will not lose." "What do you mean?" Yang Fan said. "Those of us will not be able to catch up to you in a short period of time. However, if I can defeat all the heroes—" I'm wrong. It should be defeating all the girls. That will be enough for my White Horse Temple to be insufferably arrogant, and I have this ability." Xie Muwen smiled and said, "You are too confident. Too much confidence is arrogance. Chief Master." Yang Fan raised his eyebrows and looked straight into her eyes. He said word by word, "Whether it is arrogance or not, you will know tomorrow. Miss Xie, it's not just you. Even the princess and Shangguan Daizhao, who are admired by all of you, will bow at my feet once they are on the court." While the two were arguing, there was already a person standing in the bustling crowd on the side of the road. She was looking at them with interest. This person was a woman dressed in men's clothing. Around her stood 4 women dressed in men's clothing. 4 extremely strong women dressed in men's clothing. The 4 women were like 4 giant pillars. They had thick thighs, thick waists, thick arms, and big faces. If one did not look carefully, one would really think that they were men. However, the woman in men's clothing standing in the middle of them looked very delicate and slender, even though she was tall and well-developed. This woman had a greasy nose, phoenix eyes, and red lips. Although she was dressed in men's clothing, which slightly concealed her beauty, she was still very charming. She was Princess Taiping Li Lingwei. The true joy of admiring the lanterns was not something that could be enjoyed by the rich and powerful standing in their own courtyard, accompanied by a group of servants, admiring the lanterns of their own home. If one wanted to have true joy, he had to walk on the streets, walk into the streets, and have fun with the people. Princess Taiping had changed into men's clothing for the purpose of admiring the lanterns in the streets. Princess Taiping had originally brought 8 maids and 2 sons out to admire the lanterns. But the 2 children were still young. One was only 1 year old, and the other was only 4 years old. After playing for a while, they became sleepy. Princess Taiping ordered the 4 maids to take them back to the palace, while she and the other 4 continued admiring the lanterns. Along the way, her depressed mood gradually eased. When Yang Fan and Xie Xiaoman were making a bet on the street, she happened to pass by and saw this scene. As soon as Princess Taiping stopped, her 4 maidservants automatically stood around her, using their broad bodies to surround Princess Taiping tightly. Although there were many tourists on the street, no one could move them in the slightest. These 8 maids were all sumo wrestlers. Every year during the Lantern Festival, the sumo wrestlers in the palace would not only be male sumo wrestlers, but also female sumo wrestlers. If Yang Fan saw these 4 giant pillars, he would know why women could also win. Although they were women, they were more manly than men. Yang Fan raised his eyebrows and said in a powerful voice, "Not only you, even the princess and Shangguan Daizhao, who are highly respected by you. Once on the court, they also have to bow at my feet." When he said this, Princess Taiping's eyes suddenly flashed, and the corners of her mouth gently hooked up into an interesting smile. At this moment, a man in a short brown shirt and a felt hat walked along the long street with his hands clasped in front of his chest. He smiled amiably and said, "Excuse me, excuse me, excuse me. Thank you for making way. Please make way." Behind him, there were 7 or 8 human-pulled carts slowly coming. Although the carts were not big, the poles on the carts were piled up like a small mountain. If they were not tied with ropes, they would have long been scattered on the ground. The man in front of them was surnamed Lu, called Lu Mo, and he was a merchant. Last year, during the Upper Yuan dynasty, he was stranded in Lantian County of Chang. And because he was a traveling merchant, he did not have time to rush back to Luoyang, so he spent the whole first month in Lantian County of Chang. And although he was in a foreign land, he still had to celebrate the festival, so Lu Mo also asked his family to buy colorful lanterns, poles, and prepared a sumptuous banquet. As a result, when he was burning the exploding rods, he was surprised to find that the exploding rods he bought were far louder than ordinary ones. Moreover, they would emit a beautiful glow and thick smoke as they burned, making it look even more festive. Lu Mo was a merchant, so he was very concerned about this. He quickly grabbed the unburned poles and examined them carefully. It turned out that there was a local man named Li Tian who came up with an ingenious idea. He stuffed saltpeter into the explosive rods. This way, the explosive rods would be more flammable. When they were burning, they would explode with loud noises and beautiful fireworks. The smoke billowed, creating a very festive atmosphere. After Li Tian invented this exploding rod, his exploding rod became the hottest-selling exploding rod in Lantian County. However, this person was not very business-minded. Although his exploding rod was selling well, he had never thought of expanding his business to other places. After Lu Mo figured out the trick, it was as if he had found a treasure. At this time of the year, people would throw some brittle bamboo poles into the brazier. When the fire burned, the bamboo would explode, making crackling sounds to celebrate the festival. Li Tian's invention was obviously more suitable for the festive atmosphere than the traditional poles. After Lu Mo returned to Luoyang, he tried making a batch on New Year's Day, and as expected, it was very popular. Lu Mo was greatly encouraged, and hired a lot of people to work day and night, waiting for the 3 days of the Lantern Festival to make a lot of money. The poles he made were stuffed with saltpeter. Although the price was high, with the purchasing power of Luoyang's people, they could definitely afford it. There were hundreds of thousands of people on this 4-kilometer-long street. Even if only 1% of them were willing to buy his poles, he would still be rich. Lu Mo bowed along the way, beaming with joy as he opened the way. Looking at the bustling crowd, he seemed to have seen a mountain of gold waving at him. As soon as Yang Fan said this, Lan Yiqing angrily rebuked, "Arrogant!" She was about to go forward and argue with him, but Xie Muwen raised her hand to stop her. She sneered at Yang Fan and said, "All right, then this lady will wait and see. Let's meet at the Jew Arena. Goodbye." Since Yang Fan was competing with someone, Ma Qiao obviously had to cheer for his brother. Seeing Lu Mo excitedly rushing over with 7 or 8 carts full of poles, Ma Qiao immediately yelled, "Shopkeeper, stop! We want to buy firecrackers to celebrate our victory in the Jew Arena." Chapter 127. Xue Huai never mistreated his own people. Although Ma Qiao's grandmother and uncle didn't like him in the White Horse Temple, he still received quite a lot of pocket money. He immediately stopped Lu Mo and said with a rich and overbearing manner, "Come, unload 3 bundles of explosive sticks for me." Lu Mo smiled and said, "Dear customer, if you want to buy explosive poles, this old man will naturally welcome you. But this old man has to say something first. My family's explosive poles are more expensive than others because my family's explosive poles." Before he could finish explaining the wonders of his family's explosive poles, Ma Qiao said carelessly, "Isn't explosive poles just explosive poles? How expensive can it be? Bring it down, bring it down. You can count how much you should charge." Ma Qiao took out a money bag from his pocket and generously stuffed it into Lu Mo's hand. Then he went to the car to bring the explosive poles. Lan Yiqing saw him like that and couldn't help but feel angry. He pulled Xie Xiaoman, who was about to leave, and shouted, "Sisters, let's buy some explosive poles too. Today is the Lantern Festival. Let's burn some explosive poles to celebrate. At the same time, let's wish that we will win tomorrow's Kuju competition." All the girls responded. Xie Xiaoman wanted to stop them, but then she thought that it was to celebrate the festival. It was rare for her sisters to go out of the palace, so there was no need to spoil their mood. So she smiled and didn't say anything. Ma Qiao carried 3 bundles of explosive poles and threw them on the ground. He turned his head and saw a family with a brazier burning in front of their door. The family's explosive poles had been burned out, but the brazier was still burning. Ma Qiao walked over to the owner and said, "Brother, can I borrow the brazier for a while?" The owner of the house smiled and nodded. Ma Qiao used 2 poles to prop up the brazier and placed it on the street. Then he placed the bundle of explosive poles on it. These explosive rods were filled with saltpeter and had already become flammable and explosive. However, no one had ever suffered from this kind of new product. So how could they have the awareness to guard against it? Even Lu Mo, who knew how explosive his rod was, didn't take it too seriously. Before this, very few people would let go of his rod on the spot. Sometimes they would at most try one. What's more, Lu Mo was happily counting the money in his hands. When he realized that Ma Qiao had piled all the sticks on the brazier, he faintly felt something was wrong. Just as he was about to stop him, the sticks had already exploded. Bang! Pa! Crack! Boom! Sparks flew everywhere and thick smoke billowed. Ma Qiao's action was originally to anger those girls. Who would have thought that these explosive rods had such power? He was so scared that he screamed and jumped away. The other bundle of explosive rods in his hands also fell down and pressed on top of the burning explosive rods. Lan Yiqing and Gao Ing stood on the shaft of the carriage and just picked up the 2 bundles of explosive rods when the explosive rods on the brazier exploded. That loud noise and the eruption of flames scared the 2 girls so much that they let go of the explosive rods and hurriedly jumped to the side. As the 2 of them jumped and dodged, the mountain-like pile of explosive rods on the carriage shook twice and poured down with a crash, burying the brazier underneath. Boom! At that time, people didn't have a concept of safety, and the craftsmen who made the explosive rods weren't very careful either. The surface of the explosive rods was stained with a lot of saltpeter powder. When it rolled down, many of the explosive rods cracked and the saltpeter powder seeped out. Once it came into contact with the fire, it immediately made a muffled explosion. Then a ball of flame accompanied by thick smoke rose into the sky. A huge mushroom cloud soared into the sky, and a loud and muffled explosion shook the ground of Ding Ding Street. Following that, continuous explosions rang out like drumbeats amidst the flashes of light. Everyone was dumbfounded. They had never seen such a powerful explosive rod, and they had never heard such concentrated explosions. There were flashes of light and frequent explosions. In just a moment, thick smoke filled a large part of the street. At this moment, someone finally woke up and shouted, "Run!" Then he covered his head with his sleeves and ran away like a rat. The workers who pulled the carriages were also scared out of their wits. They all abandoned the carriages and ran away. Sparks from the explosions flew everywhere, and soon the 2nd and 3rd carriages were ignited. The sound of explosions, fire, and smoke interweaved into one, and the street was filled with people running away like wolves. Yang Fan was dumbfounded and said, "F***CK. You can cause trouble just by lighting a firecracker." Ma Qiao said in a panic, This, how did it become like this? I've been lighting firecrackers since I was young, and I've never seen a F***king firecracker like this." God damn it. Don't go. You compensate me for my explosive rod, and you compensate me for my carriage. Where's the money you compensate me? Lu Emo came out of the billowing smoke. The moment he saw Ma Qiao, he immediately spread out his 10 fingers and pounced at Ma Qiao, like a malicious spirit coming out of the smoke. Ma Qiao was shocked. He reached out and grabbed Jiang Suning's little hand, shouting, "Run!" Then he ran away. Not good. The burning speed of the explosive rod was actually far slower than the firecrackers that came later. The problem was that no one had ever seen such a fast-burning explosive rod and such a powerful explosive rod, so they didn't think of dodging it at first. When they realized that the explosive rod was quite lethal, it was already a little too late to avoid it, and this caused a big mess. A pair of little girls in flowery jackets and cotton pants couldn't avoid it in time and fell to the ground. In the running crowd, only 2 small braids and a pair of small arms and legs could be seen. Yang Fan's eyes were sharp, and he couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this situation. He was afraid that the flames from the explosive rod would burn them, and he was even more afraid that they would be trampled by the running crowd. So he leaped up and flew over. At this time, the smoke was lingering, and it was already difficult to see anything. He used the memory of the glimpse he had just now to fly to the place where they fell. Almost at the same time, there was another figure beside Yang Fan. Yang Fan reached out and picked up a girl and put her under his ribs. Just as he was about to reach out to grab the other girl, the figure almost repeated his action, picked up a girl, and reached out to grab him. The two's palms touched slightly, and they were both shocked at the same time. Yang Fan suddenly looked up and saw a flash of fire in the smoke, suddenly illuminating the other's face. It was Xie Xiao Man. Boom! The firecrackers on a car made a loud noise. The 2 of them simultaneously flicked their sleeves. brushing away the flying sparks and choking smoke, and said in unison, "Go!" Then they flew back. "You troublemaker, can't you be a little more obedient for once?" Jiang Suning was pulled by Ma Qiao all the way, and the more he thought about it, the more he found it funny. Ma Qiao was full of grievances, and as he ran, he shouted, "I swear to God, do you think I want to cause trouble? I just want to annoy those girls and fight for my brother's face. How would I know that a bundle of firecrackers would make such a big noise? Have you ever seen firecrackers that catch fire so easily, burn so loudly, and so brittle? It's really F***ing evil." Ma Qiao complained as he ran and suddenly stopped running and exclaimed, "Oh no!" Ma Qiao suddenly remembered that he only cared about pulling Jiang Suning to escape and did not care about Yang Fan, and wondered how he was doing. Of course, Ma Qiao knew that Yang Fan was a martial artist and his movements were agile, so it was unlikely that he would be injured by the firecrackers. However, what if he was caught by the shopkeeper and asked for compensation? Although the firecrackers were cheap, the price of the big cars was also not cheap, and the car was also burnt. With this thought, Ma Qiao immediately stopped and turned back, and hurriedly said, "No." As soon as the word "no" left his mouth, Jiang Suning, who could not stop in time, bumped into him. She threw herself into his arms, and her lips were pressed against his. Ma Qiao first felt pain on his lips, thinking that he must have hit it hard. Then he felt a pair of soft and thin lips pressing against his own, and for a moment his whole body froze. He was not a virgin, but Jiang Suning. She was his childhood playmate. He did not know if he treated her as a sister or as a brother. In short, it seemed like he had more family ties, and he had never treated Jiang Suning as a woman. But now, her lips were pressed against his. When they hit, his lips touched his teeth, and there was a slight pain. There was a slight fishy taste in his mouth, and Ma Qiao's brain did not have time to process whether his lips were broken, but at this moment there was only a soft and smooth feeling on his lips, and there seemed to be a little sweet. Ma Qiao subconsciously stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. Jiang Suning suddenly came to her senses and pushed him away. Her chest rose and fell rapidly, and her face was red. If the first contact was a misunderstanding caused by her unsteady footing, but the next moment he actually licked her lips. Jiang Suning began to tremble like a pendulum. "It really is sweet." Ma Qiao savored it for a moment, and his misty eyes suddenly fixed on Jiang Suning's face. His eyes suddenly widened. "Me just kissed her? He just kissed me? The two of them cried out at the same time, turned around, and ran into the crowd, disappearing without a trace. Bang! Pa! The sound of exploding poles continued to rise and fall, and the several carts of exploding poles were not easy to burn down. The billowing smoke was like a black dragon, rising from the carts and permeating the whole street. Everywhere was filled with smoke, and many people were choking and coughing and crying. The parents of the girls thanked them profusely and led their daughter away. Seeing that the scene was in chaos, Xie Xiaoman and the others were also about to leave. Just as they were about to leave, Xie Xiaoman turned around and gave Yang Fan a deep look. She did not speak, but just raised her thumb. Yang Fan could see that this girl had some admiration for his behavior and his playing skills. However, her eyes were full of stubbornness and confidence. She raised her thumb, which was not only a silent praise, but also a challenge. This girl refused to admit defeat. Yang Fan grinned. At this time, Princess Flatboard was in trouble. Chapter 128. Ma Qiao and Lan Yiqing, the two childish people, fought with firecrackers causing explosions. Princess Taiping, who had been watching from the sidelines, naturally saw it. She couldn't help but laugh at this scene. It seemed that wherever Yang Fan went, trouble would follow. When the firecrackers started to explode, Princess Taiping was also surprised that the firecrackers sold by this merchant were so flammable and could make such a violent explosion, but she didn't think too much about it and didn't rush to escape. As a result, because of this delay, when she wanted to leave, it was already too late. The firecrackers on the carriages crackled, and the fireworks rushed into the night. The people who were walking on the street to watch the lanterns heard the noise and squeezed over. The street was full of people at the same time, and the people at the scene, in order to avoid the explosion, were desperately trying to escape. So there was a traffic jam. In fact, if Princess Taiping was really in a hurry to escape, she could still escape. As long as she was like those ordinary people, she could rush into the sea of people, break open her arms, and cut through the thorns until her hat fell off, hairpin was lost, and her clothes were messy. She might be able to escape. But with her status, how could she do such a thing? As a result, Princess Taiping was blocked at the scene. It was only because of her 4 powerful female bodyguards that she was able to stand safely and not be squeezed by the fleeing people. At this time, the sparks from the bamboo poles ignited the colorful canopy on the street. The canopy was connected to the lantern house, so the fire spread to the lantern house. These things were tied up with straw, fine wood, silk, and silk cloth, which caught fire when it came in contact with fire, so the scene became even more lively. Water on fire! Water on fire! In the distance, a group of marquis who hurried over with a cart. The cart was filled with big bags sewn from horse skin and cowhide, and each bag contained 300 to 400 caddies of water. It was inevitable for the lanterns to catch fire. Marquis, who had been waiting by the roadside for a long time, but they didn't expect the fire to spread so fast. The cart was just pushed on the road when it was blocked by the crowd, and they were so anxious that they jumped up and down. Those who rushed out and those who rushed in converged into a huge whirlpool-like wave. Although the 4 maids were extremely strong and all of them were sumo masters, they were still unable to keep up with the unending waves of collisions. They opened their eyes wide and exerted all their strength to resist the crowd from all directions so that they would not bump into the princess. But Princess Taiping's face showed a very amused expression. Ever since she was young, she had never experienced such a scene. Although she was now a wife and a mother, she was only 24 years old. She was still a very young girl, so it was inevitable that she had the mischievous nature of a child. This year's Lantern Festival is really interesting. Princess Taiping looked smilingly at the cars that were still exploding and spewing thick smoke amidst the bursts of flashes and loud noises. She looked at the colored buildings, colored squares, and colored corridors that were burning for the first time. She really wanted to scream, cheer, and run like an ordinary civilian girl, squeezing into the crowd and indulging her nature without concealment. But she couldn't because she was a princess, a noble princess of the Tang dynasty. She had obtained a noble identity and status that ordinary people couldn't obtain, and a good life. Correspondingly, she had to lose her freedom and herself. Li Lingyue enviously looked at those women who were supported by the maids and protected by the strong arms of the men. They were struggling to squeeze out of the crowd. Although they were squeezed to the point that their clothes were disheveled, their hair was disheveled, and their faces were red, but in her eyes, it was a kind of happiness. She would never have the chance to experience this kind of happiness. Another cluster of exploding rods exploded, and a few exploding rods exploded in all directions. One of the exploding rods flew directly in front of Princess Taiping. The 4 maids were facing away from Princess Taiping with their feet rooted to the ground and their arms wide open. They were trying their best to fight against the crowd, so they didn't see it at all. Princess Taiping saw a burst of sparks flying towards her, and her face couldn't help but change. She anxiously stretched out her hand to block it. There was a gust of wind in front of her, and a big sleeve slapped the burning, exploding rod to the ground. "It's too dangerous here, my dear brother. You should—" Yang Fan stopped halfway through his sentence. He was tongue-tied as he looked at the charming face in front of him. After a while, he said in surprise, "Your Highness?" Boom! Another loud sound rang out. Yang Fan subconsciously shrunk his neck and turned his head to look. He saw a colorful workshop falling down and smashing into the firecracker cart. The fire was even bigger, and the sparks were like billions of fireflies. Boom! They flew all over the sky, and it was a spectacular scene. "Quickly take me to a safe place." Princess Taiping also found that it was not safe here. Her charming eyebrows slightly wrinkled, and she said to Yang Fan. Her identity made her say this sentence with confidence, and she didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. Yang Fan also didn't feel that there was anything wrong with what Princess Taiping said. He waved his sleeve to brush away the sparks, and asked, "There are people everywhere. Where is safe?" Princess Taiping said, "This is something you should think about. I am a woman. How can I have an idea?" These words were a bit coquettish, and Yang Fan didn't notice it in his hurry. He looked around and suddenly saw the huge lamp tree standing on the street. He couldn't help but have an idea and said, "Your Highness, please follow me." He then ran towards the lamp tree. "Your Highness!" The four maids tried their best to stop the crowd from rushing towards the princess, and from time to time they would look back. At first, when they saw her talking to Yang Fan, the four maids weren't anxious, but when they saw that she wanted to leave with Yang Fan, they couldn't help but shout out. Yang Fan said, "Why don't your Highness ask them to come together? If people always follow me, how can I be free? I don't care about them." Princess Taiping said with a smile, and turned back to wave at the four maids. Her face was full of smiles, and her lively appearance had a trace of mischievousness, like a little bird that finally escaped from the fence. "Princess, this way, please." The street was full of people running to and fro. Yang Fan raised his left arm to help her block the oncoming crowd, and made an inviting gesture with his right hand. Suddenly his palm was warm, and a soft and delicate little hand was placed in his palm. Yang Fan was startled and turned his head to look. He saw Princess Taiping looking in front and said with a smile, "What interesting place are you taking me to? Aren't we looking for a safe place? How did it become an interesting place?" Yang Fan looked at the flower of Luoyang with a puzzled expression, looking at her eager and excited look. Perhaps she didn't care whether it was dangerous or not, but whether it was interesting or not, she was more attracted to it. Although it was somewhat inappropriate to hold the princess's hand in his hand, fortunately, no one knew that this person was the princess, and the princess herself didn't care. So Yang Fan naturally didn't need to be pretentious. He pulled Princess Taiping's little hand and quickly ran to the bottom of the tall flowering tree. Princess Taiping stopped and giggled. "Too fun, too interesting. This year's Lantern Festival is really more interesting than any other year." Because of the explosion in front, it attracted a large number of people, and the tap dance had already ended. Many people ran to the front, and the number of people here was a lot less. More people were running from farther places, and also ran to the place where the explosion occurred. Princess Taiping raised her small face that was slightly red from the cold, and looked at the huge flowering tree with a smile, and said, "So spectacular! I have never seen such a flowering tree in the palace." Yang Fan smiled slightly and said, "This flowering tree was made by Master Shui. Princess, please follow me." Yang Fan walked to the bottom of the flowering tree and fiddled with it, and with a squeak sound, a small door opened. Princess Taiping opened her eyes wide in surprise and happily said, "There is a completely different world here." She looked inside and eagerly asked, "Can I go in?" Yang Fan said with a smile, "This flowering tree is made of iron and wood. When the craftsmen make the flowering tree, they climb up and down and go in and out from here. So naturally we can go in. Princess Taiping was overjoyed and pulled Yang Fan's hand and said, "Let's go. Accompany me in to take a look." The four maids saw that the princess was pulled away by a man and quickly chased after them. Seeing the princess being pulled by the man, and with a willing look, they also guessed that the princess must know this man and that he was not some Jianghu bandit. Now that they reached the bottom of the flowering tree, they saw the princess pulling the youth into the lamp tree, and the four maids stood under the lamp and guarded the door. The inside of the lamp tree was very rough, and it was impossible for the craftsmen to carefully polish these places. Everywhere was a mess of wood and iron brackets, thick and thin, long and short. Fortunately, Princess Taiping was not wearing a skirt, and this was where the craftsmen went up and down, so there was no need to worry about any sharp objects like nails. The two of them were like climbing a narrow tower step by step until they reached the highest point. At the highest point, there was a leaf made of silk cloth dyed green, and in the middle was a stamen. The stamen was spitting out flames. When looking from below, this flower was the same size as an ordinary flower, but when they reached the bottom of the stamen, they discovered that it was huge. Just the height of the stamen alone was more than 1 zhang high. The space between the petals and the leaves was spacious enough for a person to stand or sit down. Princess Taiping stood under the stamen of the flower, raised her head to look at the flame above her head, and then stretched out her head to look down. She could not help but let out a sigh of admiration. The whole flowering tree was decorated with all kinds of lanterns, and all of them were made in the shape of various fruits, emitting bright light. Looking down from above, it was a gorgeous and colorful scene. This flowering tree was more than 100 feet high, and standing here, not only could one have a panoramic view of the entire Ding Ding Street, but also the brightly lit Imperial Palace in the distance and the colorful lanterns hanging high on the left and right sides of the street. The commotion caused by the firecrackers on Ding Ding Main Street could not be felt from above. This was because the commotion was concentrated in one area. Looking down from above, it would at most make one feel that the area was crowded with the most people. Looking into the distance, one could see that the whole of Luoyang was a sea of lanterns, a sea of people. Princess Taiping looked around, and for a moment she felt relaxed and happy. After watching for a long time, she held the stamen and sat down on the wooden flower leaf covered with green silk cloth. Her 2 legs were suspended in the air, and she gently kicked them. That leisurely and carefree appearance was like a cute little girl sitting by the stream playing. Chapter 129. Sitting here, it was as if her whole body was integrated into the mysterious night sky. The wind around her made her feel as if she was flying. She could let go of her princess status and be free. She didn't have to remember her husband's tragic death. She didn't have to feel as if she was walking on thin ice. Although there was a thin leaf under her buttocks, could it be more dangerous than the Li Tang royal family? Princess Taiping breathed freely. She looked around happily for a long time. Then she turned her head to look at Yang Fan. She patted her side and said, "Come, sit down." Yang Fan walked to her side and sat down. He said, "Princess, you must be careful. Don't slide down. This place is 100 feet high. If you slide down, you will be finished." Princess Taiping laughed. Her laughter was a little presumptuous. Perhaps she hadn't laughed so freely for a long time. "That's why I asked you to sit with me. If I slide down, I will pull you down with me." Princess Taiping said with a smile. She pulled back her legs and curled up. She hugged her knees and rested her chin on her knees. She looked at the lights for a while. Then she tilted her head slightly and looked at Yang Fan. "Tell me about you." Yang Fan asked curiously. "About me? What about?" "Everything. Princess Taiping said, "There are too many curious things about you. I want to know all about you." Yang Fan was silent for a while. He smiled and said, "I was originally a beggar." Yang Fan started his story from the Guangzhou prefecture. It seemed that for as long as he could remember, he was already a child beggar who roamed the streets and alleys. He said that he was taken in by Nanyang merchants and returned to Luoyang after he came of age. Although he had already concealed many things in his story, it was already a very fresh story for this high and mighty princess who had never known the affairs of the common people. She listened carefully. Her long eyelashes blinked for a long time. In the starlight and lights, her eyes were bright and resplendent. After Yang Fan finished his story, Princess Taiping nodded slightly. She said thoughtfully, "So, you are an orphan?" Yang Fan said sadly, "Yes, an orphan with no one to rely on." Princess Taiping was silent for a while. She smiled and said softly, "Actually, I am also an orphan." "Your Highness is an orphan?" Yang Fan looked at her in surprise. Princess Taiping was looking at a lantern 3 feet away from her feet in a daze. She said faintly, "That's right. You have been an orphan since you were young. Perhaps you are very pitiful, but after you became sensible, you watched your family leave you one by one until you were all alone. That kind of loneliness was even more unbearable." Yang Fan looked at her and did not speak. Princess Taiping pointed to the endless stream of people on the street and said, "I am very envious of these people. You've grown up, so it's easy for you to blend in, but I can't. You're like water, and I'm like a drop of oil. No matter how hard I try, I can only float on it all by myself." She sighed and hugged her legs even tighter, as if she couldn't stand the cold. "Originally, I was a little angry at you for rejecting my good intentions time and time again. Instead, you went to hug Shui Huai's thigh. Humph! Even if you have Shui Huai to protect you, I still have a way to deal with you." She turned her head and looked at Yang Fan. There was a hint of mischief in her eyes. "However, seeing that we are in the same boat, I will spare you." Yang Fan smiled bitterly. He cupped his hands in obeisance and said, "Your Highness is magnanimous. I can't thank you enough." Princess Taiping's pretty face turned serious. She said, "However, I can let this matter go. But tonight, you spouted arrogant words, saying that you want this consort to kneel at your feet. What do you mean by that?" Princess Taiping turned her head and looked at him. Under the light of the tree, the two of them were sitting among the leaves. Under the cover of the stamens and branches, the people below couldn't see them, and the light couldn't directly shine on them. However, their facial features were still very clear, and they looked even more gentle. Her eyebrows were long and delicate. Her phoenix eyes were big. The corners of her eyes were slightly raised. The black and glossy eyes made the black and white of her eyes even more distinct. Her eyes were charming and beautiful, but also as clear as water. There was the fragrance of a young married woman in the charm, and there was the innocence of a young girl in the clarity. Under the hazy light, there was a kind of blurriness that seemed right, but was actually not. People couldn't help but think of a phrase when they saw it: charming eyes. Princess Taiping's charming eyes were not only charming. Yang Fan felt a little uncomfortable being stared at by this pair of eyes. His face showed a little embarrassment. At that time, I was just arguing with Miss Aman, so I casually talked big. So your Highness was there at that time, and already heard it. A handsome young man showing such a bashful look in Princess Taiping's eyes. She did not know why, but her heart fluttered. She unexpectedly leaned forward and kissed him on the lips. Yang Fan was stunned. When Princess Taiping moved her pretty face away shyly, there was still a kind of soft feeling on his lips that made people tremble. His first kiss was inexplicably snatched away by Princess Taiping. So, this was the feeling of kissing. He tried hard to recall it, but he couldn't capture that kind of feeling that was both real and illusory. He couldn't experience that kind of ecstasy. His body was on the flower tree in the air, but his soul seemed to have floated in the air. Princess Taiping let go of his lips, and her face became hot. She was so shy that she almost couldn't show her face. She didn't know what kind of medicine she had taken to make such a bold move. This was too slutty, right? So shameful. For a moment, Princess Taiping only felt that her lips and face were as if they were smeared with chili. It was numb and hot. Yang Fan looked at her in a daze. Her smooth and delicate chin was facing the light. It was soft and delicate, beautiful beyond compare. Under the light of the colored lights, one side of her face was bright, and the other side was dark. At the border of light and dark, there was some shyness, some panic, some complacency, some overbearing, and some inexplicable joy. There was a kind of indescribable beauty that made Yang Fan have an impulse to kiss her again. Princess Taiping slightly tilted her head. Her fleeting eyes evaded, and evaded again. Yang Fan was still looking at her. Li Lingyue had nowhere to hide. So she suddenly raised her head, widened her almond-shaped eyes, and fiercely said, "Look, what are you looking at? If you dare to say a word about what happened tonight, I will castrate you." Yang Fan was dumbfounded. The royal family was especially busy during the Lantern Festival. The nominal emperor, Li Dan, was also invited to accompany the Empress Dowager to participate in all kinds of celebrations. The day before the Lantern Festival, which was the 14th day of the first month, the emperor held a clan banquet and invited the empress. All the members of the royal family were present. On the day of the Lantern Festival, the emperor and the Empress Dowager summoned all the nobles, local officials, and foreign envoys who came to the capital to congratulate them. It was called the Imperial Banquet. During the banquet, the palace dancers performed large-scale court dances, and the musicians played large-scale court music. The emperor and his ministers rejoiced together, symbolizing peace and prosperity. During the banquet, the Empress Dowager and the emperor gave rewards and consolation to the foreign envoys and the nomads who submitted to the Tang dynasty. That night, there was a royal banquet, just like outside the palace. The royal family also had to hang up colored lights and watch hundreds of plays. The Empress Dowager and the emperor also had to bring the concubines up to the gate of heaven to accept the worship of the common people. During this period, the princes, dukes, ministers, and foreign envoys were all invited to watch. Princess Taiping was also invited. She could not stand that kind of formal celebration, so she used the excuse that her son wanted to have some fun. After reporting to her mother, she took them to Ding Ding Street for a tour. She did not expect that this night in Shangyuan was really a romantic memory. Every time she thought about it, Princess Taiping could not help but feel her eyes and ears redden, unable to control herself because of her impulsiveness and forgetfulness. On the second day of the Lantern Festival, the Empress Dowager and the emperor had to formally meet the civil and military officials in the capital and accept their worship. Because there were many civil officials in the capital, the Shanghai Wanner would be the host. She would hold a choir, and everyone would recite poems to celebrate the prosperity of the Tang dynasty. At the same time, they would invite senior monks to the palace to preach. Xue Huai knew this, and Wu Zetian also knew that he could not be truly proficient in Buddhist scriptures. Therefore, they invited the real senior monks of Buddhism, Lao and Shinshu. These two monks also solemnly recommended the sixth patriarch of Zen, Master Huining, to the Empress Dowager. As the saying goes, if you want Buddhism to flourish, monks must praise monks. These monks understood this very well. However, Huaining knew very well that Empress Wu believed in Buddhism and placed great importance on Buddhism. Using Buddhism to suppress Taoism, which Li Tang believed in, was a great opportunity for the rise of Buddhism. However, if it failed, it could also bring disaster to Buddhism. He was the highest representative of Buddhism in the Tang dynasty. As long as he did not show up, Buddhism would not be too deeply involved in the political struggle. Therefore, if the Wu family failed, there would still be room for negotiation. Therefore, he declined the invitation with the excuse of his weak health. All kinds of grand palace banquets were basically held in the afternoon of the second day of the Lantern Festival. At this time, all kinds of entertainment events such as kuju, bowing, and sumo wrestling began one after another. The first event held in the afternoon of the second day of the Lantern Festival was sumo wrestling. It was the event that Princess Taiping's residence was best at. Chapter 130. Inside and outside the Jixin Hall, the civil and military officials, as well as the internal and external envoys, gathered together. In front of the hall was a 3-feet high platform covered with red carpet. This was the place for sumo wrestling. The invited officials who liked to watch sumo scattered around the 3 corridors surrounding the platform to watch. According to the customs of the Tang dynasty, whether it was the concubines of the palace or the women of the common people, they did not avoid meeting guests. Therefore, many of the concubines and maids were also crowded inside. Sumo wrestling was a type of wrestling. It was similar to the wrestling techniques of the grassland tribes, but the rules and specific techniques were different. Therefore, it was difficult for the sumo teams of the Turks and other countries to gain an advantage. In the past 3 years, the sumo championship had been won by Princess Taiping's residence. This year, it seemed that she was still determined to win. In the first match, someone from Princess Taiping's residence appeared. However, their opponent was not from the White Horse Temple, but the sumo wrestlers from Wu Sanxi's residence. Yang Fan watched the match seriously. There were both male and female sumo wrestlers from Princess Taiping's residence. The first one to appear was actually a female sumo wrestler. However, when he saw her cleanly win against the sumo wrestlers from Wu Sanxi's residence, Yang Fan couldn't help but frown. Her skillful martial arts, domineering strength, and vigorous posture were all extraordinary. It wasn't that martial arts were good. Sumo wrestlers were good. The only difference between them was physical fitness. If the two were to fight face-to-face, Yang Fan was confident that he could defeat the female sumo wrestler in 3 moves. However, if they were to fight on the stage according to the requirements of sumo wrestling, it would take a lot of effort. The female sumo wrestler from Princess Taiping's residence was obviously not the best sumo wrestler. Thinking of this, Yang Fan couldn't help but say to Chu Kuanga, "No wonder Princess Taiping's residence could win the sumo championship 3 times in a row. Just by looking at the female sumo wrestler who appeared first, you can see how good they are. It's hard to find a match for them in sumo." Chu Kuanga said, "That's natural. However, kuju and sumo wrestle are all teams. The 2 of us are limited by the team's strength, so I'm afraid it will be difficult to win. If we want to win glory for Master Shui, we have to go all out. Even if we can't win the team, we have to win the individual championship." Yang Fan nodded lightly and said, "Yes, I admit that their sumo wrestling skills are not bad, but they might not be able to beat me. Sumo wrestling is up to you and me. We must take the number 1 spot from Princess Flatboard." The 2 looked at each other and smiled. Yang Fan's first opponent was a Tibetan called Kumong Jebu. This person also made the same mistake as Song Air. As soon as he saw Yang Fan's slender figure, his heart was filled with contempt. As soon as the match started, he went straight for Yang Fan, not holding anything back. He wanted to send Yang Fan out of the arena in 1 move. In the end, Yang Fan took a step forward, cut off his attack, twisted his wrist, and pushed him to the ground with just one fall. Yang Fan pressed down on his body and tightly gripped his joints, making him unable to get up for a long time. This pounce was called the lifeguard pounce in sumo. Kangong Jebu lost miserably. Although he knew that it was because of his carelessness, he couldn't say anything. Chu Kuanga's first opponent was a sumo expert from the Tang dynasty's imperial army. Both of them were tall and strong. Chu Kuanga had the advantage in experience, while that person was young and vigorous. The sumo wrestling between the two was far more interesting than Yang Fan's simple and clear fight. The two of them fought for 7 or 8 rounds. Chu Kuanga used a goose wing fall and knocked his opponent to the ground. Amidst the cheers of the audience, he also obtained the qualification to advance. Sumo wrestling didn't last long. Every match was decided in a very short amount of time. Even sumo wrestlers with similar skills were the same. One mistake, and they would immediately lose. Fighting for 300 rounds was simply unimaginable. As a result, it didn't take long for the contestants to advance to the finals to be determined. Yang Fan and Chu Kuanga were both contestants who advanced to the finals. In addition, there were 6 more spots. The Princess Taiping's residence took 3 spots. The other 3 spots were occupied by the Tibetans, the Turks, and the Minister of Rights, Wu Sansi. However, the sumo wrestler raised by Wu Sansi's residence was a Turk, so he could be considered as external help. The imperial army was completely annihilated. Professional soldiers like them couldn't compare to these professional sumo wrestlers who didn't do anything else but immerse themselves in the art of sumo. During the Qilin selection, Empress Wu and many other important officials had been drinking in the hall and had not come out to watch. Only now, on the white marble steps of the main hall of the Immortal Gathering Hall, a yellow silk umbrella finally appeared. The Empress Dowager, the Emperor, the ministers, and the members of the imperial family all came out to watch. When the Empress came out, everyone stopped what they were doing and greeted her. Yang Fan was very curious about Empress Wu. When he greeted her, he took a peek. From afar, he was secretly amazed by Empress Wu's appearance, which clearly didn't match her age. Immediately, he saw Princess Taiping beside Wu Zetian. Princess Taiping looked around as if she was looking for something. When Yang Fan saw her, he quickly lowered his head. When he lowered his head, he felt as if 2 pairs of eyes were staring at him. Yang Fan raised his head slightly and met Princess Taiping's smiling eyes. Yang Fan was caught red-handed by her and felt very embarrassed. He was embarrassed in his heart, but his face revealed such a young man's attitude. When Princess Taiping saw this, her eyes suddenly showed a smile. Wu Zetian sat down on the rope bed, smiled and asked everyone to sit down, and ordered, "You can start." The first pair to go up was Chu Kuanga and a Tibetan player. The Tibetan was a military officer beside a Tibetan envoy in the Tang dynasty. He was also a first-class wrestler in the country. Sumo wrestling was popular in the Tang dynasty. After he came to the Tang dynasty, he was very familiar with the art of sumo wrestling. The 2 wrestling techniques were similar, so he could be considered a master. Last year in the sumo wrestling competition, he had won 3rd place. Unfortunately, he met Chu Kuanga this year. Chu Kuanga was most proficient in Bao fighting and sumo wrestling. Back then, when he was in the Imperial Army, he was already famous in the 3 armies. In recent years, he had been wandering among the common people and had fewer opportunities to ride a horse. On the contrary, the number of times he fought sumo wrestling had increased. Chu Kuanga had made up his mind to show off his skills in the sumo wrestling competition, so he went all out. The Tibetan player knew the famous sumo wrestlers of the Tang dynasty like the back of his hand. In his impression, only the sumo wrestlers of Princess Taiping's mansion were his strong opponents, but he did not expect that Chu Kuanga would appear out of nowhere. Chu Kuanga's fighting style was different from the sumo wrestlers of Princess Taiping's mansion. Although he paid attention to techniques, he paid more attention to using his strong physical fitness to fight head-on with his opponent. This was originally the Tibetan's best method of wrestling. The Tibetan was anxious to win, but Chu Kuanga disrupted his attacking rhythm. In the end, he was taken by Chu Kuanga's fall. He lost his footing and knelt on one knee, losing the match. Next was the sumo wrestler of Wu Sanxi's mansion against the sumo wrestler of Princess Taiping's mansion. In the end, the foreign aide that Wu Sanxi invited was lifted by the belt by the female sumo wrestler of Princess Taiping's mansion, who was more majestic than a man, and directly thrown out of the arena. It could be said that he won the most carefree match. The third match was between Yang Fan and the sumo wrestler of Princess Taiping's mansion, Yi Weining. Yang Fan had not fought with this Yi Weining before, so when he heard the name, he thought that it was a man. But when he walked onto the stage, he found out that it was a woman, a very tall and sturdy woman. Yang Fan vaguely remembered that he had seen this woman last night. At that time, she was one of the 4 strong women who were guarding Princess Taiping. Yang Fan subconsciously glanced at the stands. Princess Taiping was dressed in luxurious makeup, graceful and gorgeous like a peony flower. She was sitting beside Wu Zetian, holding a bright apricot in her hand, and gently placing it into her tender and beautiful sandalwood mouth. When she saw Yang Fan looking at her, Princess Taiping's big eyes rippled, and her eyebrows slightly raised, revealing a look that said, "I want to see you have a good show." Xue Huai was wearing a purple kasaya, and his seat was originally behind Wu Zetian. At this time, when he saw Yang Fan enter the arena, Xue Huai couldn't help but jump up, waving his fists, and loudly shouted, "17! Get rid of her! Get her back for me!" "Master," Wu Zetian rebuked him with a glare. After all, this was the imperial palace, and Xue Huai was shouting like this, which was really not proper. Only then did Xue Huai realize that he had forgotten himself, and hurriedly sat down in embarrassment. Wu Zetian smiled and said, "Is this little monk a disciple of Master? I see that his body is much weaker than the female sumo wrestler in Taiping residence. Can he win?" Xue Huai said confidently, "Empress, as the saying goes, you can't judge a book by its cover. This poor monk's disciple is proficient in sumo wrestling, and there's nothing he doesn't know." Although it was Princess Taiping's residence that won the championship for 3 years in a row, I'm afraid this time it's our White Horse Temple's turn to show off our might. Princess Taiping listened and smiled without saying a word. Wu Sanxi, Wu Qingxi, and the others took the opportunity to flatter him, one after another. Xue Huai listened with pride, as if the sumo wrestling championship was already in his hands, looking left and right, insufferably arrogant. On the stage, Yang Fan and the female sumo wrestler had already begun to compete. The opposite woman had a round collar, arrow sleeves, and was dressed in a short robe. She cupped her fists in greeting, then stepped forward and grabbed his chest. Yang Fan flashed his palm and knocked her wrist, and the two of them quickly exchanged positions. As soon as they exchanged blows, Yang Fan understood why his opponent was able to become a famous sumo wrestler despite being a woman. This woman's figure was strong and vigorous, and her sumo techniques were superb. Her hands and legs were hard like pillars, and when they were soft, they were like snakes. If one was the slightest bit careless and got entangled by her, they would be thrown to the ground. Yang Fan roused his spirit to fight with her. After fighting for 7 or 8 rounds, Yang Fan deliberately showed an opening, luring her to grab his belt. Seizing the opportunity, he used the superior skill of the 18 staining falls to shake off her palm. It was unknown how many sumo wrestlers this woman had competed with, but she was experienced and skilled. When her palm was shaken off, although she was surprised, she knew something was wrong and quickly retreated. But Yang Fan had been waiting for this moment. Taking advantage of the time, when she was pouncing forward to stretch out her palm, he took advantage of the momentum and the woman staggered and fell down. Although her movements were light and graceful, and she only pressed her palm lightly on the ground before spinning around and standing still in a sumo match, she had already lost. The woman turned around and cupped her fists towards Yang Fan. Her fierce-looking face unexpectedly revealed a trace of a gentle and admiring smile. Young Langjun, good kicks and punches. Chapter 131. The sumo match was held very quickly. Amidst the cheers and comments of the crowd, the outcome was decided very quickly. Princess Taiping, who had won the sumo championship for 3 years in a row, was defeated by Yang Fan and Chu Kuanga. In the end, the two sumo wrestlers from Princess Taiping's residence fought for third place. First and second place were destined to be between Yang Fan and Chu Kuanga. Both of them represented White Horse Temple. No matter who won or lost, first and second place were destined to belong to White Horse Temple. Xue Huai beamed with joy. Wu Sanxi, Wu Qingxi, and the others began to flatter Xue Huai, raising their cups to congratulate him. Xue Huai downed his cup, not declining at all. On the stage, Yang Fan looked at Chu Tiange with a smile and said, "Brother Chu, it's time for you and me to fight next." Chu Tiange smiled and said, "That's right. You and I need to go all out in this fight." Their gazes met, and they both saw a cold fighting spirit in each other's eyes. They couldn't help but smile at each other. Hong Lu stood below the stage and flicked his bald head. He said with a smile, "Master Xue is very happy that we won the sumo championship. 17 and 19 are both on our side, so it doesn't matter who takes first place. This time, we'll just pretend to be on the stage. In a while, we'll take the championship back." The two people on the stage didn't think so. From each other's eyes, they could see a kind of stubbornness, a kind of persistence. Perhaps because the final winner could only be between the two of them, the ranking was no longer that important. However, they still wanted to compete seriously. This was a spar between brothers, and it had nothing to do with victory or defeat. Originally, they thought that the two from White Horse Temple would just play it off, but they soon discovered that they were very serious. They were even more serious than when they were competing with others. The two of them circled around each other 3 times before launching a probing attack. Chu Kuanga was tall and mighty, but it was destined that his lower body was not as stable as Yang Fan's. His figure was also not as flexible, so Yang Fan slightly lowered his shoulders and stared at Chu Kuanga's lower body. As soon as Chu Kuanga saw his movements, he knew what he was planning and immediately increased his vigilance. With his tall figure, his lower body was certainly not as flexible as his upper body, but he was skilled in martial arts, and his leg techniques were also good. If Yang Fan wanted to plot against his lower body, he had to guard against his kicks. The two of them exchanged a few blows, but both of them separated as soon as they touched. This kind of tentative contact was followed by an explosive collision. Sure enough, Chu Kuanga shouted loudly and took the initiative to attack. With a black tiger steel's heart, he slashed towards Yang Fan's chest. Yang Fan leaped and suddenly lowered his body. He swept past Chu Kuanga's ribs and reached out to slap his back. Chu Kuanga's palm missed, but he had already turned around with a tiger spin. His hands reached towards Yang Fan's shoulders and neck, and his feet quickly stretched out to kick Yang Fan's lower body. Yang Fan collided with him, but he lost his footing and retreated 3 steps in a row. Chu Kuanga did not hesitate. he took 3 steps forward, and in one breath he performed 3 techniques: hanging gua fall, rising sun fall, and goose wing fall. Ah! Half of Yang Fan's embarrassment was real, but the other half was intentional. He wanted to use this series of dodging and retreating movements to lead Chu Kuanga to attack fiercely and mess up his pace. He didn't think that Chu Kuanga was an experienced wrestler. He was fast, but not messed up, and instead messed up Yang Fan's pace. Yang Fan dashed, wanting to jump out of Chu Kuanga's encirclement. However, he didn't expect Chu Kuanga to suddenly lower his body like a fierce tiger coming down the mountain. With a gust of wind, he blocked Yang Fan's path. His right hand grabbed Yang Fan's wrist, and his left hand reached into his crotch. He shouted, up, and lifted Yang Fan's entire body into the air. If it was a competition of martial arts, Yang Fan could have chopped the back of his neck with his palm, or when he reached out to grab him, he could have punched out with both fists and directly hit his abdomen. However, this was sumo wrestling, not sanda. Now that he was caught in his hands, Yang Fan could do nothing. At this time, Chu Kuanga only needed to throw him out of the ring with both hands. Chu Kuanga raised his voice and said, "Brother, are you convinced?" Yang Fan cupped his fists in midair and said, "Big brother's wrestling skills are godly. Little brother is convinced." Chu Kuanga laughed and put him down. Off the stage, thunderous cheers. When she saw Yang Fan being lifted high into the air by Chu Kuanga, Princess Taiping laughed. That little guy also has times when he is defeated. This made Her Highness very happy. "Mother, I'm going to change my clothes. It's going to be a kuju in a while." Princess Taiping stood up gracefully and said to Wu Zetian. On the other side, Wan also bowed and said, "Empress of Heaven, Wan and the princess withdraw together." Good. For the past 3 years, Taiping has been the sole champion of sumo wrestling. But this year is different. My master has been quiet all this while, but with a single brilliant feat, he has become the champion of sumo wrestling. Taiping, Wan, the 2 of you have to buck up. Don't lose another round of sumo wrestling. Your daughter will do her best. With that, Princess Taiping bowed gracefully and left with Shangguan Wan. Wu Zetian excitedly patted the armrest, happily stood up and said, "Let's go to Anfu Palace. I want to personally watch the match." Wu Zetian moved to Anfu Palace, accompanied by the civil and military officials and the royal family. On the wide field between Anfu Palace and the observation platform, the Kuju field had already been arranged. The referee and other personnel were already in place. On both sides of the field, the members of the White Horse Temple team and the Inner Palace team had already changed their clothes and were warming up their bodies, preparing to enter the field. In previous years, no one could compete with the Inner Palace team in this Kuju competition. Sometimes, no one was willing to participate in this competition. In the end, the Inner Palace team could only be divided into 2 teams and compete with each other for the Empress of Heaven's entertainment. This year, it was rare for someone to take the initiative to challenge. Although everyone was sure that the White Horse Temple would lose, they were still quite interested in watching. Not to mention other things, just the 2 teams competing in this competition. One was a bald monk in a khaki martial suit, and the other was a group of beautiful women in green jackets and green trousers. This scene was enough to make one look at it. Yang Fan and Chu Kuanga had already analyzed the strength of the Inner Palace team. Although the monks of the White Horse Temple had trained hard, it was impossible for them to win against the strongest team of the Tang dynasty. Because the overall level of the entire Kuju team was low, the 2 of them were unable to turn the situation around. Moreover, in this aspect, Chu Kuanga was also not as good as him. At most, he was at the same level as Xie Xiaoman and Gaoing, the 2 experts that the other side had been advocating for. Princess Taiping and Shangguan Wan'er had not yet appeared in the competition. If it were not for their high status, which caused the palace maids to deliberately promote them, their strength was also quite good, and the White Horse Temple would have no hope of winning. Therefore, before the competition, they had decided on the strategy for this Kuju competition. The victory would definitely belong to the Inner Palace team. However, in terms of individual performance, they had to promote Yang Fan. The Inner Palace team won the entire competition. If Yang Fan's outstanding performance could leave an indelible impression on the people, it would be enough to suppress the Inner Palace team's limelight, and Master Shui would not feel that it was a loss of face. The tone of the whole competition was thus set. Yang Fan, Chu Kuanga, and Hong Lu were the main attackers, while the other 7, led by Hong Wen, defended with all their strength. At the same time, they created all opportunities for Yang Fan to score goals. In the end, even if the Inner Palace team won, they were still the ones who scored the most individual goals. It had to be said that their overall strength was not as good as the others, but their idea was still very smart. The Inner Palace team entered the field. Yang Fan keenly discovered that Shangguan Wan'er stood in the position where Lan Yiqing usually stood, and Xie Xiaoman stood in the position where Gao Ying usually stood. Lan Yiqing and Gao Ying retreated to the back. Xie Xiaoman usually stood in the position where they played, but now she stood in Princess Taiping's position. Princess Taiping now played the role of a free middle position, and she was the key figure of the entire team. Whether it was defense, steals, blocking, or offense, she basically controlled everything. In the case that Princess Taiping and Shangguan Wan'er did not participate in the competition before, this role was originally played by Xie Xiaoman. Lan Yiqing and Gao Ying originally played the role equivalent to the forward, but now Shangguan Wan'er and Xie Xiaoman played the role, and they retreated to the position of the forward. At this time, the distribution of the roles and the corresponding functions in the Kuju competition were not very clear, but the roles they played could be roughly estimated from their positions. After seeing the other party's arrangement, Yang Fan, Chu Kuanga, and Hong Yi immediately gathered together and whispered to each other. 17. It seems that they want that little girl Xiaoman and Shangguan Daizhao to be the main attackers and Princess Taiping to take charge of the overall situation. How should we deal with it? Hong Lu touched his bald head and said, "We have experienced the martial arts of that little girl Xiaoman. Except for you, 17, no one can control her. I think it's up to you to deal with her. 19 will deal with Princess Taiping, and I will deal with Shangguan Daizhao." Chu Kuanga pinched his chin and pondered. 6's senior brother thinks that Shangguan Daizhao is the easiest to deal with. Hong Lu said, looking at her delicate and timid figure, "I don't think she is very powerful." Chu Kuanga shook his head and said, "When 17 wrestled, the opponent saw his figure and didn't think much of it. What was the result? Since Shangguan Daizhao dared to stand in this position, her skills must be good." Hong Lu said, "So what? Could it be that she is better than that little girl Xiaoman?" Chu Kuanga shook his head and said, "Not necessarily. I think that Miss Xiaoman should be the opponent's #1 expert." "Wow. Then let's get 17 to deal with her." "No. Our overall strength is weaker than the opponent's. If we can't be like a sharp knife and stab straight into the heart of the enemy, once we are blocked there, our spirit will be lost, and we will definitely lose this battle. We have to use some tricks." Yang Fan's eyes flashed, and he asked as if he had understood something. "Brother Chu, you mean?" Chu Kuanga said, "The inferior 4 against the superior 4. Yang Fan clapped his hands and said with a smile, "That's exactly what I want." Hong Lu said blankly, "What do you mean by inferior 4 against the superior 4? Yang Fan explained, "It means that they know that Miss Xiaoman is the strongest, so they have to trouble 6's senior brother to hold her back. Only if 6's senior brother holds back the strongest one will we have a chance to win back some face for Master Shui." Chu Kuanga sighed and said, "No matter how I look at it, there is no one else but you, sixth senior brother, who is worthy of such a great responsibility." Hong Lu was very happy when he heard this. He puffed out his chest and said, "That's right. All right. Leave Miss Xiaoman to me. See, if I don't tie her down." On the opposite side, Lan Yiqing put her hands on her waist impatiently and said in a delicate voice, "Hey, what are you guys whispering about? Have you discussed it?" All right. Hong Lu agreed and waved his hand. The bald monks of White Horse Temple dispersed with a whoosh. The kickboxing competition had officially begun. Chapter 132. At the beginning of the game, Yang Fan felt the sharpness of the opponent's offense. With the addition of Princess Taiping and Shanghai Wanner, the overall strength of the team seemed to have increased to another level, and they played their skills to the fullest. Princess Taiping was more in control of the overall situation than Xie Xiaoman. Under her command, the entire team grasped the rhythm better and played better. Shanghai Wanna was also a big surprise. Her skills in snatching the ball, dribbling the ball, and attacking were also very clever, which complemented Xie Xiaoman on the other side. As long as the ball was under their feet, the two of them would fly up like two dragons, advancing by leaps and bounds all the way. Behind them, there was a group of monks who were swayed by them. It was hard to imagine that such a delicate and timid woman could be so vigorous and agile on the court. There were indeed few delicate women in the Tang dynasty, especially her chest. She should have worn a bra, but when she ran, the rise and fall of her chest was still very heavy and textured. Such a slender person should not have such a big chest. This problem greatly affected the performance of Yang Fan's skills. It was really troubling. There was almost no suspense in the game. Without Princess Taiping and Shanghai Wanner, the overall strength of the team was stronger than that of the White Horse Temple. Now, with the addition of these two first-class players, it was simply unstoppable. However, from the beginning, the monks of the White Horse Temple had formulated a correct strategy. They did not care about the overall situation, but only created opportunities for Yang Fan. They wanted to create a personal legend that belonged to Yang Fan. They wanted to use one person's brilliant achievements to steal the brilliant achievements of a group of people. Today, 9 out of 10 people in the White Horse Temple team were united, and they only wanted to support one person and create a god on the field of Kuju. All the balls were intercepted for him, and all the balls were passed for him. Hongyi and Chu Kuanga opened up a path from the left and right, sharing the burden of being chased and intercepted by him from the left and right. Yang Fan went straight to the point, using his superb skills to put on a solo performance, which attracted the attention of the entire audience. Feints to spike the ball, clipping the ball to pass the opponent, bouncing the ball to pass the opponent, back hooks over the top, a variety of gorgeous moves, making it impossible for the eyes to miss them. The more superb the opponent's ball skills, the more agile the movement, and the more ferocious the steals, the more Yang Fan's moves looked. It was a kind of pleasing to the eye sports beauty. Yang Fan successfully captured everyone's attention. Even Empress Wu, who had never been interested in Kuju, could not take her eyes off him. Although she did not understand Kuju, nor did she understand the superb dribbling skills Yang Fan displayed, she naturally knew how to appreciate the perfect combination of strength and beauty. This little husband is really good. Wu Zetian pointed at Yang Fan and couldn't help but praise him. As soon as the score began to pull apart, Xue Huai, who had already pulled a long face, gradually regained his pride because of the constant exclamations and praises of Yang Fan's outstanding performance. At this time, when he heard the Empress Dowager's praise, he couldn't help but become even more happy. Stop him! Shanghai Wanna was really angry. Her curved eyebrows were raised, and her clothes fluttered. She rushed over to intercept the ball under Yang Fan's feet. Yang Fan touched the outside of his foot and made a feint to pass the ball. As soon as Shanghai Wanner's figure flashed, Yang Fan hooked the inside of his foot, and the ball obediently returned to his feet. Taking advantage of the moment when Shanghai Wanner's figure paused, he flew past her. Bastard! Shanghai Wanner, who had always been gentle, was so angry that she couldn't help but curse. Xie Xiaoman, Gao Ying, and Lan Yiqing, the three masters, surrounded him together. It wasn't that Hong Lu didn't try hard, but he really couldn't keep up with Xie Xiaoman's pace. At first, he was quite close to her, but now that he was running all over the field, he was so tired that he couldn't catch up with Xie Xiaoman. Yang Fan saw that the three of them were closing in, so he took advantage of the moment when they were about to close up and dashed past Lan Yiqing. He laughed and said, "I've been fooled again." Ah, what a bastard. Lan Yiqing was about to go crazy with anger. She turned around and saw Yang Fan dribbling the ball straight to their own goal. Their own players rushed up, but Yang Fan used a series of passing moves to get rid of the enemies who were chasing and intercepting him. As soon as he saw Chu Kuanga coming from the sidelines, he immediately passed the ball over. Chu Kuanga dribbled the ball and ran. Seeing that the other side had several players surrounding him, he was on the sidelines and had limited space to turn around. With a lob shot, the ball accurately passed to Yang Fan's feet. At this time, because of their offensive from the left and right, a large number of opposing players were led to the sides, and the center line was already empty. Yang Fan decisively dribbled the ball to the center position. "Brat, that's enough. Do you think I'm nothing?" A figure flashed in front of him, and Princess Taiping was standing in front of him with her almond-shaped eyes. She slightly bent down to block the ball. Wearing a tight outfit, she had a kind of valiant and formidable-looking aura. Yang Fan looked at her bright and charming lips and suddenly smiled. This smile was as bright as the sun, which made Princess Taiping's heart sway. Then a figure flashed in front of her, and Yang Fan disappeared again. Princess Taiping only felt a slight numbness between her two thighs, as if something had quickly rubbed against her. When she turned around to look, she saw that Yang Fan had passed through her crotch, kicked the ball between her legs, and dribbled the ball straight to their goal. The palace maid who was guarding the Eye of the Wind rushed over, and Yang Fan volleyed the ball into the air. "Brat, you dare to use a honey trap on me." Princess Taiping's face became hot, and she gritted her teeth in her heart. But she also understood that Yang Fan's feint was done in one go, and it was very clever. Even if he did not laugh, she would not be able to stop this ball. The score between the two sides was widening, and the Imperial team naturally had the upper hand, but Yang Fan's personal limelight had also been incisively and vividly displayed. The hourglass was still leaking, and it was getting closer and closer to the end of the match. At this time, there were already 9 red flags on the side of the Inner Palace team, indicating that they had scored 9 goals. On the other hand, there were only 4 red flags on the White Horse Temple team. However, of the 9 goals, Xie Xiaoman had scored 3, Shangguan Wanner had scored 2, and the remaining 4 goals were scored by Princess Taiping, Lan Yiqing, Gao Ying, and another team member. And the other 4 goals were all scored by Yang Fan alone. At the same time, the defensive players of both sides were strong and weak. Even those who did not understand the game could see that in the later stages, only Chu Kuanga shared the pressure for Yang Fan, and Yang Fan was almost fighting alone. In this situation, he was still able to score 4 goals, and the brilliance on the field was really taken away by him. This was the palace, the home field of the Imperial team, but the situation on the field had become a one-sided performance of Yang Fan's skills, and everyone was cheering for him. Xie Xiaoman raised her sleeves and wiped the sweat on her forehead. She stared bitterly at the figure of Yang Fan, who was getting more and more energetic as he played, and said, "This treacherous little thief, he actually came up with such a method. Seeing that the hourglass was about to run out, the referee loudly reported the time to them. At this time, the ball was at the feet of Hong Yi. Hong Yi passed the ball to Chu Kuanga, who rushed with the ball, and was almost intercepted by Xie Xiaoman, who passed the ball to Yang Fan in time. When Shanghai Wana saw this, she gritted her teeth and rushed up. Yang Fan dribbled the ball left and right, and made 3 180-degree turns in a row, which destroyed Shanghai Wana's full effort to save the ball. After 2 rapid turns, Yang Fan was already facing Shanghai Wana, with his back to the goal. He tiptoed, and the ball flew up. He stopped with his chest out, and the ball went into the net with an inverted golden hook. Yang Fan did not fall after the inverted golden hook. He swung his calf in the air, turned his body, and stood up steadily with his left hand on the ground. No one thought that he would turn his back to the goal and kick. The people who originally wanted to come up and grab the ball were all too late to stop him. At the last moment, the game ended with a score of 9-5. Yang Fan also added a point of glory to himself with the last magnificent goal. Damn it! The talented woman, Shanghai Wana, only said such a sentence and fell to the ground in a very ugly posture. Her movement to intercept Yang Fan was too fast. She followed Yang Fan's 3 rapid turns and constantly corrected her movement, which caused her to lose her center of gravity. When Yang Fan shot the ball with an inverted golden hook, she also lost her balance and fell forward. At this time, Yang Fan just stood up. When he saw this situation, without thinking, he rushed forward, bent his right leg, and held Shanghai Wana in his arms. With one hand supporting her shoulder and the other hand supporting her slender waist, he firmly held her in his hands. There was a burst of cheers and applause, but no one knew who they were cheering for. The winner was, of course, the Inner Palace team, but almost everyone felt that the most glorious one was the White Horse Temple and the handsome monk of the White Horse Temple. Shanghai Wana thought that she was going to fall miserably and become the laughingstock of others, but she didn't expect that the expected fall didn't come. When her consciousness cleared, she realized that she was lying in a pair of strong arms. In front of her was an outrageously handsome man's face. He smiled at her and said, "Shangwan Daizhao, are you all right?" Shanghai Wana had never been hugged by a man in her life. In her memory, even her father, Shangguan Tingji, had never hugged her before. Not long after she was born, her grandfather, Shangguan Yi, was executed because he had offended Empress Wu. Her father, Shangguan Tingji, was also killed. At that time, her mother, Madame Zheng, was banished to the palace where the concubines below Jiu lived as a slave. She grew up there. When she was 14 years old, she was put in an important position by Empress Wu because she was intelligent and good at writing. She was put in charge of the imperial court, and from then on, her status skyrocketed. For so many years, she grew up in the palace and lived in the palace. Even when she was in charge of culture, the people she came into contact with were famous poets and scholars of the court. They were all old men. She had never come into contact with a man, let alone being hugged by a man like this. Wana was 25 years old this year, but in terms of feelings, she was more innocent than a 12 or 13-year-old girl. She was like a blank piece of paper. When she realized that she was being hugged by a man, Shangguan Daizhao was so embarrassed that her whole body went limp. Yang Fan asked again, "Is Shangguan waiting for the imperial edict safe and sound?" I'm fine." Shanghai Wana finally came to her senses, and 2 blushes climbed up her cheeks. Princess Taiping walked over and said with a straight face, "Presumptuous! Monk, you are so rude. Let go of Shangguan Daizhao." Yang Fan then realized that he was still holding Shanghai Wana. Shanghai Wana straightened her back and stood up from his arms. Her face was red, and she stammered, He did it to save me. There is no need to blame him. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, a burst of wild laughter rang in their ears, startling the three of them, who had their own thoughts. Yang Fan turned his head and saw Shui Huai running in front of him, laughing wildly. 17, you're really good. I'm going to hold a celebratory feast for you and celebrate without restraint. Ha ha ha. Chapter 133. That night, the pagoda forest of White Horse Temple was ablaze with flames, causing the pagodas to flicker with red light. It was a spectacular sight. The original abbot of White Horse Temple, Master Sanshan, gazed in the direction of the pagoda forest from afar. He put his palms together and said with a pained expression, Amit Ba, these people have desecrated the place where the ancestors and eminent monks of our temple reside. They have committed grave sins, grave sins. There was a huge fire in the pagoda forest. The logs that had been cut nearby were piled on top, crackling as they burned. There were mats made of cattail grass in the surroundings, and there were soft cushions on the mats. A group of bald monks sat on them, shouting and yelling in high spirits. Beside the huge fire in the middle, there were a few pits dug. There were also fires burning in the pits, but they were not made of firewood. Instead, they were made of high-quality smokeless beast charcoal. Lamb and dog meat were roasted on top of the charcoal. They were all slaughtered, washed, and put on the rack. As they roasted, they were smeared with all sorts of condiments. A strong fragrance wafted from afar. Priest Ijwa grabbed a dog leg and chanted, Amit Ba. He took a bite of the dog meat and said, Supreme Heavenly Lord of Tai. He drank a mouthful of alcohol. He ate and drank meat several times faster than the others. Shui Huai sat at the head of the table. It was a snowy season, but there was a huge fire in front of him. The hot air blew into his face and made him feel hot, so he still took off his monk robe and revealed his chest. This guy was probably a bit of an exhibitionist. He liked to show off his muscles when he had nothing better to do. The light from the fire dyed his bald head and chest red. He could not hide the joy on his face. Come, let's have another drink. Today, White Horse Temple has shown its face in front of the Empress, the foreign envoys, and all the civil and military officials. The sumo wrestling competition has been won by Princess Taiping's residents for 3 years in a row, but this year it belongs to me. Ha ha ha. Shui Huai said proudly. Although we lost the sumo wrestling competition, White Horse Temple has never participated in the past. This is our first time participating. How about it? 17th Lang threw 5 balls in a row and suppressed all the girls. Even the Empress was full of praise. He stole all the glory of the girls. This is called losing with honor. Yes, it's a glorious defeat. Shui Huai blurted out an idiom, feeling even happier in his heart. All the monks immediately began to flatter him, saying things like Master Shui's discerning eyes and his wisdom and martial prowess. Shui Huai was happy to hear this, and drank a large cup of wine. He said with satisfaction, I've led troops and fought in battles. I've even beaten Gu Dalu to the point where he had to flee at the sight of the wind. When it came to leading an army, one had to be particular about strict execution of orders and prohibitions, and when it came to a commander, one had to be particular about rewards and punishments. Now, our White Horse Temple has gained the favor of the Empress of Heaven. I am very happy in my heart. Those who have performed meritorious deeds should be rewarded. When everyone heard this, the clamor immediately stopped. Everyone stared at Shui Huai. Shui Huai had always been generous. Now that he was so happy, this reward would definitely be extremely generous. He heard Shui Huai say, in sumo wrestling, 19 took first place and 17 took second place. In Kuju, although we lost, no one could compare to us in the limelight. Although we lost, it was a glorious defeat. In this round, it was 17 who won glory for us. So, 17-19, Yang Fan and Chu Kuanga looked at each other and cupped their fists together. Abbot Shui Huai said, I have a few mansions in the capital that are usually left empty. Occasionally, they are rented out to officials or businessmen who come to the capital for business. I don't care about earning a little bit of money. Now that the two of you have helped me gain face, and I have received the Empress reward, I can't mistreat the two of you. The two of you, one house each. As soon as he finished speaking, the young novice monk, Jixing, handed over 2 house deeds. Yang Fan and Chu Kuanga were shocked. Abbot, this gift is too heavy. Shui Huai waved his hand and said, Hee, I want to reward you, but the gift is too light. With my status, how can I take it out? You can just accept it. Also, everyone else. Hong Lu hurriedly said, Abbot, as you can see, that Xie Xiaoman is like a dragon on the court. She's not easy to deal with. I had to use all my strength to keep her busy. Otherwise, Brother 17 wouldn't have been able to score 5 goals in a row so easily. Shui Huai glared at him and scolded jokingly. I have eyes, so of course I can see. I don't need you to show off. The rest of you, 100,000 coins each. Hong Lu, Hongyi, 150,000 coins each. Ha ha ha. Taoist Iju gulped and asked embarrassedly, Abbot, what about the money? Shui Huai glared and said, How can I move so much money? Tomorrow morning, go see Sanshan monk and pay from the temple's incense money. In the distance, Master Sanshan, who was gazing at the firelight in the pagoda forest and smelling the fragrance of meat, suddenly sneezed. A young monk beside him said in a hurry, Master, it's cold outside. You should go back and rest. Sanshan monk sighed and walked back to the meditation room dejectedly. In the pagoda forest, Yang Fan took a bite of the steaming, charred, tender dog meat and said to Shui Huai, Abbot, we came out on top in today's fight. Kuju's strategy was right, and we also stole the limelight. However, tomorrow's fight may not be as we wish. The Imperial Army's Kuju is the strongest team in the Tang Dynasty, but they still lost to the Tufan in previous competitions. As for us, we're already at a disadvantage against the Imperial Army. Shui Huai waved his hand. You don't need to say anything, I understand. There are 3 competitions in total, and I've already won 2 of them. That's enough. Ha! Tomorrow's victory will most likely be from the Tufan people again. Others won't be able to do anything. Don't worry, go ahead and fight tomorrow. It doesn't matter who wins or loses. That's why I'm holding this celebration feast today. Hearing this, Yang Fan and Chu Tiange secretly heaved a sigh of relief, secretly happy. If Shui Huai forced them to steal the limelight one day, it would be too much for them. If Shui Huai used this reason to forbid them from entering the Imperial Army, Chu Kuanga's lifelong dream would be hard to realize, and it would be extremely difficult for Yang Fan to get close to Qiu Shinji. Everyone let go of their worries and drank to their heart's content. Because tomorrow's outcome was no longer a concern, no one restricted their drinking capacity. Chu Kuanga, in particular, drank to his heart's content after his dream of several years had been fulfilled. Only Yang Fan lowered his head and drank, thinking to himself, after tomorrow's matter, entering the Imperial Army is already a done deal. It won't be difficult to get close to Qiu Shinji. However, I still need Shanghai, to find out Miao Shenke's whereabouts. How can I get Miao Shenke's whereabouts from her? Recently, although I've been entering the palace frequently, it's difficult to get in touch with her. With her status, it's really difficult to get in touch with her alone. Once I enter the Imperial Army, I won't have a chance to enter the palace anymore. I have to find an opportunity to make my move as soon as possible. On the 3rd day of the Upper Prime Era, the emperor and empress dowager arrived at the Longwu army's camp with their palace concubines, servants, foreign envoys, and civil and military officials to watch the bow fencing competition. The Longwu army was the only all-cavalry unit in the imperial army, and bow fencing required high horsemanship. Therefore, the Longwu army had the most soldiers who were good at bow fencing, and they also had the largest bow fencing field in Luoyang. However, the bow fencing members of the imperial army were selected from the best of the best, and most of them were not from the Longwu army. Those who served as generals in other imperial army units naturally had as many opportunities to ride horses as those in the Longwu army. Moreover, they had more free time to do bow fencing, so their bow fencing skills were better than most people in the Longwu army. On the field, there was a goal at each end. The goal was made of wooden frames and was 5 feet apart. It was much smaller than the modern goal, so there was no need for anyone to guard the goal. The competition was divided into 6 periods, and each period used an incense stick. It lasted about 10 minutes, and the field had to be changed after each period. Because of the intensity of the competition, 1 or 2 horses had to support the entire competition. Towards the end, it was inevitable that the horses would be exhausted and affect the contestants' performance. Therefore, horses had to be changed for each competition. The high platform used by the imperial army commander to inspect the 3 armies naturally became a stage for the Empress Dowager and the emperor, as well as the various officials, nobles, and concubines. The high platform had long since been covered with a red carpet and surrounded on 3 sides, leaving only the side facing the bow fencing field open. The emperor and Wu Zetian sat in the middle. However, everyone was only looking at Wu Zetian. Li Dan was just a decoration. Everyone knew that even if Empress Wu didn't remove Li Tang's orders and continued to wield power as the Empress Dowager, he would still be a decoration. No one paid any attention to him. The emperor of the Tang dynasty was also very conscious of this. Perhaps the fact that his 2 brothers and many members of Li Tang's imperial family had been killed had frightened him. He was unbelievably humble and docile. He was constantly paying attention to his mother's expression. He didn't dare to sit until Wu Zetian sat, and he didn't dare to speak until Wu Zetian spoke. His cautious demeanor was even more casual than the eunuchs by Wu Zetian's side. This kind of mother and son could be considered as a weirdo. Although it was said that the royal family had no family ties, they still had to put up a front in front of their subjects. However, in front of this mother and son, they didn't even bother to put up a front. The officials who were loyal to Li Tang saw the emperor's appearance and couldn't help but feel even more depressed. In the past 2 years, only 3 teams were qualified to participate in the bow fencing competition: the Tibetan team, the Uyghur team, and the imperial army of the Tang dynasty. Due to the tense relationship between the Turks and the Tang dynasty in recent years, they hadn't come to pay homage for a long time, let alone participate in the bow fencing competition. The White Horse Temple's participation in the tournament was not a bad thing. They would draw lots to select their opponents, and there was a 2/3 chance that they would be matched against either the Tubo or the Uyghurs. This way, they would be able to fight on behalf of the Tang imperial army and deplete their opponent's strength. If they drew the imperial army of the Tang dynasty, the competition would not be too tragic. Every year, there would be many people who were injured and fell to the ground. The results of the drawing were out. The first match, White Horse Temple versus Uyghur. Chapter 134. Yang Fan and the others were preparing seriously. Even though they did not care about winning or losing, they still hoped to show their strength to the best of their ability. This was to prevent the Uyghurs from looking down on the Tangs and to fight for a better chance for the imperial army. Even though they had not spent many months with the imperial army and were close to each other, once outsiders were involved, they would still feel a sense of common enemy. The first requirement for polo was the horse. If a horse did not listen to one's commands, did not have enough horsepower, and was not agile enough, the rider would still be limited by the horse. If they were up against a weak team, they could still show off their prowess like Yang Fan did at the Luo River. However, if they were up against the best team in the world, it would be impossible. Secondly, it also required excellent horse control skills. The ball was sometimes left and sometimes right, sometimes front, and sometimes back on the field. Without good horse control skills, you could only chase after the ball and run around the field. No matter how good your horse was, it was useless. Next was the mastery of the ball and teamwork. This sport was passed down from the Tubo Empire. It was originally invented by the cavalry when they were bored. Therefore, it became a sport to test and train the cavalry's ability to cooperate with each other. Therefore, the overall strength of the team was equally important as the individual's ability to control the ball. The Uyghurs were a horse-riding people. Their riding and archery skills were not inferior to the Tubo Empire. Seeing that the other side was also preparing, Chu Kuanga tightened his horse's belly and whispered to Yang Fan, "Be careful later. Some movements are very dangerous when hitting the ball. Be careful not to get hurt." Yang Fan nodded. Woo, woo, woo. Dozens of bugles were raised high and sounded at the same time. The sound of war, drums rumbled, and as the sound of the bugles entered everyone's ears, the surrounding generals and soldiers immediately cheered. The game began. The announcer threw the red polo ball high up. All the riders on both sides squeezed their horses' bellies, shouted, and rushed at the ball at the same time. After all, the Uyghurs were a people who rode horses. Even though the difference between speed and slowness was not that obvious in such a short distance, it was very obvious from the high platform that the Uyghurs were charging forward at a speed that was faster than the White Horse Temple's troops. On the White Horse Temple side, Chu Kuanga's speed was not any slower than that of the Uyghurs. In fact, he was even faster for a moment. However, the two opposing players arrived at the same time. One of them swung his cane to hit the ball, while the other also swung his cane to hit the ball. However, the cane and Chu Kuanga's cane collided in midair. The moment the two sticks collided, the other Uyghur picked up the red ball with his stick and rushed towards the White Horse Temple team's goal. Yang Fan rushed forward with his horse. He was half a body's length slower than Chu Kuanga. At this time, when he saw the opposing player rushing towards his side with his horse, he immediately pulled the reins. His horse slightly leaned to the side, and he raised the stick in his hand to grab the ball. Pa! A crisp sound rang out as the two staffs collided. Yang Fan's palm went numb. Even though his palm was wrapped in sackcloth, he still had a feeling that he couldn't hold it. Yang Fan couldn't help but be startled. This person had such great strength. The man on the other side felt even more uncomfortable than he did. When the two staffs collided, the speed of his charge was immediately stopped. The ball was no longer under his control, and it rolled away. Hungy rushed up and snatched the ball. "Haha, it's mine." Hungy perked up and was just about to dribble the ball forward when several opposing players followed up and intercepted the ball. At this time, Chu Kuanga rushed back on his horse and fought with Yang Fan, who was rushing forward. In the beginning, relying on Chu Kuanga and Yang Fan's excellent skills, coupled with the spirit of Hong 1 and Hong 6, they were able to compete with the other side. The two sides fought back and forth, and the red ball only lingered in the middle of the line. No one could do anything to the other. However, this situation only lasted for half an hour. The other side's men and horses were completely spread out, and the red ball spread out to a larger and larger area. Yang Fan and Chu Kuanga found it difficult to fight alone. With just the two of them, it was inevitable that they would be in a difficult situation. The overall strength of the other side was far greater than the monks of the White Horse Temple. The other monks could only follow behind the other side and eat dirt. The score began to pull apart. 1-0, 2-0, 3-0. In the fourth quarter of the game, Yang Fan intercepted a sharp attack from the opponent and immediately passed it to Chu Kuanga, who was riding back to support. Chu Kuanga immediately turned his horse around and attacked the opponent's goal. Yang Fan also immediately rushed forward to support him. Several defenders of the Uyghurs rushed up to intercept. Chu Kuanga broke through 2 lines of defense in a row. When he felt that he could not continue, he quickly glanced and saw that Yang Fan had already plugged in from the sidelines. He wanted to pass the ball to him. As soon as he moved, the opposing players noticed his intentions. 2 Tubo players suddenly stabbed in from the side. Their horses were extremely fast, and by the time they arrived in front of Chu Kuanga, they seemed to be unable to stop the charge of the war horses. The 3 war horses neighed and collided heavily with each other. At the same time, the elbows of the 2 Uyghurs were like 2 large hammers slamming heavily into Chu Kuanga's ribs. Chu Kuanga was experienced after all. As soon as the 2 of them approached, he felt that something was wrong. He took a deep breath, and the muscles in his chest and abdomen immediately contracted, becoming as taut as iron. With 2 muffled sounds, Chu Kuanga's body swayed twice, but he did not fall off the horse. The 2 Uyghurs straightened up on their horses, and a trace of surprise flashed in their eyes. If it were an ordinary person, both sides of his ribs would have been broken by the collision, but the big Tang man in front of them seemed to be fine. Although this small action was concealed by the galloping horses, and their robes fluttered when they collided, it could not be hidden from the other people on the field. Although the skills of Hong Yi and Hong Lu were inferior to these Uyghurs, they were not completely powerless to fight back. Chu Kuanga dribbled the ball forward, and Yang Fan supported him from the sidelines. When the Uyghurs all returned to defend, they had already rushed to Chu Kuanga's side. The small actions of the 2 Uyghurs were seen by them, and the 2 immediately flew into a rage. Hong Yi cursed, "Mother of Asterisk, you guys are playing dirty." The group of hooligans immediately shouted and cursed. The 2 sides were cursing endlessly, and the game was forced to end. However, the other side insisted that it was a galloping horse that could not stop and crashed into it. At this time, there were not too many strict rules in the bow throwing competition, so there was really no way to deal with the other side. In the end, they could only nullify this section of the game and replace it with incense. Yang Fan asked with concern, "Brother Chu, how are you?" Chu Kuanga took a deep breath, and his ribs were aching. He shook his head and said, "It's not a big deal. I can still play." Yang Fan said, "Good. Brothers, get on the horses." Hong Yi waved to the group of bald monks behind him, and his eyes revealed a fierce light. The group of ruffian monks understood tacitly, and each of them tightened their face and got on their horses with a murderous look. The Uyghurs saw their expressions and were not afraid at all. Some of them even spat heavily to show their disdain. After the game resumed, a fierce scuffle began. Hong Lu clenched his teeth, raised his horse, and charged forward. When he was still 6 feet away from the vermilion ball, he raised the staff in his hand high up, concentrated his energy into his dantian, and shouted, "Bang!" Whoosh! Suddenly, Hong Lu pretended to go straight for the red ball, and the staff in his hand swung down hard. A Uyghur man who had just turned around on his horse hurriedly dodged and hid in the stirrup. The staff whistled past, and the man's hat was blown away. A piece of skin on the top of his head was scratched, and blood splashed all over his face. "Mother of Asterisk, don't you have eyes?" A few of the Uyghurs cursed. Hong Lu shouted back, "Mother of Asterisk, I was hitting a ball. Who knew that blind donkey would hit my staff?" As soon as the fight started, the other side also became angry. Hong Yi had just rushed in front of the red ball when one of the opposing players hit him with his staff. The staff drew an arc and did not hit the red ball, but hit Hongyi's calf bone instead, and the staff broke with a crack. Hongyi screamed and fell off his horse, holding his calf and wailing. The doctor rushed over, and after a brief examination, announced that Hongyi's calf was fractured and hurriedly ordered 2 soldiers to carry him away. As soon as the fight started, the audience also started to make a ruckus. At first, knowing that the Empress and the Emperor were present, the soldiers still knew to restrain themselves. But when they saw the fight on the field, they couldn't care less. Many of them covered their mouths and cursed loudly. Bastards! How despicable! Ghosts that are worse than dogs and pigs. Uyghur slaves that eat dog intestines. This was the territory of the Tang dynasty, and more than 90% of the audience were soldiers of the Tang dynasty. Needless to say, it was the soldiers of the Tang dynasty cursing the Uyghurs. For a moment, the people of the Tang dynasty were cursing the Uyghurs. Emperor Li Dan glanced at Wu Zetian uneasily. Wu Zetian sat calmly on the rope bed, her expression unchanged. She looked at the field with a peaceful smile on her face. In the 3rd row, a few Uyghur envoys twisted their fat bodies uncomfortably, pretending that they didn't hear the tide-like curses. After Honglu was carried off the field, Ma Qiao, who was sitting on the bench, was the first to stand up and shouted, I'll go. Yang Fan looked at him deeply, smiled, and said, Okay, you go. Ma Qiao was wild with joy. He immediately led a warhorse over, flipped over, and jumped on its back. He pulled the reins a few times, grasped the staff that was handed to him, and rode into the field. Yang Fan warned, Be careful, don't get hurt. Ma Qiao nodded heavily. He knew that his skills were limited, but he would definitely play seriously today, use all his strength, and perform to the best of his ability. Yang Fan raised his hand to appease the angry brothers who had gathered around and said in a deep voice, Don't quarrel. If he wants to play dirty, then we'll play dirty with him. However, we can't let others gossip about us. Understand? Understood. The monks nodded with all their might. Their faces were ferocious, and their eyes were fierce. Many of them regretted not bringing a few bricks and a few bags of lime to the field. Shanghai turned her body slightly and covered her mouth with her sleeve. She smiled at Princess Taiping and said, Lingwei, this year's bow fencing competition in Shangyuan is going to be interesting. Chapter 135. Princess Taiping saw that both sides were fighting fiercely. One side had a fracture, and the other side had a disfigured face. Yang Fan was the main offensive player of the White Horse Temple team. He was always in front. If he was not careful, he would inevitably. She felt nervous for no reason. After listening to Shanghai Wan-er's words, she did not come back to her senses for a while. She blurted out, What did you say was interesting? Shanghai Wan-er said sweetly, In previous years, although there were some small tricks, it has never been so intense. This year's Shangyuan dynasty is really interesting. She thought for a moment and said with a smile, It's not just today. From the beginning, it has been very interesting. Princess Taiping's sumo champion for 3 years in a row was taken by 2 monks from the White Horse Temple. In the last game, the glory of our inner team was also taken by them. And today, Shanghai Wan-er looked back at the field and said with a smile, Today is even funnier. For all these reasons, it seems that the 17th master of the Great Hall is involved. This person is really interesting. This year's Shangyuan dynasty is really interesting. Hearing this, Princess Taiping suddenly remembered that she seemed to have said the same thing. She suddenly thought of that night the day before yesterday, thought of that huge lantern tree, thought of that pair of man and woman sitting on the 100-feet flower leaves of the lantern tree, thought of that unemotional kiss. For a moment she was somewhat absent-minded. At this time, the scene on the field could only be described as tragic. The bow-beating competition had evolved into a full martial arts competition. Both sides used their hands and feet, and screams came one after another. For the Uyghurs, although they were rough and barbaric, they were more adept at using reasonable collision techniques. They could openly dismount many monks from the White Horse Temple, the means that the monks of the White Horse Temple usually used in the past could not be used here because it was an obvious violation of the rules. In a short period of time, they were punished countless times. However, their violations also injured the members of the Uyghurs. Although they could be replaced, the level of the people they replaced was obviously slightly inferior. Although the people of the White Horse Temple were not good at reasonable collisions, Yang Fan and Chu Kuanga were not. This was especially true for Yang Fan. He was not good at charging and killing in military formations, but his personal martial arts were outstanding. He was suitable for this kind of situation. Yang Fan swung his stick out, and the ball was intercepted by one of the opposing players. Behind him, a Uyghur rider rushed over and pretended to be unable to snatch the ball. His stick went straight for Yang Fan's calf. Yang Fan's staff hit empty air. His face was dejected. He looked up to the sky and shouted, "What a pity!" At the same time, the stick in his hand slipped out of his palm and slipped back. At the same time, his feet stepped forward in the stirrups. This action was like an exaggerated action of a good ball being destroyed. No one could say anything wrong about it, but as soon as he moved his legs forward, the Uyghur man's stick hit empty air. Yang Fan's stick slipped back and bounced out like a poisonous snake. Everyone could see clearly that the Uyghur man seemed to have hit Yang Fan's stick. The stick slipped back. It was not held tightly, so the force was not strong, but it hit the Uyghur's nose. His sharp and straight nose was immediately bent. Blood flowed from his nose. The Uyghur let out a blood-curdling scream and fell down from his horse. The crowd of generals on the sidelines cheered. "Good." "Huh." Yang Fan turned his head and pulled the reins of his horse. He looked at the Uyghur man, rolling on the ground with a puzzled look. He even scratched his head and looked confused. As a result, the Uyghur man on the other side wanted to make a reasonable collision. But when Yang Fan circled his horse, he barely moved half of his horse's body. The Uyghur man rushed past him. The hoof of his horse was tripped by Yang Fan's horse, and he fell to the ground with a loud crash. On the grandstand, Princess Taiping sneered and said softly, "Little slippery fellow, so treacherous." Shanghai could not help but smile. On the other side, Chu Kuanga spurred his horse forward and waved his stick. With a kacha sound, the stick collided with a Uyghur's stick and broke into 4 pieces. The polo rolled to the side. Chu Kuanga's hand seemed to be unable to retract the broken stick in time, and it flew into the air. A Uyghur man who was chasing closely behind him managed to catch up. Half of the wooden staff struck his mouth. The man did not even have the chance to make a sound before his lips were smashed into mush. His upper and lower front teeth flew out without a trace. "Good." The onlookers rubbed their fists and cheered again. Xue Huai saw that his men were beaten down from their horses with bruised noses and swollen faces. He could not restrain himself any longer. He took off his purple robe aggressively and wore a pair of trousers. He picked up his Buddhist staff and was about to jump onto the field to fight. Taoist Yizhua and a few other old and prudent monks hurriedly pulled him back. No matter how the people on the field fought, it could be said that they were playing football. If Xue Huai rushed off the field, it would become an international incident. At this time, seeing Chu Kuanga and Yang Fan go all out and make the other side suffer a big loss, Xue Huai's anger immediately turned into joy. He stepped on the bench and laughed. At this time, both sides no longer had any reserve players who could go on the field. There were very few contestants left on the field. On the White Horse Temple side, Only 4 people were left: Yang Fan, Chu Tiange, Ma Qiao, and Hong Lu. Ma Qiao's left arm was hit by the staff, and his upper arm swelled up. He endured the pain and did not retreat with his staff. It was also a blessing in his heart. During the fight, he integrated the chopping technique that Yang Fan taught him into the use of the staff. He was able to chop 2 of the opponents off the field. One of them had his shoulder broken by his staff. When he first came on the field and saw the fierceness of the Uyghurs, Ma Qiao was still a little nervous, but now his confidence was greatly boosted. Especially after a series of killings, his blood and qi were completely stimulated. On the battlefield, people who were usually as docile as a virgin or as timid as a white rabbit could also be stimulated to become as fierce as the god of death. Not to mention that Ma Qiao was not a kind person to begin with. It was just that he had not seen such a big scene before. At this time, his eyes were red and he was gnashing his teeth. That ferocious look of his made even the fierce Uyghurs afraid. Needless to say, Hong Lu was originally a ruffian. At this time, the left side of his face was bruised, the right brow bone was scratched, and blood covered half of his face. His expression was fierce, but there was a cold smile on his face. His pair of shifty eyes looked straight at the opponent's vital parts, and his hand tightly gripped the staff. It looked like he would take the opportunity to attack fiercely. The opponent was not much. There were only 5 people left, and all of them were injured. The Uyghur envoy could not sit still any longer. He hurriedly stood up and rushed to Empress Wu's side. When he reached Wu Zetian, he said, "Respected Empress Dowager, respected Emperor, the bowing has become a fight. This is too improper. I respectfully request Empress Dowager and Emperor to issue an edict to immediately stop the competition." Li Dan turned her head to look at Wu Zetian. Wu Zetian smiled faintly and said nonchalantly, "It's just a show to coincide with the weather. These kids are all hot-blooded and eager to fight. In the end, they are still young and insensible. We will comply with your request and let them rest." Li Dan immediately nodded her head and said, "Yes, yes, Imperial Mother is right. On such a festive day, these people are too much. Quickly tell them to stop." The Uyghur envoy was overjoyed. A eunuch beside him hurried off the stage and went to pass the edict to the announcer. At this time, Yang Fan and Chu Kuanga's horses crossed each other. A ball was sent out and passed to Ma Qiao's feet. Then, because Yang Fan could not rein in time, he crashed into the side of a Uyghur, knocking him and his horse to the ground. The Uyghur rider fell to the ground and was pinned down by his horse. The hard saddle smashed into his thigh. He immediately cried out in Uyghur language, "My leg is broken." On the other side, the new club that Chu Kuanga had just replaced was scrapped once again. In an accidental collision with a Uyghur player, the club broke into 2 pieces. As a result, the poor Uyghur player was almost broken in 2 as well. Yang Fan and Chu Kuanga circled half a circle around the field. When the 2 horses came back and crossed each other, they each raised their palms and struck out with a bang. "The Empress has decreed that the competition is stopped," the announcer shouted. Ma Qiao, who had just hit a ball, immediately reined in and looked to the side of the field. The ball rolled past the remaining 3 Uyghur players. The Uyghur captain looked at the remaining 2 players and wanted to cry, but had no tears. From the red flags on the side of the field, they had at least 4 more flags than the White Horse Temple team. However, they only had 3 players left. With such a tragic victory, how could they continue with the next competition? They had originally made careful preparations for this year's bow fencing competition. They originally wanted to compete with the Tubo team, who had won every year. They wanted to win the championship and increase the prestige of the Uyghurs. Who knew that the bald donkeys of the White Horse Temple would suddenly appear out of nowhere? This time, everything was for naught. The Tubo envoy, Jie Wei, sat in the stands. He wore a large furry robe and raised his furry face. He smiled and said to the people around him, "This year's bow fencing competition is really interesting. Ha! In my opinion, both the Uyghurs and the White Horse Temple have no chance in the finals. As for the imperial army of the Tang dynasty, let's not talk about it. This year's bow fencing competition is in the bag of the Tubo." Ha ha ha. The Tubo deputy envoy, Luan Chili, joked, "I wonder what treasure will the Empress of the Tang dynasty take out as a gift for the winner this year?" Immediately, another envoy replied, "As far as I know, it is an agate cup inlaid with gold in the Tang dynasty's palace. It is said to be priceless." The Tubo envoy, Jie Wei, frowned and pretended to be regretful. "Another cup? 2 years ago, we got a white jade cup with gold inlaid with copper. Zan Pu liked it very much and drank with it every day. Last year, we got a lotus petal ruby gold cup. Zan Pu felt that it was unnecessary. If we get another agate cup this year, wouldn't it be even more unnecessary?" The deputy envoy, Luan Chili, laughed. "So what? Every year, we get a cup made of different materials. In the future, we can gather 7 cups and use them as the national treasure of the Tubo. We can call them the 7 Treasures Cups. Our descendants will know that these 7 priceless cups were won by us from the Tang people." Ha ha! The Tubo envoys burst out laughing. Chapter 136. After the competition ended, the onlookers were still in high spirits, cursing and swearing. The Uyghur envoys and military officials in Luoyang, as well as the Uyghur merchants who were invited to watch the competition, were also shouting and ridiculing. Unfortunately, they were alone, and their voices were drowned out by the overwhelming wave of cursing, and could not be heard at all. Although the Uyghurs won the match, it was a tragic victory. They were destined to stop at the 3rd place, and would not be able to advance further. Empress Wu sternly warned the Tubo and imperial guards not to repeat the story of the White Horse Temple and the Uyghurs. The Tubo people were full of confidence and naturally agreed. The imperial guards also obeyed. The Uyghurs and White Horse Temple people were carried away for treatment. In previous years, there were always people who were injured in fierce fights, so there were imperial doctors waiting outside the field to treat them. However, in previous years, there had never been a case where almost all the players of both teams were injured. Now, it was different. More than 20 players were injured. Even the substitutes on both sides were now riddled with injuries. The 2 imperial doctors were understaffed and did not bring enough medicine. They sent people to the imperial hospital to get medicine and doctors while treating the injured first. Although the people of White Horse Temple were usually arrogant, domineering, and hated by everyone compared to the Uyghur players, they were still much closer to them. Therefore, the 2 imperial physicians did not realize this and threw their international friends aside and prioritized treating their own compatriots. They first treated the White Horse Temple people with manpower and medicine. The injured Uyghurs could only lie there and moan, but they could do nothing about it. It was almost noon. The Empress Dowager and the Emperor, as well as many other members of the royal family and officials, were going to have lunch. The rest of the people were also going to have lunch. The second round of the competition was set in the afternoon. After everyone had finished their lunch, the doctors from the Imperial Hospital finally arrived. The Uyghur patients finally had their saviors. However, the healing methods of the saviors were sloppy and sloppy. Even the fat chef who was having lunch earlier had his eyebrows furrowed and his eyes narrowed. He used a spoon to knock on the rice bucket as if he was feeding a pig. This made the Uyghurs so angry that their stomachs hurt. The match started in the afternoon. the strongest team of the Tang Dynasty, the Imperial Guards, and the strongest team in the world, the Tubo team. As the Imperial Army was the Imperial Army's own team. The soldiers were even more serious than the previous match. If the previous game was mainly for the fun, then this game was the real high-level bow striking game. Both sides displayed high standards of horsemanship, bowing techniques, and teamwork skills. It was a true display of strength and beauty. Every lift and every movement, whether it was the flying horses, the intense atmosphere of competition, or the heroic posture of fighting with their staffs, made people feel relaxed and happy, and they cheered loudly. Yang Fan could see that the Imperial Guards had gone all out in this match. They had performed admirably. Whether it was individual performance or teamwork, they were all top-notch. This was the true standard of the Imperial Guards. If they had used this kind of energy to compete with the White Horse Temple, the White Horse Temple would not have been at a disadvantage. They would have been left in the dust. However, compared to the Imperial Army, the Tubo team was a cut above them. To be more precise, the Imperial Army lacked a leader. Just like the role that Yang Fan played in the Kuju competition, they lacked a leader that could be used as a benchmark. This person's role on the court was equivalent to the commander's flag, equivalent to the war drum. He had the effect of inspiring morale and uplifting the hearts of the people. In a weak team, this kind of leading figure would have no effect on the overall outcome. At most, he would be like Yang Fan in the Kuju competition, displaying his individual brilliance. However, in a team that was strong as a whole, his role was immeasurable. Once such a leader joined the team, if the original team was a big hammer, then the flat head of the hammer would become sharp, and the hammer would become a hammer. Xuana's current role was to be the leader of the entire team. His playing style and tactics were undoubtedly outstanding, and his command of the entire team was extremely brilliant. However, he was, after all, nearing 40 years of age. He was too steady, but lacked drive. He did not have enough initiative on the court. On the other hand, Li Zhan, Yehuli, Di Guangyuan, Wang Tongjiao, Wei Yong, Li Dayan, Lu Yan, Gao Chu, and the others only had their own strengths. They were not very outstanding. Only Huziruo's offense was the sharpest, but it was still difficult for him to achieve the effect of a sharp knife. Furthermore, he was slightly restrained by Xuana's calmness, so the Imperial Army could not break through the tight defensive net woven by the opponent. On the court, Yehuli made a small mistake, and the ball was intercepted by the opponent. The Tubo striker immediately charged forward, and the player who dribbled the ball accurately passed it to the front of his horse. He broke through the Imperial Army's defensive line and dribbled the ball straight towards the goal. The rear guard of the Imperial Army, Wei Yong, Li Dayan, Lu Yan, and Gao Chu quickly returned to defend, and only then did they break his offensive and hit the ball back to the midfield. Both sides fought and collided in the midfield. Although there was some friction, it was all within an acceptable range. However, in terms of the rhythm of the game, it was obvious that the opponent was controlling the game. Princess Taiping slightly frowned her delicate eyebrows, pinched her chin, and said, "If this goes on, the situation of the Imperial Army will not be good." Shangguan, Wanner said, "The art of bow striking was originally passed down from the Tubo. It is reasonable that they are a bit more skilled than us. It seems that this year's bow striking will be won by them again. However, speaking of which, the Imperial Army is already much more skilled than last year." Princess Taiping did not answer, but quickly glanced at Yang Fan, who was standing at the side of the field with his arms crossed, watching the game attentively. This kid was originally the best candidate to be the sharp knife. What a pity! If he was on the field, the whole situation would be greatly different. Princess Taiping sighed softly. The game continued on the field. As the Imperial Army was still lacking a strong, sharp knife-type player, It was difficult for them to cut through the opponent's defense. Moreover, the offense of the opponent's two forwards was fierce and oppressive. At the end of the first quarter of the game, the Tubo team scored a goal, and both sides had a score of 1-0. At the start of the second quarter, both sides were in the same situation. Although the Imperial Army tried their best, they were still lacking in spirit. In the middle of the game, Huzuro received a pass from Xue Na. With the help of Di Guangyuan and Hu Li, the three of them were like a sharp arrow penetrating the opponent's back line and charging into the goal in a perfect S shape. They scored a goal and equalized the score. However, in the following third and fourth quarter of the game, the opponent scored a goal first and then another 2 goals. During this period, the Imperial Army only scored a goal from Hu Li, and the score became 4-2. In the last 2 quarters of the game, the Imperial Army went from bad to worse, and finally the game ended 7-4. Although the Imperial Army did not have much hope for victory before the game, they still hoped for a miracle. When the game ended as expected, the soldiers were dejected, and the tens of thousands of people around the field were silent. Only some Tubo people near the rostrum, who were invited by the Tubo ambassador, were shouting and cheering for victory. Wu Zetian watched the entire game, but it seemed that she did not care about the outcome. When the game ended, Wu Zetian smiled faintly and said, "The Tubo team is indeed superior. This year, the Tubo team is the champion again. He, come and bring the golden cup." The Tubo ambassador, Jay, stood up from his seat and patted his clothes. He glanced proudly at the nobles of the Tang dynasty and strode to the front of Wu Zetian. He cupped his hands arrogantly and said with a smile, "This official thanks the Empress for the reward. It is not that this official is boasting, but the art of bow striking originated from my country. In the whole world, there is naturally no one who can compete with my bow striking technique." Jay's arrogant words were overflowing with arrogance. All the civil and military officials of the Tang dynasty who were present looked angry, but Jay was proud of himself and did not think much of it. At this time, the palace maid came up with the golden cup. Wu Zetian slightly waved her hand and said lightly, "Reward." "Thank you, Empress Dowager, for the reward," Jia Wei said in a dramatic manner. He flicked his sleeves and took the golden cup. He smiled cheerfully and raised the golden cup high above his head. The Tubo people on the scene immediately let out a burst of enthusiastic cheers. The Tubo ambassador spun 3 rounds on the spot and showed everyone his spoils of war. He was about to turn and leave when he suddenly glanced at the table in front of Wu Zetian. He paused and said, "Empress, next year in Shangyuan, I believe the bow striking competition will still be held. Our Tubo team will definitely have to participate. This official may be presumptuous, but can we first ask the Empress Dowager to specify the prize for next year's reward?" Saying this was a very rude action, Wu Zetian was a little surprised. She couldn't help but raise her eyebrows and asked curiously, "I wonder what item does the ambassador want to use as the prize?" Jay said, "Our Tubo team has won the bow striking competition 3 times in a row. Each time, the prize is a treasured cup." This official saw that the cup on the Empress Dowager's table is exceptionally magnificent, and I like it very much. Since this cup is used by the Empress Dowager, it must be very precious. If this official can win this cup next year and go back, I believe that Zanpu will be very happy. As soon as these words were said, the expressions of all the civil and military officials present changed. Shanghai Wana was about to scold him when Wu Zetian raised her hand slightly and mimicked their actions. She gently stroked the wine cup on the table and said with a smile, "Ambassador Jay, have you taken a fancy to our Jin O Forever Solid cup?" When Wu Zetian said Jin O Forever Solid, she deliberately emphasized her tone. Jay, however, replied, "Exactly." Although Wu Zetian still had a smile on her face The corner of her eye twitched a few times. Shanghai Wanner, who was familiar with her, knew that the Empress was really angry this time. Jay's words were already a public humiliation to the Tang dynasty. Him specifying the prize for next year's competition to the Empress Dowager was even more disrespectful, especially when Wu Zetian had already pointed out the name of the treasured cup, Jean O Forever Solid. Since it was given such a name, this golden cup had a very important political meaning. Although Jay was not from the Central Plains, he was a Tubo envoy and was well-versed in the Central Plains culture. It was impossible for him not to understand the meaning of these words. But he did not hesitate and still wanted to use this cup as a prize. This was not just him being arrogant, it was a deliberate provocation. Wu Zetian gently stroked the golden cup. The cup was made of pure gold, in the shape of a tripod, round and straight. The rim of the cup was carved with inscriptions, and the middle of the cup was carved with the words Jean O Forever Solid. The outer wall was carved with precious flowers, the stamens of which were made of pearls, rubies, and sapphires. On each side of the cup was a pair of deformed dragon ears, with precious pearls on the dragon heads. Wu Zetian gently stroked the cup for a moment and slowly raised her head. Her phoenix eyes were filled with anger as she said softly, "Ambassador Jay, are you sure that Tubo will win?" Chapter 137. There was a humble smile on Jay's face as he bowed slightly and said in a deep voice, "Shooting the bow is based on the art of mounted archery. How can the Tang people's mounted archery compare to our nomadic grasslands? Therefore, I am confident that Tubo will still win next year's shooting competition. As long as this competition continues, Tubo will always win." At this point, Jay raised his eyes slightly, and a cold glint like an arrow faintly appeared in his eyes. Below the stage, when the Imperial Army generals heard his arrogant words, they couldn't help but explode with rage. Many of the officials and nobles present gradually understood the underlying meaning of the conversation between the Tubo envoy and Empress Wu. They were not actually talking about shooting the bow. Jay said that shooting the bow was based on mounted archery, and that mounted archery was an important part of military strength. In fact, Jay was referring to the military strength of the two countries. The reason why the two countries were fighting was because of the western regions, and the source was the 4 garrisons of Anqi. The 4 garrisons of Anqi were now a sore point for Empress Wu. In the first year of Emperor Gaozong's reign, Tubo attacked Anqi, and the Tang abandoned the 4 garrisons of Anqi. This was the first time the 4 garrisons of Anqi had fallen into the hands of the Tang dynasty. 5 years later, the Tang dynasty recaptured the 4 garrisons of Anqi, but just 2 years later, they fell into the hands of Tubo again. Another 2 years later, the Tang army recaptured the 4 garrisons of Anqi. 7 years later, the 4 garrisons of Anqi were lost for the 3rd time. This loss had happened 3 years ago, and the imperial court had always been divided on whether or not the 4 garrisons of Anqi should be reclaimed. A group of important officials, led by Di Renjia, believed that the 4 garrisons of Anqi were of little value and that it would be of no benefit to them if they lost them. They suggested that the imperial court give up on the 4 garrisons and focus on managing the country. Empress Wu was more inclined to recapture the 4 garrisons of Anqi. Jay had clearly heard of these disputes in the imperial court. He was using shooting the bow as a metaphor for military strength, expressing his disdain for the military strength of the Tang dynasty. The atmosphere immediately became tense. Wu Zetian's face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost, no longer as calm as before. On the side, Princess Taiping suddenly said, "Jay's words are incorrect. In this competition, you won first place not because the Tang dynasty's military strength is weaker than your country's, but because the military strength of the Tang dynasty's imperial army is weaker than your country's." Jay slightly raised his chin. His straight beard proudly facing Princess Taiping. He said, "Your Highness, the strongest force in your country is the imperial army. They were defeated. Doesn't this mean that the Tang dynasty was defeated?" Princess Taiping smiled and said, "Of course not." She spread her fingers and flicked them gracefully in the air. She said slowly, "The imperial army is the imperial army. It doesn't represent the Tang dynasty, nor does it represent all the armies of the Tang dynasty. The archers that you send to the Tang dynasty to compete every year are first-class experts selected by the whole country, and the contestants of the Tang dynasty's imperial army are some of the best archers selected from the 16 guards and horses of the North and South Yamen. You understand?" Shanghai won or understood Princess Taiping's meaning. She replied, "Correct. Shooting the bow is in accordance with the season and is a festive occasion. It's not a big deal. Naturally, the Empress wouldn't go to war for it. She would choose first-class experts from all the prefectures in the country to compete with your country in shooting the bow." Shangguan won. Er's words were aimed directly at Jay's lyric, which alluded to the Tang's military strength. Jay's lyric said that they were people who lived on horseback and that their horsemanship and archery were superior to the Tang's. Therefore, if the Tang fought them in the western region, there was no way they could win. Shanghai won or hinted that the Tang dynasty's territory was vast. Elite soldiers and strong generals needed to guard all four sides. It was impossible to mobilize all the elites of the Tang dynasty for a mere 4 towns of Anxi, and you used all the power of the country to take Anxi. Once we gather our elites, you are no match for us. Jay naturally understood her hint. He couldn't help but laugh and said, "Oh, since Shangguan Daizhao has said so, then I will take out the treasure I just obtained as a wager. Please ask the Empress to gather the first-class archers of your country to compete with us again. What do you think?" Wu Zetian frowned slightly. With her status, it was naturally impossible for her to be so serious with Jay. She had gone to great lengths to recruit bow-fighting experts from all over the country. Moreover, with this decree, it was unknown whether or not she would be able to find bow-fighting experts who were more outstanding than the experts from the imperial army. If they competed again, it would be fine if they won, but if they lost, they would lose all face. Wu Zetian had just thought of this when Princess Taiping sneered and said, "Why do we need to recruit archers from all over the Tang dynasty? Just pick a few from Luoyang, and it will be enough to defeat you." Hearing this, Jay laughed in surprise and said, "Good, then Jay Chu is willing to compete." After saying this, he placed the golden cup on the table in front of Wu Zetian and took 3 steps back. He bowed respectfully and said, "Empress Dowager, Your Highness, please choose the elite soldiers and generals. I am willing to compete again. Please be the witness." No one knows her daughter better than her mother. Wu Zetian knew that her daughter was smart and thoughtful. Since she said this, she must have something to rely on. She could not help but look at Taiping. Princess Taiping stood up and walked to the side of the stage. She stood straight and slightly swept her gaze downward. Tens of thousands of people in the audience saw Princess Taiping walking to the side of the stage. It seemed that she had something to say. The whispers suddenly quieted down. The Tubo people who were still cheering also shut their mouths and looked toward the stage. Princess Taiping raised her voice and shouted, "Today, Tubo wins in archery." Because of this, the Tubo envoys laughed that our Tang dynasty has no capable people. I don't agree. The joy of archery is to celebrate with the whole world, to celebrate with the people. It is only a game. Therefore, the imperial army is just some archers chosen from the imperial army. Not to mention that they cannot represent the standard of our Tang dynasty's army. They cannot represent the standard of our Tang dynasty. They cannot even represent the city of Luoyang. Now Jie Chu is the envoy, with the golden cup given by the empress as the prize. He wants to fight with our Tang dynasty again. When Princess Taiping said this, she paused for a moment. Gradually, a murderous look appeared between her eyebrows. She slowly looked around the audience and suddenly raised her voice again. There was a faint sound of metal and stone. Here are the soldiers of the Imperial Army and the heroes of Dongdu. Is there anyone who is willing to fight with me? Li Lingwe? I am willing to fight with the princess. I am willing to fight with the princess. The ones who responded were Xue Na, Di Guangyuan, Huzelo, and the other members of the Forbidden Army. They were already very ashamed of defeating them. Now that they heard Princess Taiping's words, they were even more ashamed to show their faces. A woman was not inferior to a man. How could a dignified man endure such humiliation? Therefore, they all volunteered to fight. In fact, the blood of the tens of thousands of soldiers around the field was already boiling. If there were millions of enemies in front of them at this time, they would also rush up and fight without fear. The problem was that shooting arrows was not a battle, and it was not enough to be hot-blooded. Therefore, the 70,000 soldiers clenched their fists tightly and looked at the front of the stage, breathing heavily. Although they could not respond, the words, "I am willing to fight side by side with the princess," were stuck in their throats, and their young faces were as red as coxcomb-like blood. Princess Taiping's limpid eyes were fixed on one person. That person was on the other side of the field. The wind carried Princess Taiping's voice into his ears. He looked at the noble princess on the stage in surprise. He saw that the princess was also looking at him. Behind him, there were tens of thousands of soldiers, but he knew clearly that Princess Taiping was looking at him. He did not speak, but just fixed his eyes on the stage. Some things were indeed just a game. Just like when Ma Qiao generously gave up the ball under his feet because of Lan Yiqing's coquettish grumble. It was not because he was careless, but because the result of this game was meaningless to him. Since that was the case, why didn't he use it to win the beauty's smile? If Yang Fan did not want to become an archery member through this game and achieve his goal, he would not care about a game. But even if it was a game, when it was combined with glory, dignity, and bravery, it was no longer a dispensable game, but a goal worth fighting for. Yang Fan was also a person of the Tang dynasty, and also a man of the Tang dynasty. At this moment, his blood was boiling. Chu Kuanga stood not far behind him. He raised his hand and slapped the butt of the dark horse. The dark horse walked towards Yang Fan. When it came to Yang Fan's side, it used its head to rub against Yang Fan's sleeve. Yang Fan looked back at Chu Kuanga, reached out his hand and slapped the saddle and jumped up. This was a good horse. Xue Huai had requested a batch of the best war horses from the army, and this black stallion was the best among the batch of war horses. Its fur was as black as satin, and its limbs were slender and powerful. When Yang Fan rode on the horse, the staff was hanging on the victory hook. Yang Fan took off the staff and held it in his hand like a gun. With one hand holding the reins, his back was straight, and his head was raised high. With both of his legs in the stirrups, the fine horse took small steps and galloped to the empty center of the arena. Yang Fan gently pulled on the reins, and it stood still. Like its owner, it raised its head high. At this time, the sky was close to dusk. The faint red rays of the sun shone on Yang Fan's handsome face and heroic figure, as if he was a gold-plated bronze statue. Yang Fan gathered his chi in his dantian, and with a voice that resounded through the arena, he shouted, "I am willing to fight side by side with the princess." Princess Taiping stood on the stage and looked at him. A happy smile bloomed on her lips, and it was as bright as spring flowers. Then a date red horse galloped into the arena. Chu Kuanga also held his staff like a spear, and with a voice like thunder, he shouted, "I am willing to fight side by side with the princess." Ha 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 ha! Bold! Refreshing! I haven't been in the arena for many years, and my hands and feet are itching. I am also willing to fight side by side with the princess. With this sudden laughter, Qiu Shinji stood up and walked down the stage like a fierce tiger. He walked straight to Xue Na. Xue Na quickly cupped his fists and took a step back, giving the yellow horse to Qiu Shinji. Qiu Shinji stroked the mane on the neck of the horse, and without stepping on the stirrups, he jumped on the horse. His movement was vigorous, and it was not inferior to a strong young man. When the imperial army saw that 3 out of 10 places had been taken, they immediately cupped their fists together, and with the most solemn military salute, they knelt down on one knee and solemnly asked Wu Zetian to fight side by side with the princess. "I am willing to fight side by side with the princess." Wu Zetian raised her eyebrows and suddenly laughed. "My son, I will appoint you as the commander today. Everyone here will be under your command. Who else do you want to use? Just name them." Chapter 138. Princess Taiping turned around and bowed to Wu Zetian. "I accept your orders. Mother, just sit down and watch me fight for our Tang dynasty." Princess Taiping turned around and walked down the stage. The servants immediately brought her mount. It was a white horse with a snow-white body. Its flowing mane was like white snow. It looked very handsome. The saddle of the horse was already prepared. 2 maids brought the arrow-sleeved martial arts attire to help her put it on. Her long hair was untied, and her hair was pulled into a ponytail. In a short while, the graceful and noble Princess Taiping had turned into the valiant and formidable Hua Mulan. Princess Taiping supported the saddle and mounted her horse. She steadied her body, and with a baseball stick in her hand, she spurred the horse lightly in front of the 10 Imperial Army players. When she reached Huzelo, she suddenly pulled the reins and stopped. Pointing her baseball stick toward him, she shouted in a tender voice, "You come!" Huzelo's spirit was lifted. He quickly replied, "Yes." He mounted the horse and galloped in the field. He turned the horse around and stood side by side with Qiu Shinji, Chu Kuanga, and Yang Fan. The rest of the generals puffed out their chests and waited for Princess Taiping to call them. Princess Taiping glanced at them and galloped towards the field. The rest of the imperial guards were stunned. Their faces turned red. "Your Highness," Di Guangyuan shouted, "are we really that useless?" Princess Taiping held the horse's reins and looked back. She laughed loudly. "Not at all. If you want to win against Tufan, the 5 of us are enough." These words shocked everyone present. A moment later, thunderous shouts resounded through the sky. The generals and soldiers clenched their swords and spears in their hands, raised them high, and shouted in unison, "Mighty! Mighty! Mighty!" The sound lasted for a long time and spread to a very far place. Li Lingwe was a woman and a princess of the Tang dynasty. She brazenly accepted the challenge of the Tufan masters. This action ignited the courage of all the Tang dynasty soldiers. The eyes of the hot-blooded soldiers were bloodshot, and their temples were throbbing. If it was not for the fact that this battlefield was not a place for fighting with numbers and courage, they would have rushed forward even if there were millions of enemy soldiers in front of them. Moreover, Li Lingwe did not make 10 people. She dared to challenge the Tufan warriors with only 5 people. Such courage, such boldness, was even more admirable. For a moment, the great vigor of the entire audience caused the Tubo people to look somewhat dejected and their morale to drop. Princess Taiping's action put Jay in a bit of a difficult position. He really wanted to show off his demeanor at this time, to show off the spirit of Tubo, and also participate in the battle with 5 people, but he was worried that he would really lose this match. This was originally a dispute that he deliberately provoked, and that would be a great loss of face. After thinking it over, Jay gritted his teeth and thought to himself, in any case, we've already won a match with 10 people against 10. Now you're the one who's arrogant and insisted on competing with 5 people. If I win against you, it won't be considered me bullying you with numbers. So he waved his hand and ordered his 10 team members to enter the arena. Seeing this scene, the surrounding Tang soldiers immediately booed, causing the 10 Tubo masters to lose some face. Yang Fan, who was holding his stick, looked at the other team members entering the arena. He worriedly said to Princess Taiping, "Your Royal Highness, are we going to compete with only 5 people? There are many experts in the Imperial Army." Qiu Shinji stroked his beard and smiled. "Princess may be a woman, but you are well-versed in the art of war." "Hee, it's 5 against 10. It's really a brilliant plan." Chu Kuanga was surprised. "Why do you say that, great general?" Qiu Shinji said, "Can't you see? There was a deep meaning behind the princess's arrangement. Firstly, it was a matter of cooperation. In terms of teamwork, the 10 experts of the Imperial Army had the best rapport with one another. If teamwork was the only thing that mattered, the 10 of them should have been sent out once more. Adding the few of us into the mix would have destroyed the rapport. But now it has been proven that they are still slightly inferior to the Tubo people. If we let too many of them participate in the competition, we will either be unable to form a whole, or we will be attracted by their pace and become their vassals, which will instead affect our performance. Secondly, morale. The battlefield was a wondrous place. It wasn't a matter of who had more people or who was better at fighting that would definitely win. Many times, a plan, a strategy, a favorable terrain, a heavy downpour could cause an unexpected change in the situation of a battle. We are 5 against 10. In terms of morale, we must be strong while the enemy is discouraged. Its effect may seem invisible, but it is everywhere. Yang Fan looked at Qiu Shinji in surprise. He only knew that Qiu Shinji was a ruthless official, but he did not know that he was really knowledgeable. Just this knowledge alone was extraordinary. No wonder Qiu Xingong, the founding general of the Tang dynasty, had 4 sons, and Qiu Shinji was the most outstanding one. Qiu Shinji said, "Thirdly, honor. This battle is for the sake of victory, and the other side's 10 people have just fought for 6 rounds, and their stamina is already exhausted. If we were to fight 10 against 10, they would still have a good excuse if we won. But now that we are fighting 5 against 10, if they lose, what else is there to say? Fourthly, the arrangement of 10 people attacking Juju is to attack, defend, intercept, and coordinate with each other. Now that the princess is fighting 5 against 10, I am afraid you will win by surprise." "Your Highness, is what I said right?" Princess Taiping smiled and said, "What the general said is exactly what I am thinking. You are indeed a famous general of the Tang dynasty. But," Princess Taiping said, "before thinking about winning, first think about losing. I am fighting 5 against 10. This is also to reserve a way out." Huzello could not help but ask, "Princess, what way are we reserving?" Princess Taiping covered her mouth and said, "I have boasted, but we are fighting 5 against 10. If we win, of course we will be proud. But what if we really lose? After all, we are fighting 5 against 10. If he wins, there is nothing to brag about. In the end, it is me who is being too arrogant. It is not the Tang dynasty that is losing face." When everyone heard this, they were all stunned. Princess Taiping glanced at Yang Fan and ordered, "Yang Fan, Huzello, you two will be the vanguard." Both of them looked serious and cupped their fists at the same time. "Yes." Princess Taiping said again, "Chu Kuanga, you are the center." "Yes." Princess Taiping lightly waved her ball cane and said with ease, "I and General Chiu will be the left and right inner vanguard, supporting the attack." Chu Kuanga was slightly surprised and said, "Give up the defense and attack with all our strength." Princess Taiping's jade face turned cold and said in a deep voice, "Yes, we will concentrate our strength. As long as we get the ball, we will attack with all our strength. The five of us are good at attacking, so we will definitely break their defense. If the opponent gets the ball, we will snatch it if we can and intercept it if we can. Once they break into the back, let them go." Princess Taiping glanced at Yang Fan and said, "There is no one behind us to stop them. Even if he scores a goal, it will not be glorious. The more goals he scores, the more depressed they will be, and the less spirited they will be. Hee, I learned this trick from you, Yang Fan." It seemed that Yang Fan's glorious defeat style of playing in Kuju really made the princess depressed for a long time. After the Tubo people entered the field, Princess Taiping considerately suggested that they would only play 3/4 to determine the winner. The reason was that although the opponent had 10 players, they had played 6/4 in a row and their physical recovery was limited, so they would inevitably be exhausted. The Tangs were the hosts and would not take advantage of them. However, she did not mention that they only had half of the opponent's players on their side. This move was really beautiful. The Tubo people watching the game on the sidelines were a little ashamed to cheer for their team. Yang Fan, on the other hand, snickered in his heart. This princess was really smart. The opponent might not be able to adapt to the playing style of attacking with 5 sharp knives at the same time, but this kind of playing style with no defense had a big loophole. Once the opponent got used to it, 3/4 would be over. The game began. The right forward, Huzuro, grabbed the ball. Yang Fan immediately rushed in front of him to the left line of the opponent's camp. This move not only disrupted the opponent's formation, but also attracted some of the opponent's players, creating a condition for Huzuro to dribble the ball forward. Once Huzuro passed the ball to him, he could become the main attacker at any time. The opponent had no choice but to send out 2 members to intercept him. At this time, Chu Kuanga also spurred his horse and rushed to the center line. The 3 of them formed an inverted triangle and rushed into the opponent's front field. Then Princess Taiping and Qiushenji, one on the left and one on the right, also spurred their horses and rushed out. This move was beyond the opponent's expectation. Princess Taiping was a woman and Qiushenji's hair was gray, and he was not young. They thought that these 2 people would act as defensive players. They did not expect that once the Tangs got the ball, they all became the main attackers and rushed to the opponent's camp together. In this way, Yang Fan, Huzuro, and Chu Kuanga formed an inverted triangle. Chu Kuanga, Princess Taiping, and Qiushenji formed another triangle. They rushed to the opponent at the same time. The opponent's 3 players squeezed toward Huzuro. Huzuro passed the ball to Yang Fan. The 2 players in front of Yang Fan immediately changed from squeezing to snatching. Before they got close, Yang Fan had already passed the ball to Chu Kuanga's feet. Another 2 players blocked Chu Kuanga. Chu Kuanga raised his stick and pretended to pass the ball to Yang Fan. His stick swung out, but hit nothing. He quickly took 2 steps forward and suddenly backhanded the ball. The ball was passed backward and hit Qiushenji. With fewer players, they had to try to ensure that their side controlled the ball. If something went wrong, they would pass the ball to other players to reduce the chance of the ball being intercepted. Of course, they all understood this. As soon as Qiushenji saw the ball flying towards him, he suddenly shouted and kicked the stirrups with both of his legs. The originally light horse stance suddenly turned into a gallop. The war horse suddenly sped up and quickly got rid of a player on the other side. After catching the ball, the horse did not slow down, but rushed to the opponent's rear defensive line at a faster speed. At this time, Yang Fan and the other two vanguards had restrained many players on the opponent's side. When the opponents saw Qiu Shinji suddenly become the vanguard, they were shocked and hurried to help. At this time, Princess Taiping had rushed to the opponent's half of the field. Qiu Shinji bypassed two players on the opponent's side with an S-line and hit the ball to the front of Princess Taiping's horse. The ball fell 3 feet in front of Princess Taiping's horse. Princess Taiping and Yang Fan, who was not far away, and 3 players on the opponent's side rushed to grab the ball at the same time. Princess Taiping arrived first and hit the ball diagonally in front of the opponent's goal with just 1 stick. Qiu Shinji rushed over at the right time. After Qiu Shinji passed the ball, the horse did not slow down at all. It was like an arrow leaving the bow. When 2 players on the opponent's side just formed a pincer attack on him, Qiu Shinji passed through them, leaving only a straight ponytail, which was caught by them for a moment. The ball hit by Princess Taiping only bounced once after it fell to the ground. Qiu Shinji shouted loudly, and the ball's stick turned into a shadow. The ball was hit by his stick and flew towards the opponent's goal with a whistling sound. A defender on the opponent's side rushed to intercept the ball. When he waved his stick, the ball went straight into the ball pocket. The first goal. The Tangs were fighting 5 against 10, but they scored 1 goal first. And the goal was scored by Qiu Shinji, the general of the Jinwu Guards, who was over 60 years old. Chapter 139. Mighty! On the military field, tens of thousands of soldiers burst into thunderous cheers, and the sound of mighty resounded through the sky again. Princess Taiping's 5 people's all-out attack was indeed very sharp. Of course, this not only required their superb ball skills and horsemanship, but also required them to have the most accurate judgment of the ever-changing situation on the field. These 5 people on the field happened to have this ability. When Qiu Shinji was young, he was one of the best generals in the Tang dynasty's archery field. When Li Shimin introduced archery in the Tang dynasty, Qiu Shinji was once appointed to Tubo to learn how to play polo. He was one of the first people to popularize this game in the Tang dynasty. At that time, he repeatedly won the championship in the archery field and was rewarded by Emperor Taizong of Tang for this. Chu Kuanga was one of the most outstanding generals in the archery field of the 2nd generation of the Tang dynasty. If he hadn't just made a name for himself in the archery field and been expelled from the military camp because he offended his superior, he would have been the #1 player in the archery field of the Tang dynasty. This time, the imperial army of the Tang dynasty participated in the tournament. He would certainly be the leader, and the result of the last game might not have been the same. Yang Fan, on the other hand, had played rattan ball on the beach of the South China Sea since he was a child. He could control the light rattan ball freely, so it was naturally easy for him to control the polo ball. Although he was not as experienced as Qiu Shinji and Chu Kuanga in terms of horsemanship and overall view, Yang Fan was still above them in terms of ball skills. So once Yang Fan became familiar with archery, with his superb ball control skills, it was enough to make up for his shortcomings in other aspects. In the past, Ashina Huzuro was the #1 attacker in the archery field of the Imperial Army. His style was the most fierce, so these 4 people could be said to be the best at archery. Princess Taiping was also very good at horsemanship and ball skills. This princess of the Tang dynasty was a good athlete. Her archery level, even in the archery field of the Imperial Army, could be ranked in the upper middle position. Moreover, she was a woman and a princess, so no matter from which aspect, the Tubo people couldn't fight with her too fiercely. If they really hurt her, the consequences would be unimaginable. Although the Tubo envoys repeatedly provoked Wu Zetian, they didn't really want to make trouble with the Tang dynasty. Therefore, Princess Taiping, who had 10% of her fighting power, could also exert 120% of her power in this game. Moreover, her identity as a woman and her noble status had an exceptionally strong motivating effect on all the players participating in the game. The game continued, and by the end of the second quarter, the score between the two sides was already 6-5. In just 2 quarters of the game, both sides had scored a total of 11 goals. From this, one could see how intense this all-out attack was. 6-5. The Tangs had 6 points, and the Tubo had 5 points. 10 people against 5. And the other side had a woman and an old man, but they were actually at a disadvantage. The Tibetan envoy, Jay, could not bear it any longer. As soon as the second quarter of the game ended, he rushed to the sidelines as if his butt was on fire. He shouted in Tibetan and reprimanded all the players severely. He did not care about the demeanor of an envoy at all. Hesero looked at the roaring Jay and said softly, "Jay is angry." Princess Taiping picked up the water bag and drank some water. She pursed her lips and said softly with a smile, "I'm afraid he won't be angry. The more he forces the Tubo team, the more powerful he will be for us." Yang Fan said cheerfully, "That's right. We have fewer people. I'm afraid that they will be on guard and wait for an opportunity to make a move. If we drag it out, we will have more openings. If that happens, I'm afraid we will lose." Now, that Jay is angry. If under his pressure, the Tubo team is forced to go all out to attack us. Hey, hee. Chiu Shinji smiled slightly. His pair of deep tiger eyes narrowed, as if he was taking a nap. He said leisurely, "If they compete with us in attacking, how can a piece of rusty iron win against well-tempered steel?" The third and final quarter of the game was even more intense. The Tubo team was behind by 1 goal, and this was the last game. This realization made all the Tubo team members go crazy. With red eyes, they fiercely pounced on the Tubo team. The few Tubo people at the sidelines shouted for them hoarsely in Tubo language. At the sidelines, the sound of the war drums was like bursts of thunder, shaking everyone's eardrums. The arms of a man beating the drums were weak. As long as his hands slowed down a little, someone would jump up to replace him. The people could be replaced, but the drums could not stop. The war drums rumbled, and all the soldiers were cheering for their own people. The number of people was 5-10, and the score was 6-5. This score was unacceptable to the Tubo team, who had always thought that they were invincible. Therefore, at the start of the last quarter of the game, they were like wolves and tigers. They used the same strategy as the Tang team, pressing forward with all their strength to attack. With the full strength of the top 10 players, how could they not catch up with this ball, or even surpass the Tang team? However, when they met on a narrow path, using offense against offense, the slightest difference was enough to determine victory or defeat. Although there were only 5 people on the Tang dynasty's side, 4 of them were more powerful than the Tubo team. Princess Taiping was a little less skilled than them, but they were afraid of hurting her. Therefore, they were restrained when fighting for the ball. Although there were 10 people on the Tubo team, the horses galloped on the field. 3 to 5 horses were enough to control a large area. After the Tubo team adopted the strategy of all-out attack, their advantage in numbers could not be used at all. Moreover, at this time, the Tang dynasty was already in the lead. Although it was only 1 goal, their mentality was completely different. Being in the lead was an unprecedented record for the Tang dynasty team. Secondly, it was a record of 5-10, which was enough to laugh at the world. Therefore, Princess Taiping and the others were not anxious at all. Now, as long as they got the ball, they would use their exquisite ball control skills and superb horsemanship to try their best to keep the ball for as long as possible. As the game was about to end, both sides actually had not scored a goal. This situation formed a sharp contrast with the frequent goals scored in the first 2 quarters. Seeing that the game was about to end, the incense stick was about to burn out. The cheers of the Tang dynasty's soldiers celebrating the victory came one after another. Jay could not sit still and ran to the side of the field again to shout. Hearing his shout, the Tubo team's offensive became more rapid. As a result, the pace of the attack became more chaotic. Princess Taiping cleverly cut off one of their balls and immediately passed it to Yang Fan. After dribbling the ball, Yang Fan did not directly rush to the opponent's goal. Instead, he circled to the outside field and then cut to the end line. His plan was to attack if he could, and if he could not, he would try to delay as much time as possible. How could the Tubo team let him do that? They immediately outflanked him. Seeing that several pursuers were approaching, Yang Fan shouted and waved his stick to pass the ball to Huziruo on the other side. Huziruo had been slightly injured in the scramble. The corner of his eye was scratched, and there was a trace of blood on his face, but he still insisted on playing. Seeing that Zhu Qiu was in front of his horse, Huziruo immediately caught the ball and sped up his horse. He made a posture of rushing to the goal. After successfully attracting several opposing players to surround him, he passed the ball to Chu Kuanga. Chu Kuanga rushed forward with the ball. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at Yang Fan's position and suddenly flicked the ball. The ball drew an arc and fell to the right in front of the goal. Yang Fan's horse had just emerged from the encirclement of the opponent's two horses. Seeing this scene, he immediately urged his horse to pounce. At this time, the sky was already dark. Countless torches were lit around the field. The black horse that Yang Fan was riding was like a black dragon. It ran faster and faster, getting closer and closer. It shook off the opposing players, who were constantly trying to intercept and fight for the ball. Like a black shadow, it was the first to pounce in front of Zhu Qiu. 3 Tubo players, respectively, flanked him from the left front, left back, and behind him. It was only a few centimeters away. Yang Fan did not stop for a moment and directly kicked the ball with his stick. Ah! In the opponent's desperate cries, the ball flew out a moment before them. Boom! The 4 horses crashed heavily into each other. Although the black horse that Yang Fan was riding was divine, it could not withstand the impact of 3 horses at the same time. With a sad neigh, it fell to the ground. The referee waved the flag and shouted loudly, "Sure, the black horse fell." At the moment when the horse fell, Yang Fan's legs left the stirrups. He nimbly stepped on the horse's back and jumped up. Sure, the vermilion polo shot into the goal and lifted the net up. Sure, the cheers that had been stuck in the throats of the soldiers for a long time broke through the air and formed a huge wave of sound, startling Shangguan, who was watching intently. Only then did she feel a faint pain in her palm. It turned out that while watching the game, she had unknowingly immersed herself in it. With the Empress by her side, she could not cheer as loudly as the soldiers. Unknowingly, she had clenched her fists so tightly that she did not even notice that her nails had cut into her palm. This heart-shattering cheer shook even Wu Zetian. A joyful smile appeared on her face as she calmly said, "Hee, Ling Yu, Shinji, and that little guy, not bad at all." Mighty, mighty, mighty. When Yang Fan landed, he deliberately staggered. He did not want people to know how agile he was. But who cared? He, who had scored the last goal, was already the greatest hero in the eyes of all the soldiers present. Even though he had fallen to the ground in a heroic manner, he was still the greatest hero in the hearts of the soldiers. The imperial soldiers watching the game went crazy. They even forgot that the Empress Dowager and the Emperor were present. One by one, they rushed down from the stands, cheered, and rushed into the field. They lifted Yang Fan, who had scored the last goal, and threw him into the air over and over again. Only then did Shanghai let out a long sigh, because she had held her breath for a long time. Her face was flushed. Mighty, mighty, mighty. With each shout, Yang Fan was thrown higher and higher. Princess Taiping rode her horse closer and pulled the reins. The white horse's two front hooves stepped forward heavily and stopped. Princess Taiping looked up at Yang Fan, who had been thrown into the air, with a happy smile on her face. Qiu Shinji, Chu Kuanga, and Huzello also gathered around. Everyone's face was full of happy smiles. Jay stood on the side of the field, dumbfounded. The soldiers of the Tang dynasty cheered and kept jumping down from the stands. Intentionally or unintentionally, they brushed past him and knocked him over like a reed in the wind. Chapter 140. In the evening, Ma Qiao's house was bustling with noise and excitement. The doors were already closed, but many of the commoners did not immediately return to their homes. Ma Qiao's house was filled with people, and no one cared about the commotion, because bad luck, Hua Minglei, Basho, and Su Mohan were also present, who would care about the ban. Su Fangjing's face was flushed, and he desperately raised his voice to drown out the noise in the room. Hey, I told you. I told you. Luckily, I found a Taoist priest to set up an altar, and now our feng shui has improved. Look at Xiao Fan and Brother Qiao. They've both become imperial guards. Annie Hua laughed. Su Fangjing, come on. Brother Qiao has already said that it was thanks to the help of Master Shui from White Horse Temple that they had the opportunity to join the imperial guards. This is the monk's credit. What does it have to do with Taoist priests? Su Fangjing was unconvinced. Feng shui is mysterious. You wouldn't understand even if I explained it to you. Tell me, how many messy things have happened in the past few days? If it wasn't for me, Basho, decisively inviting a Taoist priest to set up an altar and change the feng shui of our place, how could these two children have met a benefactor? Bad luck, Hua Minglei said with a smile. No matter what the reason is, it's a good thing that our children have become so successful. Ma Qiao's mother said, Brother Hua is right. No matter what, this is a joyous occasion. We have to thank everyone. Our Qiao has finally become successful. His grandfather will be happy in the underworld. Ma Qiao's mother couldn't help but wipe away her tears, and everyone saw this and comforted her. Many of the shopkeepers and Marquis Wu, who were familiar with Yang Fan and Ma Qiao, crowded around them, looking enviously at their heroic imperial army uniforms. Taking over Yang Fan's job, Xiao Qianyue, who had just become a shopkeeper not long ago, touched Yang Fan's and Ma Qiao's uniforms and asked curiously, Xiao Fan, why is your uniform different from Brother Qiao? What are your official positions in the imperial army? Yang Fan said, as long as a new recruit joins the army, they have to start from scratch. How can they immediately become an official? However, because I made a contribution to defeating the Tubo in the bow fencing competition, the Empress was very happy, so she made an exception and promoted me to be the chef. Xiao Qianyue continued, I heard that the Imperial Guard has 16 guards. Which guard are you from? Yang Fan said, I'm currently in the Golden Guard, and Brother Qiao has chosen the Dragonmite Army. The Dragonmite Army is full of cavalry, and joining this guard, although I'm a soldier now, I have many opportunities to excel. Ma Qiao said loudly, Brothers, don't worry, Xiao Fan has made our Xiuwen workshop proud, and Ma Qiao, will not be inferior. After joining the army this time, I will definitely train hard in riding and archery, and in the future I will earn great military merits. The shopkeepers cheered Marquis Wu, wishing him to become a general as soon as possible. Ma Qiao's face was full of smiles, and he waved his hand frequently, as if he had already become a great general, looking very impressive. Jiang Suning came late, and after she closed up the stall, she busied herself for a while, mixing the noodles to be used the next morning and placing them on the Kong to wake up. Only then did she arrive at Ma Qiao's house. Before she entered the house, she saw that it was very lively, and even the courtyard was full of people. After she greeted each of her acquaintances one by one, she squeezed through the door and saw Ma Qiao excitedly talking about the bow fencing competition that day. At that time, Her Royal Highness passed the ball to Xiao Fan's horse, and Xiao Fan, the princess? Of course, don't interrupt me. At that time, what was I talking about? Jiang Suning listened and couldn't help but purse her lips into a smile. There was an extra lamp in the room, and the light could still be considered bright. Although the light was flickering because of the crowded crowd, it was still possible to clearly see his appearance. Ma Qiao was wearing a red battle jacket, a half-body leather armor, a leather helmet with curled ears, and a pair of yellow fat trousers, which were tightly tucked into his battle boots. Just this outfit alone showed a bit of heroic spirit. Looking at him carefully, he seemed to be a bit thinner and darker than before. However, the biggest change was not in his appearance, but something that seeped out from his bones. He was, as usual, boasting and showing off to his companions, but Jiang Suning could see that he had a different temperament than before. His eyes seemed to be a lot clearer, a lot brighter. There was a faint stubble on his chin, and he hadn't reached the age where he should grow a beard. He wasn't shaved cleanly, but because of this, he had a bit of a mature man's aura. Jiang Suning's gaze slid over that moving chin and then moved to his mouth. Suddenly, her body heated up, and even the tips of her ears heated up. In the past, this was unimaginable. She saw Ma Qiao as a brother, but never as a man. Even when he held her hand or touched her body, when they were fooling around, she didn't feel anything. But this time, thinking of how he suddenly turned around at the Lantern Festival, and that kiss that caught her off guard, she actually felt a little embarrassed. That kiss wasn't beautiful, and the most she felt was pain. Her cut lips had been slightly swollen for more than a day, but that kiss had a great impact on her heart. Ma Qiao gestured as he spoke and turned his head in her direction. Jiang Suning's heart skipped a beat. She was actually a little afraid of being seen by him, so she hurriedly lowered her head and squeezed into the crowd beside her mother. It was late at night, and bad luck Hu Minglei had given special permission to delay the curfew by 2 hours. Now that the time was up, the guests all took their leave. Si Xiaoning and her son off. Because the two families had always been on good terms, Ma's mother and Pasta's mother chatted the longest. After seeing the other guests off, Ma's mother instructed her son to see them off. I'm a little tired, so I won't be going. Sister Ning, see you tomorrow. Yang Fan originally wanted to see them off, but when he saw Jiang Suning hiding half of his body behind his mother, which was quite different from his usual straightforward and generous self, he actually revealed a little shyness. Yang Fan's heart couldn't help but be moved. He originally wanted to say, "I'll go too," but at the last moment he changed it to not going. Ma Qiao accompanied Jiang Suning and Jiang Suning's mother out together, and coincidentally saw Auntie Hua walking slowly. Auntie Hua's residence wasn't far from the Jiang family's house, so the two old sisters who had lived in the same place for their entire lives walked side by side, chatting as they walked. This time, Ma Qiao and Jiang Suning were left behind. Admittedly, Jiang Suning's heart was perturbed, and Ma Qiao also felt a little uneasy when he thought about what happened that night. The two of them walked side by side behind the two old people, their hearts beating lightly. They both lowered their heads to look at the frost-like ground, not knowing what to say. Sometimes they would tilt their heads slightly and secretly glance at the person next to them. If the other person also happened to look at them, they would quickly look away when their eyes met. That kind of feeling of bashfulness and timidity was something they had never experienced before, and it was difficult to understand what it was like for a moment. After turning a corner in front, they would arrive at the Jiang family's house. The Jiang family was the first house near the intersection. Pasta stopped and lowered his gaze. He said to Ma Chao somewhat bashfully, "All right, you should also go back and rest. Tomorrow morning, you still have to report to the army. Don't be late." "Ah, then, I'll go back first." Ma Chao stopped and heaved a sigh of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. He tugged at the lapel of his military uniform and made a move to leave. Seeing his uneasy appearance, Jiang Suning couldn't help but purse his lips into a smile. He softly said, "Ah, you really do look a little like a human now. In the future, when you become a member of the Imperial Army, you can be considered to have jumped out of the small circle of the Showan workshop. Work hard, and in the future, you can make contributions and become a great general. Then you can come back in style and let me see you." Ma Chao laughed and said, "Become a great general? Ah, there are people who become great generals at a young age, but they are all the children of rich and powerful families. For people like us who come from humble and common families, unless we make an enormous contribution, even if we're lucky by the time I become a great general, I'm afraid I'll be 70 or 80 years old. At that time, will you still come to see me?" Jiang Suning said, "If you come back, I'll go see you. What's wrong with being 70 or 80 years old? Unless you think I'm too ugly at that time." Ma Chao blurted out, "How can that be? Even if you grow to 80 years old, little Ning will still be little Ning. You'll still be so good-looking." A faint blush appeared on Jiang Suning's face. She lightly spat and said, "Nonsense! Then wouldn't I be an old demon?" Looking at her shy and moving appearance, Ma Chao suddenly had the urge to kiss her. Appearance is born from the heart. His impulse immediately leaked out from his eyes. Jiang Suning faintly sensed it. She slightly raised her head and slightly widened her eyes. Even she herself couldn't tell if the blurred light in her eyes was anticipation, surprise, or fear. Ma Chao slightly lowered his head. "Little Ning." Just at this moment, Annie Hua energetically appeared from around the corner. She saw Ma Chao leaning over to kiss her, and Jiang Suning raising her head to welcome him. Ma Chao and Jiang Suning quickly straightened their bodies. They looked at her in panic and said, "Annie Hua? Oh, little Ning, it's getting late. You should go back and rest. Auntie is going home now." Being old and shrewd, Annie Hua was only slightly startled. She quickly returned to normal, as if she hadn't seen this scene at all. Jiang Suning blushed and responded. Auntie Hua then turned around and left. Just as she rounded the corner, Annie Hua quickened her steps and quickly rushed back to the Jiang family's front door. She lowered her voice and called out, Sister, come out quickly." After Annie Hua's interruption, Ma Chao and Jiang Suning only briefly chatted for a while before Jiang Suning ran back home as if escaping. Ma Chao walked all the way back. His heart was full of novelty. Before, he had never treated Jiang Suning as a woman, but now he couldn't help but think about her. He thought over and over again, Xiao Ning is actually very pretty, diligent, and capable. If I could really marry her and make her my wife. When he thought of that kiss, when he thought of Jiang Suning's thin and soft red lips, Ma Chao's entire body felt hot, and he actually felt as if he'd drunk wine, causing him to be extremely intoxicated. In the darkness of the night, a figure quietly stood in the corner of the wall. Seeing that Ma Chao had returned, the figure leaned against the wall again. Ma Chao didn't notice and stepped into the courtyard. Chapter 141. Yang Fan and Ma Chao were lying side by side on the same bed. Yang Fan's house had already been entrusted to Su Fongjing to find someone to resell it. However, there was originally nothing in the house. Now that the weather was cold, it was better to stay at home. It was better to stay at Ma's house to keep warm. Ma Chao rested his head on his arms and looked at the top of the tent. He said to Yang Fan, "I have been diligently practicing the martial arts you taught me. Later, when I am familiar with this set of saber techniques. You will have to teach me some new ones. Yang Fan said, Of course, I am only afraid that you are not willing to work hard. As long as you are willing to learn, there is no reason for me not to teach you. Ma Qiao thought for a moment and laughed. I still feel like I am in a dream. I never thought that I, Ma Qiao, would have such a glorious day. Wearing these clothes, it is really awe-inspiring. Just now, did you see how envious those servants and Marquis were when they looked at us? He suddenly turned over and looked at Yang Fan with bright eyes. Yang Fan said in surprise, Why are you looking at me like that? I am not your wife. Ma Qiao sincerely said, Little Fan, thank you from the bottom of my heart. Yang Fan asked curiously, Thank me for what? Ma Qiao said seriously, When I was a child, my mother told me the story of Mencius's mother moved 3 times. She said that an eagle living in a chicken coop will also lose the ability to soar in the sky. The kind of friend you make determines the kind of person you become. I am very happy to be friends with you, to be brothers. Yang Fan smiled and patted him on the shoulder without saying a word. Ma Qiao said regretfully, But why did you let me stay in the Longwu army? It would be better for us brothers to be together. We can take care of each other. Yang Fan said, In the army, no matter how much seniority is valued, the most important thing is real ability. You know how Chu Dage was demoted from the army. The man he had crippled had a backer, but what happened in the end? We are brothers. If we stay together, it will be hard for us to take care of each other. You'll have more opportunities in the Dragon Guard than in the Golden Guards. Ma Qiao nodded and said seriously, Yes, I don't want to rely on your care to climb up and let others stab me in the back. I just don't want to be separated from you. Don't worry, if I want to become an official, I will use my own ability to convince people. The faintly discernible figure quietly left the vicinity of the Ma family. This person was Tin Ano. After receiving her young master's order, she had a justifiable reason to pay attention to Yang Fan with peace of mind. She didn't expect that Yang Fan had become an imperial guard. She recalled that when she first met Yang Fan, he was just a worker. Then, in the blink of an eye, he had become the head of the White Horse Temple. Now, he had become an imperial guard. This person's luck was truly beyond her imagination. He's just a small soldier in the Imperial Guard. I believe that young master won't take him seriously. Tin Ano pondered on whether she should report this matter to her young master. Years of obedience had become a habit, so she didn't want to hide anything from her young master. However, she instinctively wanted to protect Yang Fan. Suddenly, she saw a familiar place and couldn't help but stop. A moment later, she appeared in the small house that Yang Fan used to live in. The door opened, and the cold moonlight shone into the room. Tin Ano silently scanned everything in the room and quietly walked in. The mouse in the corner was startled by her light footsteps and quickly crawled into its hole. Tin Ano lifted the dusty bedsheet and gently sat down on the couch. She hugged her knees with a gentle gaze. This place was shabby, and there was really nothing to look at. For a girl like her who was born in a wealthy family and was extremely particular about clothes and food, this was even more so for her. However, this place had an indescribable attraction to her. When she was here, her heart would feel incomparably peaceful and warm. Perhaps she had this feeling in her distant childhood. She had always refused to think of her childhood because once she thought of it, she would involuntarily recall that miserable period of time. However, during the days that she stayed at Yang Fan's place, that relaxed, comfortable, natural, and unrestrained feeling was something that she had only experienced in her distant childhood. It was a feeling of home, a feeling of home. She couldn't describe the specific feeling, but there was a faint nostalgia and sadness. Tin Ano sighed softly and hugged her knees in loneliness. The guards of Jinwu were divided into the left and right guards of Jinwu. They were two of the 16 guards of the imperial army and were in charge of the emperor's imperial guards and retinue, the patrolling police in the palace and the capital, as well as matters of the Marquis of Feng, roads, and water were all within their scope of responsibility. Yang Fan had originally planned on using the opportunity to enter the palace to get close to Shangguan Wan Er. However, he didn't know that an outsider like him had no chance to walk around the palace without anyone leading him. Every time he saw Shangguan Wan Er, it was in public and under the watchful eyes of everyone. There was no chance at all. Up until now, he hadn't made any progress on Shangguan Wan Er's side. In the end, Qiu Shinji, who he thought would be hard to get close to, had been accidentally sent to him by fate. However, the world was full of strange changes that were hard to imagine. Yang Fan had originally thought that he would be staying in the guards of Jinwu for a long time, and that there would be opportunities to act. Therefore, after reporting to Meng Jin, he patiently familiarized himself with the surroundings and made friends with the soldiers in the army. He temporarily suppressed his murderous intent and wanted to completely assimilate into this environment to ensure that his identity would not be exposed when he returned to the Thornhill. However, just 3 days later, his superior, Captain Fu, informed him to immediately pack up and report to the palace in Luoyang. From that day onwards, he would become a big-horned man. The big-horned men were part of the guards of Jinwu. There were a total of 600 of them, and they were part of the Royal Guard of Honor. Usually, they wielded halberds and served as palace guards. However, during major court meetings and important royal ceremonies, they would hold large horns and blow horns, becoming a part of the royal instrumental band. Yang Fan didn't know why he was transferred to the palace again. He had just gotten close to Qiu Shinji and hadn't even warmed his seat when he was transferred away again. Fortunately, he was transferred to another place. Therefore, Yang Fan made a feint with Qiu Shinji and killed his way back into the palace. There had never been an imperial guard like Yang Fan who could cause such a huge commotion when he entered the palace. In reality, when he had first reported to Meng Jin, he had also caused a commotion in the imperial army of the guards of Jinwu. Bowing was one of the most popular sports in the army. An expert in bowing would be fanatically sought after by the soldiers. This time, Yang Fan had fought 5 against 10 and accompanied Princess Taiping in defeating the Tufan army. This attracted the intense attention of the imperial army. However, the attention he attracted in the imperial army was far less than the impact he had in the palace. This was because he had once defeated a sumo wrestler from Princess Taiping's residence. Because he was the little whirlwind in the bowing arena, it was said that Lady Xiaoman was so angry that she stomped her feet, and Shangguan Shoujiao was so angry that he fell down, because he fought side by side with Princess Taiping and defeated the Tufan army. Most of the officers and soldiers of the guards of Jin Wu had only heard about it through hearsay. They had vaguely heard about the grand occasion of that day's competition. Most of the palace maids, eunuchs, and guards were eyewitnesses. Therefore, the arrival of Yang Fan caused an even bigger commotion among them. Other than that, there was another important reason. Yang Fan was once the head monk of the White Horse Temple. Until now, his head was still bald and did not grow any hair. Everyone in the palace knew what kind of person the abbot of the White Horse Temple, Xue Huai, was. Therefore, Yang Fan, who was also from the White Horse Temple, also became a little erotic. A bald little monk, what a fresh feeling. This image and identity, compared to a guard or a scholar, had a different flavor. It was a fresh and exciting feeling. This kind of feeling could easily arouse the imagination of those girls who were deep in the palace and had nothing to do Brother Yang, thank you so much. I slipped and the one who spoke was a cute little palace made of about 12 or 13 years old. Her surname was Zhou, and she had a lovely name, Yuan Bao. At this time, gold and silver were not used as currency, and there was no such thing as Yuan Bao. But at this time, there was already the word Yuan Bao. Yuan Bao at this time referred to Kai Yuan Tong Bao. It seemed that Zhou Yuan Bao's parents were so poor that they gave their daughter such a name. In this era, girls could get married at the age of 15. Many girls who passed the age of 15 were already married. In order to ensure that the number of palace maids and beauties was sufficient, the age of the beauties in the palace was relatively young. They could enter the palace at the age of 11 or 12. Zhou Yuan Bao entered the palace at the age of 11 and had been in the palace for a year. It had just snowed heavily, and the world was covered in a vast expanse of white. Yang Fan, with snow on his shoulder, walked over from the opposite side with his halberd in his hand. Zhou Yuan Bao was walking towards him, and as soon as he saw him, he slipped and fell. There were 2 palace walls on both sides, and there were only the 2 of them in the middle. Should he help him up? Yang Fan went forward to help him up, and so the little girl hung on his arm. The snow was very white as the white flour. The snow was very soft as a sponge cake. So this fall did not hurt Lady Yuan Bao, nor did it dirty her clothes. But the little girl hung on Yang Fan's arm, looking a little unsteady. She said coquettishly, "Brother Yang, can you help me pat the snow off my body? I can't stand properly." She was sitting on the ground, so the snow was stuck to her dress. At this moment, she raised her cute little face and looked at Yang Fan with her big watery eyes. There was a mischievous smile in the bottom of her eyes. Of course, she knew that Yang Fan would not really dare to help her pat the snow off her dress. She just liked to see Yang Fan embarrassed. In a place with many men, even the most flamboyant women would calm down. But in a place with many women, they were practically unscrupulous. Yang Fan was a grown man, but from time to time, he became the object of the little palace maids' teasing. The women in the lonely, deep palace had another source of entertainment. Chapter 142. Yuan Bao, what are you doing? A cold girl's voice suddenly rang out. Zhou Yuan Bao looked up and laughed. She jumped up agilely. Her leg was no longer lame but no longer hurt. She patted the snow off her, and skipped away like a lively rabbit. When she reached the girl's side, she smiled and said, "Sister Xiao Miao." Sister Xiao Miao harumphed with a straight face. "How dare you be so impudent in front of the Tian Ho Palace? Be careful that the female officials don't see you, and they'll flog you." Zhou Yuan Bao playfully stuck out his tongue and ran over, laughing. Sister Xiao Miao was called Shu Xiao Miao. She was the same age as Zhou Yuan Bao, but her birthday was slightly older. The 2 of them had entered the palace in the same batch. Zhou Yuan Bao served the current emperor's favorite concubine, Concubine Da, while Shu Xiaomiao was a palace maid in the Empress Dowager's palace. Their status was worlds apart, and Yuan Bao was very obedient in front of her. Once Zhou Yuan Bao left, a sweet smile appeared on Shu Xiaomiao's face. She slowly walked over to welcome Yang Fan. Shu Xiaomiao was of Xianbei descent. Her ancestors were originally from the Xianbei Shu Luoyu clan. After the Xianbei Tuoba clan fell, the Shu Luoyu clan stayed in the Central Plains and changed their surname to Shu. Shu Xiaomiao no longer had many of the characteristics of the Hu bloodline. However, compared to most of the girls in Luoyang, her facial features were more distinct. Her eyes were slightly deeper, and her nose was like a cone. It made her look even more beautiful. Shu Xiaomiao was carrying a wooden shovel. It looked like she had come out to sweep the snow. She smiled as she walked to Yang Fan's side and asked, "Second brother, did you come back from your duty?" Yang Fan smiled and replied, "Yes, I just finished my duty. I'm just about to go back." Shu Xiaomiao's voice had a tinge of innocence as she said, "Second brother, look, it's snowing so heavily. I'm young and weak. When will I be able to finish sweeping such a large area? Second brother, you're the best. Why don't I help second brother carry the halberd, and second brother help me clear the snow? How about that?" All right. Yang Fan hesitated for a moment before agreeing. He did not want to stand guard in the imperial palace for the rest of his life. His goal was to get close to Shangguan Wan'er. Unfortunately, although Shangguan Wan'er was only a person waiting for an imperial edict by the empress side, she was already equivalent to the number 2 person in the imperial palace. Yang Fan had no chance to see her. He did not even know where she usually worked or where she stayed at night. The more friends he made, the more opportunities he would have to find out more news from the palace. With this goal in mind, Yang Fan liked to be kind to others. Seeing that Yang Fan had agreed, Shu Xiaomiao immediately said excitedly, "Second brother is really a good person. Come, I'll give you the shovel. Oh, this halberd is so heavy and cold." Shu Xiaomiao first used her hands to hold it, then hurriedly rolled up her sleeves and wrapped them around the halberd. This still felt cold, so she simply hugged the halberd in her arms and looked at Yang Fan with a smile. Yang Fan swung the wooden shovel to clear the snow. Although he looked lean, he had great strength. The waves of snow tumbled and were quickly swept to one side by him, piling up against the palace wall. In a short while, a large area had been cleared. Hee, second brother is really capable. Second brother is so amazing. Look at how tired second brother is. Xiao Miao will wipe your sweat for you. Shu Xiaomiao dragged the halberd and followed behind Yang Fan, praising him without any hesitation. She even took out a fragrant handkerchief from her sleeve and rushed to wipe Yang Fan's sweat. Although the snow was quite thick, there was not a single drop of sweat on Yang Fan's forehead. This made Yang Fan not know whether to laugh or cry. Different from Zhou Yuanbao's deliberate teasing, Shu Xiaomiao really liked this handsome and adorable sentry soldier. This little girl had matured a little earlier, but her liking was just a hazy good impression of a girl, and there was still an element of teasing in it. A clear cough, suddenly came from the intersection. Shu Xiaomiao turned to look and hurriedly hid the handkerchief, calling timidly, "Sister Xiaoman." The girl standing prettily at the intersection was Xie Muwen. Xie Muwen stood at the intersection with her hands behind her back. She wore a short-sleeved, short-fronted hibiscus fur coat, a begonia-colored 8-piece satin skirt, with 3 to 4 inches of white fox fur peeking out from the sleeves and collar, and a pair of deerskin boots. She was already elegant and refined, and with this fitting outfit, she looked even more like a fairy. Seeing that Xie Xiaoman was staring at her, Shu Xiaomiao hurriedly returned the halberd to Yang Fan, took back the wooden shovel, smiled at Xie Xiaoman, and began to shovel the snow hard. Yang Fan looked on with interest and laughed heartily. He slapped the halberd, brushed the snow off its tip, and put it on his shoulder. He said to Shu Xiaomiao, "Miss Xiaomiao, I'm going back." "Oh." Shu Xiaomiao raised her head and wanted to say something, but seeing that Xie Xiaoman was still watching, she quickly lowered her head again. Xie Xiaoman snorted and turned to leave. When Yang Fan reached the intersection and turned to the side, he saw Xie Xiaoman standing there with her hands behind her back. When she saw him coming, she shouted coldly, "Stop!" Yang Fan stopped, smiled, and bowed. He asked, "What advice does Xie Dui have for me?" Xie Xiaoman said, "Do you know that these palace maids are mostly the children of poor families?" Yang Fan said, "I know a thing or two. Even if the children of rich families are chosen, They can bribe the officials to let them go with some money. Xie Xiaoman's expression became even colder. It's good that you know. They come from poor families, and although they don't have to worry about food and clothing after entering the palace, they no longer have freedom. It's very pitiful. The girls here are not scheming, so they are the easiest to deceive. Since you know they are pitiful, you should stay away from them. Hearing this, Yang Fan finally understood a little and couldn't help but frown. Xie Dui, what do you mean by this? Xie Xiaoman said, do you really want me to say it? Then I'll tell you bluntly, it doesn't matter if you're bold, but don't cause them to lose their lives. If I ever see you flirting with the girls of the palace again, I won't let you off. Yang Fan felt wronged and couldn't help but raise his voice. Xie Dui, the two of us mind our own business. If you want to punish me, I'm afraid it won't be easy. You'll have to go through Captain Zhu first. Captain Zhu's name was Zhu Bin, and he was the captain of the Jinwu Guards. He was in charge of these 600 bighorn soldiers. When Xie Xiaoman heard his words, she suddenly turned around and raised her eyebrows. Surnamed Yang, you won glory for our Tang dynasty on the field, and even the Empress praised you. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth, do you? Yang Fan retorted sarcastically. I don't dare. I'm just not as self-righteous as some people. Xie Xiaoman glared fiercely at him with her big black and white eyes. After staring at him for a long time, she gently nodded and said, Good, well done. Let's see if this official can punish you. Xie Xiaoman stretched out her long legs and went to find Zhu Bin. These days, among the palace maids, and even the group of female guards, the person that was most frequently mentioned was Yang Fan. Even her good friend Gao seemed to be infatuated with this man. Whenever they talked about him, she would be especially fascinated. How could a little girl like Xu Xiaomiao resist his seduction? What Xie Xiaoman didn't know was that in her eyes, the little sprout, who was as timid as a little rabbit, was the one taking the initiative. Originally, Xie Xiaoman only wanted to warn Yang Fan to restrain himself. She didn't expect him to be so arrogant. She couldn't help but think bitterly, You brat, I can't control you. Humph. I'll make sure you're under my watch. Let's see how you're going to fool around. As Xie Xiaoman thought about it, she rushed to the Yamen office where Zhu Bin was on duty. As she walked, she suddenly saw two people walking in front of her. Because the heavy snow had just stopped, the eunuchs and palace maids had just come out to clear the snow. The thick snow on the road had not yet been removed, so the two people walking in front of her were walking with difficulty. Xie Xiaoman glanced at them and recognized that one of them was eunuch Gao, and the other was a man in his early 20s. He was as short as a winter melon, walking clumsily on his short legs in the snow. Looking at his complexion, there was an unhealthy yellow-black color, showing a sickly appearance. His attire was also very beautiful. That hat, that robe, that boots, although the material and workmanship were all top quality, this person was really not a clothes rack. No matter how good the clothes were on him, it would not show off his temperament. Because of the thick snow on the road, there was only a small path in the middle of the road that had been stepped on by the patrolling soldiers. So, Xie Xiaoman stepped sideways to give way. During Empress Wu's era, eunuchs had limited power. Xiaoman was Empress Wu's personal guard, so she didn't need to listen to a eunuch. But although ordinary people looked down on eunuchs, Xiaoman felt that they were all pitiful people. If it wasn't for the fact that their families were poor, who would be willing to enter the palace? Besides, this eunuch Gao had a good temperament and treated people kindly. He was also much older than her, so he took the initiative to give way. Eunuch Gao had an eye disease that made him cry in the wind, so he slightly tilted his head to avoid the wind and stared at the ground as he walked forward. It wasn't until he got closer that he saw that the girl who had stepped aside to give way was Xie Xiaoman. He quickly smiled and bowed. "Oh, it's Miss Xiaoman. Look at my eyes." Xia Xiaoman smiled faintly and said, "It's such a cold day. Eunuch Gao must be tired. Please go ahead." While they were talking, the short man, who looked like a rich man from the countryside, stopped in his tracks. The few steps in the snow must have tired him out, for he stood panting and making a sound like a bellows in his throat. But as soon as he saw Xie Xiaoman's appearance, his eyes immediately went wide, as if he even forgot to breathe. This girl was too graceful. That pink and tender skin, that red and pouty little mouth, that straight nose, those big eyes that seemed to be able to speak. Ever since he entered the palace, he had seen enough beautiful girls, but none as beautiful as her. Just look at her standing there. That spirit and spirit, it was like the plum blossom tree in his old house's backyard. The heavier the snow, the stronger the wind, the more beautiful it was, and the more spirited it was. Oh my God, why does this girl look so neat and tidy? I can't sleep with a girl like this. The short man stared straight at Xiaoman, his heart itching like a cat scratching its head. Chapter 143. Eunuch Gao was bringing this person to see the Empress Dowager, so he didn't dare to delay any longer. He didn't stand on ceremony with Xiaoman and smiled. All right, Miss Xiaoman, I'll be leaving first." Eunuch Gao strode forward. The short man beside him stared longingly at Xie Xiaoman for a moment before hurrying to catch up with him. After taking a few steps, he couldn't help but turn around and glance at Xie Xiaoman again. Her graceful back was still unspeakably beautiful, and his heart itched even more. He couldn't help but gasp and ask, "Eunuch Gao, this girl is so graceful. Who is she?" Eunuch Gao frowned slightly when he heard his rustling voice. However, this was not someone he could afford to offend. His impatience quickly disappeared. Eunuch Gao tried his best to speak in an amiable tone. "Oh, that is Miss Xiaoman, the Empress bodyguard." Hearing this, the man's face lit up, and he asked, "Are you my aunt's bodyguard?" Eunuch Gao said, "Of course, I wouldn't dare to lie to young Master Wu." The man was overjoyed and thought, "So she's just a female imperial guard of my aunt." "What female guard? She's just a maid who serves people. That's good enough." This man was called Wu Huing, a nephew of Wu Zetian. Wu Zetian's grandfather, Wu Huasheng, had 4 sons: Wu Rang, Wu Qi, Wu Leng, and Wu Yi. Wu Huing was the son of Wu Yi's 3rd son, Wu Anya. The 3rd branch only had 1 son, and he was the son of Wu Anya at an old age, so he was treated like a precious treasure and was raised like a little ancestor. Wu Huing was the son of Wu Anya at an old age. He was born with a weak constitution and often got sick. His family treasured him very much, and he didn't learn anything since he was young. His family only wanted him to live a long life, so they didn't dare to think too much about him. After Wu Zetian came to power, she gradually felt that she didn't have enough trusted aides, so she had to use a large number of people from the Wu family. But because the 3rd branch only had 1 son, and his health wasn't good, the family couldn't bear to let him become an official. Now that Wu Anya had passed away, there was no one in the family who could control this little tyrant. Under his repeated torment, they could only let him do as he pleased. Wu Huing wrote a letter to his aunt, Wu Zetian, expressing his wish to become an official. Wu Zetian happily agreed. Wu Huing immediately packed his luggage and left his hometown in Taiyuan, heading for Luoyang. Wu Huing had always been extremely arrogant at home, and he also knew that his aunt was equivalent to the emperor of the Tang dynasty. She was as high as the heavens, and no one could compare to her. In his eyes, everyone, including the princes and princesses of Li Tang's imperial clan, were all servants of his Wu clan, not to mention a little female guard. "I'm going to ask Aunt to bring that graceful and handsome girl over." Thinking of Xie Xiaoman's cute face, Wu Huing began to look forward to the beautiful life in the future. After the snow, the palace was like a jade palace. The tall and majestic palace was completely covered under the pure, white snow. Occasionally, a corner of the dazzling gold and jade could be seen, while the rest was hidden under the pure white. Even the beast on the eaves of the palace was like a jade sculpture. In the small courtyard of the Fragrance Palace, the winter plum blossoms were like beans in the snow, ready to bloom. Since ancient times, the imperial family loved to plant plum blossoms. The plum blossoms were undoubtedly a grand sight in winter. The plum blossoms in front of the fragrant hall were in full bloom. The dense flower buds that didn't have any green leaves stubbornly drilled out of the fluffy white snow. The petals were so tender that they were almost transparent, like wax. From a distance, they looked like crystal clear jade beans. Under the old and twisted branches of the plum tree, Eunuch Gao was wearing a large cotton padded jacket and sitting on a stone bench. He was excitedly talking to a few young eunuchs and the little palace made about the winter in his hometown. Eunuch Gao was one of Su Machu's people. He said with a nostalgic tone, "At that time, husband was only 9 years old. After the heavy snowfall, I went to the river with my older brother. The north was 10 times colder than here, and the river was frozen with a thick layer of ice. We used ice shards to pry them open and stones to smash a hole in the ice. Hey, the fat fish in the water were complaining that they didn't have enough air to breathe. Once the ice hole was smashed, the fat fish would rush to the surface of the water. It was very easy to catch them. Sometimes they would jump up on their own. We picked up a few fat fish and stewed them or roasted them when we got home. They were very fragrant." As he said this, Eunuch Gao licked his lips, as if he was a little greedy. Yang Fan carried his halberd and stood on the side, listening with a smile. He was the imperial bodyguard of the Fragrant Palace. However, when it was winter, the Empress Dowager didn't come here, so he had nothing to do every day. The palace guards who guarded the door would go to the gatehouse to warm themselves. Yang Fan liked to hang out with these eunuchs and palace maids. If he wanted to know the whereabouts of Shanghai Wanner, the best way was to go through these palace maids. "Brother Yang, did you catch fish like this when you were young?" A little palace maid glanced at Yang Fan and said with a smile, "It was easy to strike up a conversation with a beautiful woman, and it was also easy to strike up a conversation with a handsome young man, especially in this place where there were more Yin and less Yang." A few young maids immediately turned to Yang Fan and pretended to be in high spirits, leaving Eunuch Gao aside. Yang Fan smiled shyly and said, "No, I was very honest when I was young. I didn't dare to shave ice to catch fish." A palace maid covered her mouth and laughed. "Erlang doesn't tell the truth, but you are honest. Who would believe you?" That day, I saw clearly how powerful Erlang was on the court, especially the last ball. The little palace maid became more and more excited as she spoke. Her little face was flushed, and she waved her hands and feet as she said, "Like this, like this, like this," a golden hook upside down. And then a spin in the air. She stood steadily, and then rushed forward, hugging Shangguan Daizhao. Eunuch Gao laughed and gave her a thumbs up, saying, "That's right. That kick was amazing," and everyone who saw it cheered. Hubby was there too, and he saw it clearly. A little palace maid said with a smile, "Erlang is the first man to touch Shangguan Daizhao's body. Does Shangguan Daizhao smell good?" Yang Fan touched his nose and smiled shyly, saying, "Look at what you're saying. At that time, I was sweating all over, so how could I smell good? Besides, my nose isn't that good. Even if there was a fragrance, I wouldn't be able to smell it." Another little palace maid said, "Oh, that's all you've got?" That was a solid support. If it wasn't for Erlang, Shangguan Daizhao would have fallen badly. A palace maid next to her curled her lips and said, "That's hard to say. Who knows if Shangguan Daizhao fell on purpose and waited for Erlang to support her. An older palace maid immediately said, "Damn it! How dare you bite Shangwan Daijiao's tongue?" The little palace maid stuck out her tongue and lowered her voice. She muttered in a voice that only she could hear, "She's already an old lady. I don't believe she doesn't want men." As soon as they talked about men and women, everyone became spirited. It was just a matter of taking the first step and helping the person up. There was nothing romantic or ambiguous about it. They were also particularly spirited as they chatted. The more they talked, the more energetic they became. Even Yang Fan, the person involved, was pushed aside and became an audience. Yang Fan and Eunuch Gao had no right to interrupt, so they both shut up and became an audience. At this moment, Xie Xiaoman walked in her deerskin boots. She stood in the middle of the courtyard and saw Yang Fan standing there with his halberd. She said, "Yang Fan." Yang Fan turned his head and saw her. He walked over with his halberd and asked lazily, "Xie Dui, what can I do for you?" Xie Xiaoman raised her chin and said majestically, "There are a few guards in front of the emperor who are too lazy. The empress is very dissatisfied. She asked me to choose a few more guards to replace them. From today onwards, you will be on duty at the Hall of Martial Achievement." The Hall of Martial Achievement was the hall where the emperor listened to state affairs and summoned the ministers. After Wu Zetian became the ruler of the Guang dynasty, the Hall of Martial Achievement became the place where she listened to state affairs. To be on duty at the Hall of Martial Achievement was to work under the empress' eyes. Naturally, it was not as free as the other palaces. The duties there were more important, the rules were stricter, and the salary was the same as the other guards. The guards regarded it as a dangerous path and were unwilling to be chosen to serve in front of the emperor. However, there was one exception, and that was Yang Fan. Yang Fan was worried that although he was very close to the Shanghai Wanner, he could not find her whereabouts or see her shadow. This Miss Xiaoman unexpectedly provided him with such a rare opportunity. How could Yang Fan not be happy? Yang Fan was startled for a moment, then beamed with joy. He said, "Should I go now?" Xie Xiaoman slightly raised her chin, hoping to see frustration and annoyance on his face. She did not expect that Yang Fan was not the least bit displeased. In fact, he was very happy. Xiaoman was stunned. How can this be? Seeing that Yang Fan looked like he could not wait to take up his post, Xie Xiaoman was even more disappointed. She waved her hand disappointedly and said, "No need. It's almost evening. Why do you still want to be on duty? Go find Zhu Bin and hand over your post. Come to the Hall of Martial Achievement tomorrow morning." She then walked away gloomily. Yang Fan smiled at her back and said in a loud voice, "Xie Dui, take care." As soon as Xie Xiaoman left, the palace maids surrounded him. One of them said reluctantly, Erlang is going to be transferred to the Hall of Martial Achievement. It will not be easy for me to see you again." Some people felt it was unfair for him and said, "How can you transfer Erlang to Wuqing Hall? How can he be as free as he is now when he's on duty there? Erlang is a hero of our Tang Empire. Who in the palace doesn't know you? Tell Commandant Zhu that you don't want to go to Wuqing Hall. Commandant Zhu will definitely give you face." Yang Fan smiled and said, "What's there to be afraid of? I really don't have the chance to go to the battlefield to kill the enemy. I will go to the emperor and take on more tasks. That way, I will have a higher chance of promotion. I am still looking forward to being promoted to captain within 3 years." Immediately, another palace maid said quietly, "Second brother has great ambition. This is a good man. In the future, second brother will definitely achieve great things. I wonder which family's girl will have the good fortune to be my second sister-in-law in the future." Another palace maid laughed at her. "Oh, look at you sighing and sighing. My second sister-in-law. When did Erlang become yours? Don't tell me you want to be your own second sister-in-law." The palace maid was embarrassed and annoyed. She said coquettishly, "What nonsense are you talking about? See if I don't tear your mouth." Chapter 144. The two palace maids giggled as they ran off one after the other. Yang Fan was somewhat embarrassed to hear this. After a while, it was time for him to be on duty. Yang Fan handed over his shift and went to the Imperial Guard office to hand in his duties. When Commandant Zhu saw Yang Fan, his expression was very unfriendly. The Imperial Army on duty and the eunuchs and palace maids were the two major groups that served the palace. Although these two groups were not at odds with each other, they were not at peace either. It was impossible to determine when this inexplicable antagonism had arisen. In any case, it had always been like this. Perhaps it was because these two groups had a natural relationship of mutual supervision. However, Yang Fan was an anomaly. He was greatly liked by the eunuchs and palace maids, and was willing to mingle with them. This point alone displeased Zhu Bin. At the same time, Yang Fan was also an extremely popular character in the Imperial Army. Everyone was polite when they saw him, and he even stole the limelight from Commandant Zhu now that he knew that this Yang Fan had offended the Empress Dowager's Plum Blossom Guard, Xie Duwei. He could use this opportunity to teach him a lesson. When Yang Fan arrived and handed over his duties, Zhu Bin sat behind the desk and said with a straight face, "The Empress Dowager lacks someone to order around. Starting tomorrow, you will be transferred to Wuqing Hall to be on duty." Before Yang Fan respectfully handed over his duties, he smiled and said, "Yes, this lowly official understands." Zhu Bin sat cross-legged on the heated Kong and knocked on the desk a few times. In a low voice, he said, "Be more serious. How can you continue to smile so cheekily in front of the Empress Dowager?" Yang Fan's smile disappeared. Zhu Bin snorted coldly and said, "At Wuqing Hall, you will be working under the Empress Dowager's eyes. You must be careful in everything you do. If you cause trouble, even this official cannot protect you." "Yes, thank you for Xie Duwei's advice. This lowly official understands." Zhu Bin grunted through his nose and said, "Don't get carried away, young man. Among our Tang dynasty generals, not one of them became an official because they were good at bowing or playing the ball well. Shang Yuan Jiju, although you have helped our Tang dynasty gain fame and stole the limelight, now that you have entered the palace as a bodyguard, you have to forget about this glory. Don't be too frivolous, and don't get involved with some palace maids. If you cause any scandal, you will lose your head." Yang Fan said with a smile, "Yes, County Commandant is right. I will remember it." When Zhu Bin saw him smile, he felt unhappy. He dragged his voice and lectured him again. Just as he was about to continue killing Yang Fan's spirit, the door curtain was lifted and a person flashed in from the outside. There was a stove in the room. Two of County Commandant Zhu's bodyguards were sitting by the stove, warming themselves, smiling as they listened to the County Commandant reprimand Yang Fan. The person lifted the door curtain and brought in a gust of cold wind. The two bodyguards looked up unhappily. Because the light in the room was darker than outside, they didn't immediately recognize the person's identity. But the man put down the curtain and walked 2 steps in. Before they could see him clearly, they saw that he was wearing a warrior's robe with a pair of white, auspicious horses embroidered on his shoulders. The 2 imperial bodyguards immediately jumped up. In the Tang dynasty, generals wore robes and soldiers wore jackets. This person was wearing a martial robe, so he was a general. The martial robes of a general were all embroidered with images of lions and tigers. Among them, the military officials of the 3rd rank and above wore a pair of tigers for the left and right Wei guards, leopards for the left and right leopard guards, leopards for the left and right Inyang guards, eagles for the left and right jade qian guards, eagles for the left and right golden guards, insects for the left and right golden guards, eagles for the left and right golden guards, eagles for the left and right golden guards. This person had a pair of horses on his shoulders, so he must be a great general of the left and right guards. Although they were soldiers of the Jinwu guards and weren't under the control of the left and right guards, they didn't dare to slight such a high-ranking general. The person walked to the stove and stood still. They saw that he was very young, wearing a dark martial robe with a horse embroidered on his shoulders, a silk belt around his waist, and a rhinoceros horn jade belt on his head. He looked very impressive. The two bodyguards saw that he looked like a Hu person and seemed somewhat familiar, but they couldn't remember his name. They could only salute and awkwardly call out, "Great General!" Zhu Bin was sitting cross-legged on the stove bed, in the middle of lecturing people. When he suddenly raised his head and saw the person, he hurriedly jumped off the bed and cupped his hands in salute, saying, "This lowly officer greets Great General Luo. Great General, why have you come here?" The person who had come was Huzelo. Laughing, Huzelo said, "Oh, I've come to find someone." As he spoke, his gaze fixed on Yang Fan, and he laughed, saying, "Brother Yang, I've been looking for you everywhere, so I came here to ask where you went. Come, sit. I have something to say to you." As he spoke, Huzelo walked over and affectionately took Yang Fan's hand, sitting shoulder to shoulder with him on the stove bed. When Zhu Bin saw this third-rank great general of the imperial court address a lowly soldier of the Jinwu guards as brother, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Huzelo said, "Brother Yang, I went to the capital last year to pay my respects to the Empress and the Son of Heaven. It's a rare opportunity to bow together with you, Brother Yang, and I'm very happy. I originally thought that I would have the opportunity to spar with you again, but I'll be returning to the western regions in a few days. This opportunity won't come often." Huzelo said, "Brother Yang, I'll be leaving the capital in a few days and would like to invite the friends who bowed together that day for a gathering. Naturally, you're someone I must invite." With a troubled expression, Yang Fan said, "This Grand General?" Huzelo said, "Hey, if you don't mind, you can just call me brother. Our friendship was forged in the bowing arena, so there's no need to pay attention to the red tape of officialdom. When it comes to bowing, there aren't many people who can win this Luo's admiration, but you are one of them." Yang Fan said, All right, since Brother Luo has invited me, this little brother wouldn't dare to refuse. However, this little brother has to be on duty at the Hall of Martial Accomplishment tomorrow. It's not yet time for me to rest. Huzelo glanced at Zhu Bin and said lightly, "Grand General Chiu of the Jinwu Guards is also going. He also admires you greatly. If you can't attend the banquet, he will definitely be very disappointed." When Zhu Bin heard Huzelo mention Qiushenji, his heart skipped a beat. He quickly took a step forward and said with a fawning smile, "Grand General, how would this lowly officer dare to disturb your banquet? How about this? Yang Fan only needs to attend the banquet tomorrow. This lowly officer will arrange for someone else to be on duty in the palace. We'll talk about it when he returns." Huzelo stretched and said, "This general is treating. Naturally, we won't go home until we're drunk. There's no need to say anything when Brother Yang returns. If he wants to be on duty, that'll be the day after tomorrow." Zhu Bin said with a fawning smile, Yes, this lowly officer is saying that we'll arrange for him to be on duty the day after tomorrow." Ha. Huzelo ignored him and only smiled at Yang Fan. "This time, brother, you have no reason to refuse, right? Then it's settled. Tomorrow, at the Drunken Immortal restaurant of Qinghua Lane, I will be waiting for you." Late at night, Xiaoman took a hot bath. Wrapped in a thick velvet nightgown, she leaped onto the soft bed. Her two clean, white feet stood upright and playfully swayed back and forth. Her full and perky buttocks would occasionally stretch out into a full and round arc under the bathrobe. As a high-ranking guard, the environment of her residence was not bad. Although the place was not large, the decorations were simple and elegant. At a glance, one could tell that it was the boudoir of a girl. There was an earth dragon under the floor tiles that warmed the entire room, so it wasn't cold at all and didn't have to worry about freezing her delicate skin. She was barefooted on the bed, and the hem of her nightgown rolled up a little as she jumped. Not only did it reveal her slender and firm calves, but it also revealed a portion of her perfectly round thighs. The temperature of the water when she bathed was very high, causing her skin to turn a captivating red. Xiaoman's upper body was very narrow, and her waist was also very thin. But because of years of practicing martial arts, her slender waist, which didn't have any excess fat at all, quickly bulged into a full and round shape. Her buttocks and thighs were very firm, a bit like a mature woman's. However, they weren't soft and supple like a mature woman. Her muscles were very firm and flexible. Xiaoman leaned over and opened the cabinet door of the dressing table beside the bed. She took out a small box and put it next to the pillow. She then moved the lamp closer and carefully opened the box. She took out a few treasures from inside and began to fiddle with them. In the light green velvet box, there was a butterfly resting quietly. The color of the butterfly was already very old, and its wings were somewhat damaged. When she was young, although Xiaoman was very careful, she didn't know how to protect it from moisture, sun, or insects, so this butterfly was inevitably damaged. It wasn't until later when she entered the palace that she asked the imperial doctor about the correct way to preserve it. This young girl already owned a house in Luoyang, a few shops, and a lot of wealth. But her most precious thing was still this box. It was still this butterfly specimen. There were also a few butterfly hairpins in the box. Some were priceless jade and ruby butterfly hairpins, and some were just ordinary boxwood carvings. These were her collection in recent years. Xiaoman, who was playing with these butterfly hairpins as if they were treasures, looked a little naive. She rarely showed this side of her in front of others. She had already forgotten about Yang Fan. She just couldn't bear to see that Guy used his kuju to attract bees and butterflies and abduct those little palace maid. She just took him to a place with a lot of rules. She didn't care about him at all. Xiaoman played with her butterfly toys like a child. Sometimes she would hold her chin, and her eyes were bright. No one knew what she was thinking about. After playing alone for a long time, she covered her mouth and yawned. She put the butterfly hairpins back one by one and put the box away. Then she dug out a sheathless dagger from under the bed, stuffed it under her pillow, and blew out the lamp. Hiding a dagger under her pillow was a habit she had developed since childhood. The memory of being violated in her childhood, when she was ignorant, had left a deep impression on her. Although she was only awakened at the time and didn't suffer any harm, her brother Ou was beaten by the little wolf and vomited blood. After the two escaped, he only recovered after several days of recuperation. During those days, whenever she saw her elder brother vomiting blood, she would be terrified to the extreme. She was afraid that her elder brother would also leave her and leave the world. During those days, she always hugged her elder brother tightly in order to fall asleep and feel safe. Since leaving Guangzhou Prefecture, she was the only one at night. She had to hide something to protect herself under her pillow before she could sleep. When she was a child, she didn't have a knife, so she hid a sharp tile or a sharpened wooden stick. Now that Xiaoman had grown up and was skilled in martial arts, she didn't need to worry about her safety in the imperial palace. However, The lack of a sense of security was completely a psychological problem. Even if there were 100,000 soldiers guarding outside, the psychological insecurity would still linger. Therefore, she must have a dagger under her pillow to sleep soundly. Xiao Man gently put her hand under her pillow, touched the cold blade, and fell asleep peacefully. Chapter 145. Before Yang Fan arrived at the Drunken Immortal restaurant, he imagined that it would be a luxurious restaurant that wasn't inferior to the Golden Hairpin Drunken Restaurant. Only when he arrived did he realize that this restaurant was a mid-range restaurant run by a Luoyang local. The restaurant was split into 2 floors. The first floor was for individual customers. From their attire, many of them were Luoyang citizens with ordinary family backgrounds. From this, he could determine that the food and drinks here weren't too expensive. The restaurant was already quite old. Amidst the smoke and fire, it gave off vicissitudes of life. However, this vicissitudes wasn't desolate, but warm. It was like approaching a small village in your hometown and seeing an old man with a wrinkled face walk over. He looked cordial. When Yang Fan walked into the restaurant, the first thing he smelled was a rich, meaty aroma. It was hard to tell what kind of meaty aroma it was. It seemed to be mutton, dog, and chicken. It was a mixture of flavors that he couldn't tell clearly. Yang Fan arrived very early. In terms of status, identity, and age, the gap between them was huge. If they didn't want to befriend you, and you flattered them and tried your best to curry favor with them, it was because you lacked integrity. However, if they thought highly of you and were willing to befriend you, you should show them the respect they deserved. If you were to put on airs at this time, purposely delaying your arrival to raise your own status or to show how much integrity you have, then you are just being impetuous and don't know how to respect yourself. Therefore, Yang Fan arrived rather early. He originally thought that he was the first one to arrive, but when he was led to a private room on the 2nd floor by Dr. Wine, he saw that someone had arrived before him. There were quite a number of people who had arrived before him. Chu Kuanga, Wang Tongjiao, Wei Yong, Li Dayan, Lu Yen, and Gao Chu were all there. As the host, Huzella was naturally there as well. They were sitting there chatting and laughing loudly. When they saw Yang Fan arrive, they immediately stood up and warmly welcomed him. Chu Kuanga and Yang Fan hadn't seen each other for some time. The moment they saw him, they were overjoyed. They came up to him and gave him a bear hug. Following that, Wei Yong, Li Dayan, and Gao Chu came up to him as well. They held his arm, chatted, and greeted him. Huzella smiled and said, "We were just talking about you when you arrived. Come on, sit down and have a cup of cheese to moisten your throat." "Ha! We were just talking about your superb skills." "What a pity. I'm about to leave Luoyang soon. Otherwise, I really want to pick a few people and form 2 evenly matched teams. Let's have a good fight." Wang Tongjiao laughed and said, "Why does General feel regretful? Next year in the Shangyuan, General will come to Luojing again. It won't be too late for us to compete again. At that time, we will fight side by side against the Tubo Empire." He couldn't ask Princess Taiping to take action again, could he? "Hey, you're so shameful that you can kill us strong men. What are they talking about? Why is it so lively?" With this voice, Qiu Shinji appeared. Upon hearing the voice, everyone looked towards the door and saw Xuena, Li Zhan, Yi Huli, and Di Guangyuan accompanying the great general of the Jinwu Guards. Qiu Shinji walking in. Qiu Shinji walked into the room and slowly examined the furnishings in the room with narrowed eyes. With a face full of nostalgia, he said, "I remember back when Emperor Taizong was promoting the bow striking competition, the first bow striking competition of the Shangyuan was held. At that time, I was in the prime of my life. From then on, the Imperial Army's bow striking competition would be held here as usual. After so many years, I am already old, but this restaurant has not changed at all." Everyone went forward to greet him. Huzello said, "Great General Chio is not old at all. On the field 2 days ago, General was still as spirited as ever, leaving us juniors in the dust." When Yang Fan saw Chio Shinji appear, a strange feeling welled up in his heart. This was not the first time he had come into contact with this person. The two of them should have been fighting to the death the moment they met, but the reality was that, besides the first brief confrontation, the two of them had always been drinking at the same table or fighting side by side. Such enemies were truly rare. Seeing that everyone had come forward to greet him, Yang Fan quickly composed himself and went forward to greet him. "Greetings, great general!" Chio Shinji laughed and said, "Are you used to working in the palace?" Yang Fan hurriedly replied, "I am indebted to great general's concern. I am still used to everything." Chio Shinji said, "There are many rules in the palace. You have just entered the Imperial Army, so there are many rules that you are not very familiar with before being transferred to lead the army. You must be even more cautious in everything you do. But seeing how quick-witted you are, as long as you are careful, there will be no problems." Yang Fan respectfully said, "This one will remember great general's teachings." Huzello smiled and said, "Great General Chio, please take a seat. Today's drinking should be enjoyed to the fullest. As for official business, I hope that Great General Chio can discuss it with Brother Yang later. Please do not take up our time together." Everyone chatted and laughed as they sat down. Huzello and Chio Shinji were both great generals. One was the great general of the right guard, and the other was the great general of the left guard. However, Chio Shinji was older, so he was pushed to the seat of honor. Chio Shinji, however, sat down on the seat of honor on the left. He said with a smile, "Sit, all of you sit. Don't push it around. I cannot sit in the seat of honor. Haha, Great General Luo, you cannot sit either, because there is still an important guest who has not arrived." Everyone was startled. Even Huzello, who was hosting the banquet today, was startled. He asked curiously, "Great General Chio, the people I invited are all here. Who else is not here?" As soon as he finished speaking, a slightly magnetic female voice sounded at the door. "Since today is a gathering of comrades from the military field, why did General Luo not invite me?" Everyone turned to look at the door. They saw a person standing in front of the private room. She had just taken off the fur coat of the black fox and handed it to a strong woman who was as strong as a man. She turned around and looked at them with a smile. This person wore a jade-colored turban on her head. She wore an asbestos-embroidered robe with a leather belt around her waist. Her attire made her look like a handsome and elegant young man. However, her phoenix eyes and eyebrows, as well as a pair of slightly plump but sexy red lips, clearly indicated that she was a woman. Everyone was shocked and stood up. Chio Shinji said with a smile, "When I received General Luo's invitation, I thought of your highness. That day, we defeated Tufan and made our Tang dynasty proud. Your highness has great merit. How can we not invite your highness to today's banquet? I made the decision without your permission. General Luo, please don't blame me." Huzello hurriedly said, "Not at all, not at all. It was my thoughtlessness. Please forgive me, your highness. Your highness, please take a seat of honor." Everyone was like stars surrounding the moon. They invited Princess Taiping to take a seat of honor before they took their seats. Huzello sat on the right of Princess Taiping. He rubbed his hands and said, "The food and wine of this drunken immortal restaurant are delicious. It's just that the dishes are not exquisite enough. I really didn't expect your highness to come today. So, if General Chio doesn't want to keep us guessing, we should change to a more elegant restaurant." Princess Taiping smiled and said, No problem. If we talk about food and wine, I'm tired of eating all kinds of delicacies. I heard that this restaurant specializes in Muyang Mo, who it's famous far and wide. You imperial guards gather here every year, so the dishes here must have their own uniqueness. Shinji nodded and said, "The dishes here are indeed delicious, but there are many big eaters in my army. Only big fish and meat will suit their taste. I hope it will suit your highness's taste." Princess Taiping glanced at Yang Fan and said sweetly, "Actually, I'm very happy to be able to see you heroes of the army. As for this Muyang Mo, who, since even General Chiu can't stop praising it, I think the taste won't be bad." Shinji laughed and said, "Your Highness will know after you taste it." He clapped his hands 3 times and said loudly, "Professor Joe, serve the dishes." The chefs had been informed by Hisero early in the morning and had already paid the money. Therefore, the Muyang Muhu had already been prepared. With a single order, the piping hot delicacies were brought out. The so-called Muyang Mo, who was mainly made of sheep and geese. A big fat goose was bought and slaughtered. It was then stuffed with glutinous rice mixed with 5 flavors. A fat sheep was slaughtered, and the goose was placed in the sheep's stomach. The geese were prepared according to the number of people. As for the sheep, it depended on how many geese a sheep could fit. After that, the sheep's skin was sewn together and roasted. If the restaurant didn't prepare, it couldn't provide the Muyang Mo, who required by 12 customers. After all, not everyone who came to the restaurant could afford to eat this signature dish. However, there was still time to prepare 1 or 2 additional customers. So the geese for the 13 people were served almost at the same time. There was a big fat goose in front of each person, but there was no mutton. Although the dish used sheep and geese, only the goose was eaten. The delicious taste of the mutton had seeped into the goose. Sheep used for roasting was not eaten. So this dish was the most expensive dish in this restaurant, which wasn't the most high-end. In addition to the Muyang Mo, there was another main dish. It was a caddy of mutton. It was spread layer by layer in wheat flour. In the middle were peppers and fermented beans. Then it was poured with butter and roasted in the fire. When it was roasted until it was half done, it would be served. The fragrance of wheat, mutton, butter, pepper, and fermented beans filled the air. Apart from the meat dishes and the staple food, there were all kinds of light appetizers on each table. This kind of diet was indeed suitable for the burly men in the army. However, the entire upper class of the Tang Empire was in favor of eating meat. Therefore, the ladies would never think about dieting to lose weight. Princess Taiping sniffed the aroma of the roasted goose and smelled the fragrance of the scones. She couldn't help but feel hungry. Yang Fan tasted the goose. It was really delicious. The fragrance of the goose permeated the fragrance of the mutton, neutralizing it into a more appetizing taste. The glutinous rice inside the goose was also fragrant and delicious. He immediately let go of his appetite and ate it. Unfortunately, he only ate 2 mouthfuls. Li Dayan raised his cup to urge him to drink, so he had to grab the cup. While drinking, Yang Fan glanced at Princess Taiping. He was quite curious about how a princess would eat, especially such big fish and meat. Yang Fan was quite curious. But when he looked at her, Yang Fan couldn't help but laugh. This princess was really free and easy when eating. She was as forthright as a man. She didn't even know that the grease had stained the corners of her mouth. Chapter 146. In this banquet, large bowls of wine and large pieces of meat were eaten to one's heart's content. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, Yang Fan had just clinked his cup with chu kwongas and was happily gnawing on a goose leg when Princess Taiping suddenly called out, "Yang Fan!" Yang Fan quickly turned his head. There was still a piece of meat hanging on the corner of his mouth. Princess Taiping could not help but laugh out loud. Yang Fan noticed it and quickly grabbed a towel to wipe his mouth. Princess Taiping used her handkerchief to lightly touch the corner of her mouth and asked with a faint smile, "In the past, I invited you to my residence to shoot bows. You said that you like freedom and do not want to be tied down by others. Now that you have entered the Imperial Army, the rules are even stricter, especially when you are on duty in the palace. Are you used to it?" Yang Fan said, "Your Highness, joining the army is completely different from shooting bows." Yang Fan is a young man, of course. He also hopes that one day he will be successful and have a wife and a son. Joining the army is undoubtedly the best opportunity for Yang Fan, so it is only right for him to be restricted by some rules. What a great ambition. Being promoted in the army was much easier than being promoted in the civil service. If it had to be said that it was difficult, then it was really difficult, because it was a battlefield bathed in blood, and one had to fight with their lives on the line. To be able to have a wife and a son, you must have 100 military achievements. Yang Fan, your ambition is not small. Yang Fan said, "This is just something that came out of my mouth. Actually, such an achievement is beyond Yang Fan's imagination. In the future, if Yang Fan can have half of the achievements of the generals here, accumulate merits, and become a brigade commander, I will be satisfied." Qiu Shinji laughed and said, "That's right. If you follow the prescribed order and work hard, in my opinion, even if everything goes smoothly, you will only be able to become a brigade commander for the rest of your life." Qiu Shinji raised his weedy eyebrows and said with a murderous look, "A man should be ruthless. Business and benevolence cannot coexist. To carry a 3-foot sword and make great achievements, you have to go to the battlefield and kill people. Yang Fan, I admire you very much. If you have this intention, I will send you to the battlefield to make contributions if there is a chance in the future." Princess Taiping was shocked. Making contributions on the battlefield? That was quite lively. A general's success was built on thousands of dead bodies. Once on the battlefield, thousands of soldiers were killed, even if they wanted to. Even if they wanted to, they would not be able to protect them. Princess Taiping rolled her eyes at Qiu Shinji. She quickly changed the topic and said to Yang Fan, "The weather is getting warmer. Last time, you showed off your might in Kuju, and this empress is not convinced. When the time comes, this empress will have to compete with you a few more times, and let this empress have a taste of your skills." Just as Yang Fan was about to answer, a shout came from next door. "D, how dare you bully me?" The partition of this restaurant was made of mud and yellow mud, and the two sides were sandwiched with wooden walls. It was not like those places with screens, so the sound shielding effect was very good. If one did not speak very loudly, one would not be able to hear it. This person's angry roar could be heard clearly. It could be seen just how angry and loud this person was. If it was just such a fierce roar, everyone would have ignored it. Unexpectedly, along with this roar, a muffled sound came from the wall. It seemed as if something had hit the wall. It even hit the roof, and dust fell down. Princess Taiping, who was sitting at the head of the table, looked at the dust floating towards the wine glasses and frowned slightly. "I will go and have a look." Gao Chu and Lu Yen, who were sitting near the door, rushed out. The others also wanted to stand up, but Princess Taiping said lightly, "Forget it. There are rude people everywhere. Just ignore them." Before she finished speaking, there was a series of bangs. The two people in the next room seemed to be fighting from the private room to the hall outside. The sound of fighting came from the door, and at the same time, there was the shouting of Dr. Jiu and Lu Yen and Gao Chu to stop. "Enough! Damn it, you still want to quarrel. Believe it or not, I will pick you two up and throw you downstairs." Gao Chu could not help but be annoyed that the two people did not listen to him, Princess Taiping, and the two generals were sitting in the room. If he could not even stop them, wouldn't it show that he was very incompetent? In anger, he could not help but shout. As soon as Gao Chu said this, there was an angry roar. "Get out of the way! Who do you think you are? If you dare to talk too much, I will send you a card and take you to the yamen for questioning." Gao Chu was so angry that he laughed. He said mockingly, "What a big tone! I wonder who you are. How can you be so powerful?" That person said reservedly, "Well said, the assistant minister of the imperial court and the Jiangnan Circuit's inspector general, Grandpa D, is my father. Can he handle a slave like you?" As soon as these words left his mouth, the private room immediately fell silent. Everyone's gazes turned to Di Guangyuan in unison with doubtful expressions. Just now it was too noisy outside. That person's loud voice was not the same as usual. Di Guangyuan also drank a few more cups. In addition, he simply did not think that the person fighting outside was his third brother. After a few moments, he actually did not recognize that person's voice outside. At this time, when he heard that person introduce himself, his voice was indeed like his three brothers. He could not help but be shocked. He quickly stood up and cupped his hands towards Princess Taiping, Qiu Xinji, and Luo Kadi. He said, "I will go out and take a look." Princess Taiping nodded. Di Guangyuan hurriedly walked out. Before he walked out, another person's voice suddenly sounded from outside. "That's right. This person is indeed the third young master of the Di family. Hey, only the son of Grandpa Di is even more annoying and hateful. Di Guangzhou, if you do not give me an explanation for today's matter, I will go to Jiangnan to seek justice from your father." Di Guangzhou said angrily, "This is outrageous. This is between you and me. What is the reason for you to look for my father?" That person sneered and said, "I want to ask Grandpa D, is he not ashamed of not being strict enough in his family to raise such a swindling son?" Di Guangzhou said angrily, "T. It has always been like this when asking someone to do something. There will always be success or failure. How can there be someone like you who does not know his limits?" "I do not know my limits. Di Guangzhou, be honest. You have accepted money from our family. Have you ever sincerely done anything for our family?" The two of them talked back and forth. In a few words, the people in the room who were listening had roughly understood the cause of the matter. Speaking of which, Di Renjia was a hero, but it was inevitable that he had an unfilial son. Di Renjia had 3 sons. The eldest was Di Guangxi, the second was Di Guangyuan, and the third was Di Guangzhou. Di Guangxi had a calm temperament and was capable in doing things. He was the most like a father. The second son, Di Guangyuan, was not as outstanding as his eldest brother. He was a smart and capable general in the imperial guards. Only the third son, Di Guangzhou, had a bad character and was greedy by nature. It was unknown how a tiger father could raise such a useless son. Di Renjia had once been the provincial governor of Bing province. During his time in office, he was diligent and loved the people. He was loved and respected by the local people. To commemorate his benevolence, the local people even erected a tombstone for him. Later on, his son, Di Guangzhou, became an official because of his family background. He was also sent to Bing province to be an official. Actually, old Di played a part in this. He also knew that among his 3 sons, be it ability or character, his third son was slightly worse than his 2 elder brothers. If he were to be an official in a place where he had a good reputation, even if his ability was slightly worse, it would be easy for him to gain political achievements. As a father, He would always want to take care of his sons. Grandpa Di was also human. It was human nature and unavoidable. However, he had underestimated Di Guangzhao's ability to cheat his father. In the past, when Di Guangzhao was under his watch, he was still somewhat restrained. However, the moment he arrived in Bing province, he immediately bullied the people, embezzled, and extorted bribes, creating a foul atmosphere in Bing province. In a rage, the local people even smashed the tombstone they erected for Di Renjia. When Di Renjia heard of his son's evil deeds in Bing province, he was furious and personally wrote a letter of impeachment. As a result, Di Guangzhao was removed from his position and was currently unemployed at home. When Di Renjia was in the capital, he was still a little more obedient. Now that Di Renjia was in Jiangnan, he caused trouble again. This trouble was actually related to the case of Xiao Qiangjin. Xiao Qiangjin was captured by the imperial court when he was fleeing north to the Turks. Under Zhou Xing's torture, Xiao Qiangjin and Zhang Siming, in order to survive, began to randomly accuse other officials under Zhou Xing's instructions. A magistrate from Huainan province, Chuzhou province, Tang Xiong, was also arrested and thrown into prison. Tang Xiong's nephew, Tang Qing, brought a large sum of money to the capital, hoping to find a way to get him out. However, who dared to get involved in Zhou Xing's case? When Zhou Xing was handling cases, he was like a red-eyed mad dog, biting whoever he caught. Everyone was afraid to avoid him, so no one was willing to get involved. Tang Qing had a large sum of money, but there was no way for him to plead. At this time, he met Di Guangzhao. When Di Guangzhao was an official in Bing province, he indulged in debauchery and women. He was used to living an extravagant life. Ever since he returned to the capital, he was first strictly ordered by his old father to reflect on his mistakes. He was not even allowed to drink wine, so his mouth was bland. He hoped that after his old man went to Jiangnan and his eldest and second brothers became officials, this third young master finally regained his freedom. Who knew that the old man was an incorruptible official? His family's monthly allowance was very limited, so they could not afford his extravagant lifestyle. Coincidentally, he heard that Tang Qing had no way to plead, so Di Guangzhao took charge of this matter. Di Guangzhao's calculations were not bad. His father used to be an official of the Supreme Court and was very familiar with the officials of the three law departments. Now, he was also an important official in the imperial court, taking a portion of Tang Qing's filial piety to help him smooth things over would be the best. If it failed, he could hide most of the money with a clear conscience. When the time came, even if he said that he had spent all his money through bribing, the Tang family would have to suffer in silence. Who knew that Tang Qing was in the prime of his youth and had a fiery temper? When he heard that there was such a large sum of money, Di Guangzhao said that he had no other way and wanted to erase it. How could he let it go? The two of them could not come to an agreement and started fighting during the banquet. What was worse was that this scene was seen by many people, making Di Guangzhao lose face. When Di Guangyuan left, Tang Qing was grabbing Di Guangzhao's collar and loudly complaining. Di Guangyuan saw his brother's fierce expression and knew that what Tang Qing said was not far from the truth. Di Guangyuan was so angry that he rushed forward and slapped Tang Qing's face, causing Di Guangzhao to see stars. Di Guangzhao was furious. He covered his face and shouted, "Which bastard?" When he saw that it was his second brother, he could not help but embarrassedly say, "Second brother." Chapter 147. Di Guangyuan was trembling with anger, but this was not the time to argue with his brother. Di Guangyuan pulled Tang Qing to the side and quietly asked about the situation. He comforted him. "Brother Tang, I am the second son of the Di family. Don't be anxious. How about this? You go back first and come to my house tomorrow morning. We will discuss in detail. My D family will take responsibility for any losses. Tang Qing saw that he was sincere and said, "All right, since you said so, I will go to your house tomorrow and listen to the news." Tang Qing glared at Di Guangzhou with disgust and turned to go downstairs. Di Guangzhou came up to him and said, "Second brother." Di Guangyuan suppressed the anger in his heart and said in a calm voice, "Wait for me here. There are a few nobles in the private room. I will go and inform them, and we will go home together." Di Guangyuan hurriedly entered the private room and did not dare to raise his head. He cupped his hands and said with shame, "Your Highness, the two generals, my fellow brothers and friends, I have some matters to attend to at home and have to go back immediately. Today's matter is really too impolite, really too impolite." Before he finished speaking, he thought of how unfilial his third brother was, how he ruined the family's reputation and humiliated his father's illustrious name. Moreover, it was seen by so many people. In less than a day, the news would spread all over Luoyang. He suddenly burst into tears. Princess Taiping smiled and said softly, "As the saying goes, the dragon has 9 sons. Each one is different. You are you, he is him, and Grandpa D is Grandpa D. You have to think about this clearly." Di Guangyuan quickly wiped his tears and said gratefully, "Your Highness's priceless advice. Guangyuan will remember it. I will take my leave first." Di Guangyuan bowed to everyone again and hurriedly left. When he came out of the private room, Di Guangzhou had already disappeared without a trace. Di Guangyuan was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. However, he could not vent his anger here, so he could only suppress his anger and hurriedly left. The banquet was already halfway done, but with Di Guangzhou's interference, the entire banquet was covered in dust, so it could not continue. Everyone felt sorry for Di Renjie and Di Guangyuan and hastily ended the banquet. Qiu Shinji stood up and said, "All of you return to your places. I invited the princess here, so I will escort her back to the residence." Of course, no one would compete with him for this job. They bid farewell to Huzelo and left. Princess Taiping also put on her light fur coat and left the restaurant with Qiu Shinji. She boarded her own carriage. Qiu Shinji mounted a war horse and escorted by a few soldiers. As the carriage passed 2 crossroads, Princess Taiping suddenly pulled the curtains and peeked out. Qiu Shinji, who was riding on the horse, seemed to sense something. He turned his head and met the princess's eyes. Princess Taiping gently nodded. Qiu Shinji immediately turned over and dismounted from the horse. Then he strode up to the car, opened the back door, and got into the carriage. There were not many pedestrians on the street, and there were a large number of servants from the princess mansion and the general mansion around. Qiu Shinji's movements were extremely agile. The carriages were still moving forward, and no one noticed him. There was a stove in the carriage, and the charcoal was burning brightly. Princess Taiping entered the carriage and took off her fur coat. She was still dressed in men's clothing, but she was more casual in the carriage than outside. She leaned against the soft cushion, looking less dignified and more languid. Although she was dressed in men's clothing, when she sat there, her breasts were protruding, her waist was slender, her jade-like smile, and her lovely and charming appearance, no one would see her as a man. The carriage was an ox carriage, and the carriage was very wide. There was a brocade stool opposite Princess Taiping's couch. Qiu Shinji entered the carriage and walked over on the soft snow-white Persian carpet. He turned around and sat on the brocade stool. Princess Taiping glanced at him and played with her nails in boredom. She asked, "General Qiu, why did you invite me out?" Qiu Shinji put his hands on his knees and said with a smile, "There is one reason why I invited your Highness out for a banquet. It is indeed to relieve your Highness's mood." As for the other matter, his weed-like thick eyebrows slightly raised, he looked at Princess Taiping and said in a deep voice, "Your Highness, you are a member of Li Tang's royal family. There is something that I should not say. However, this matter is known by everyone in the world. Regardless of whether it is said or not, it will still happen. And once it happens, everyone, whether it is your Highness or me, will be greatly affected. I am a straightforward person and do not want to beat around the bush. If I speak bluntly and offend your Highness, I hope your Highness will not blame me." Princess Taiping's clear eyes slightly narrowed. She sat up a little and said, "General Chiu, please speak freely. I am not a woman who cannot keep things in her heart." Chiu Shinji said, "If so, I will speak frankly." Chiu Shinji paused and said, "Your Highness, the Empress controls the universe and the world. Now, it seems that ascending to the throne is inevitable. Your Highness, do you think so?" Although Wu Zetian's intention was known by everyone, no one dared to break it. Chiu Shinji not only broke it, but also in front of the princess of the Tang dynasty. The atmosphere in the carriage suddenly became cold. Princess Taiping's body seemed to stiffen. Then she sat up a little straighter and stared at Chiu Shinji. After a while, she slowly nodded, "Yes, in my opinion, Mother does have this intention. But so what? Taiping is only a woman." Chiu Shinji laughed and said, "Your Highness, do you think that I want you to bear the responsibility of supporting the country and protecting the national weapon of the Tang dynasty? No, no, no." Chiu Shinji shook his head and slightly puffed out his chest. "Chiu Shinji is loyal to the Empress. Heaven and earth can prove it. The Empress wants to be the Empress Dowager of the Tang dynasty. Chiu Shinji is a loyal subject of the Tang dynasty. The Empress wants to change the world. Chiu Shinji is a loyal subject of the Empress." Princess Taiping's eyes flashed and asked, "Then why did General Chiu mention this to me?" Chiu Shinji sighed and said, "Because the Empress is already old." "Why?" "Then we have to think about it. Once the Empress becomes the Empress, who will the country belong to?" Princess Taiping gently leaned back on the pillow and said lightly, "Mother has 2 sons. Taiping has 2 elder brothers. Since ancient times, the country has always been passed on to their sons. If Mother becomes the Empress, the crown prince will of course be Taiping's elder brother." Chiu Shinji smiled, "But there has never been a female empress. Once the Empress becomes the first female empress in history, of course, the Empress can pass the throne to her son. But the son of this Empress is also the son of the previous emperor. So, once the crown prince becomes the Empress, will he restore the title of Li Tang? All emperors want their country to last for thousands of years. Will the Empress not consider this? Furthermore, the 2 princes have never been loved by the Empress. Your Highness should know this better than this old man." Princess Taiping frowned and asked, "Then who does General Chiu think can be the crown prince?" Chiu Shinji said slowly, "I think that the Wu clan's nephew has a better chance of becoming the crown prince than the current emperor and Prince of Luling." Princess Taiping's face darkened. Chiu Shinji continued, "But there is another person who has a better chance of becoming the crown prince than the Wu clan's nephew. This person's surname is Li." Princess Taiping's expression changed and asked hurriedly, "Who is this person?" Chiu Shinji slowly raised his eyes and looked at Princess Taiping. He said word by word, "Of course, Your Highness." Princess Taiping was startled. She laughed involuntarily and said, "Ridiculous! I am a woman." Chiu Shinji interrupted, "Since there can be a female emperor, why can't there be a female crown prince?" The carriage was silent. Only the faint rumbling of the wheels, the hawkers' cries, and the occasional whinny of the war horses could be heard. The curtain swayed slightly. The carriage also swayed slightly. But Princess Taiping's clear face was like ice, without a trace of ripple. After a long time, she slowly said, "My surname is also Li, as General Chiu said just now. Isn't Amu worried that I will restore the name of Li Tang?" Chiu Shinji shook his head and said, "Of course the Empress does not need to worry. Only when the world no longer belongs to the Tang dynasty can the princess become the emperor. If the princess wants to restore the Tang dynasty, how can she still have the throne?" He stared at Princess Taiping and said, "Even if your highness wants to give up the throne, how can the court officials who abandoned the Tang dynasty to protect the empress agree? With the empress's wisdom, how can she not think of this? The empress loves your highness the most, and often says that your highness is the most like her. In this world, the empress will come from the Tang dynasty, and your highness is the princess of the Tang dynasty. If the princess of the Tang dynasty wants to be the new crown prince, both the new and old officials can accept it. As long as your highness is willing to fight for it, no one can compete with you." Princess Taiping gently pursed her bright and beautiful lips and said slowly, "I think I understand what General Chiu means." Chiu Shinji showed a satisfied smile and cupped his fists. "I am willing to serve your highness." Princess Taiping's pretty face darkened, and she said coldly, "I have never wanted to be the crown prince, let alone the emperor." Chiu Shinji was startled, and his smile froze on his face. Princess Taiping's expression was stern, but there was a trace of sadness in her voice. "General Chiu, I am the princess of the Tang dynasty. The Emperor Gaozong of the Tang dynasty is my father. It is my mother who wants to change the world. As their daughter, what can I do? What should I do? I can't do anything, and I don't want to do anything. Fortunately, I am a girl, and I don't need to ask for trouble by carrying this burden on my shoulders. I can stand aside with a clear conscience." Chiu Shinji said, "Your Highness, as long as you nod, the crown prince position will be yours." Princess Taiping interrupted. "Will you be happy if you have the whole world? I don't think so. In my opinion, it is enough for a girl to take care of her husband and children. I don't have a husband now, but I still have children. I am very happy to live like this." Chiu Shinji was so anxious that he kept rubbing his hands and said again, "Your Highness." Princess Taiping's face was frosty, and she waved her sleeves and said in a deep voice, "I am already drunk. Just pretend that you said nothing today. General Chiu, please go back."